Section 1 of Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, North Carolina Narratives, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. Slave Narratives, A Folk History of Slavery in the United States, from Interviews with Former Slaves, North Carolina Narratives, Part 2. Typewritten records prepared by the Federal Writers Project, 1936 to 1938. Assembled by the Library of Congress Project, Work Projects Administration for the District of Columbia, sponsored by the Library of Congress. Prepared by the Federal Writers Project of the Works Progress Administration for the State of North Carolina. Memories of Uncle Jackson. John H. Jackson, 309 South 6th Street, Wilmington, North Carolina. I was born in 1851 in the yard where my owner lived next door to the City Hall. I remember when they was finishing up the City Hall. I also remember the foreman, Mr. James Walker. He was general manager. The overseer was Mr. Keene. I remember all the bricklayers. They all was colored. The man that plastered the City Hall was named George Price. He plastered it inside. The men that plastered the City Hall outside and put those columns up in the front, their names was Robert Finney and William Finney. They both was colored. Jim Artis now was a contractor and builder. He done a lot of work round Wilmington. Yes'm, they was slaves. Most all the fine work round Wilmington was done by slaves. They called 'em artisans. None of 'em could read, but give 'em any plan, and they could foller it to the last line. Interviewer: Did the owner collect the pay for the labor, Uncle Jackson? No, ma'am, that they didn't. We had a lot of 'em artisans 'mongst our folks. They all lived on our place with the families. They hired theyselves where they pleased. They collected they pay, and the onliest thing the owner took was enough to support they families. They all lived in our yard. It was a great big place, and they women cooked for 'em and raised the child'ns. You know they lays a heap of stress on education these days, but edication is one thing and fireside trainin' is another. We had fireside trainin'. We went to church regular. All our people marched behind our owners and sat up in the galleries of the white folks' church. Now them that was to St. James's Church behind the white folks didn't dare look at nobody else. 'Twa'n't allowed. They were taught they were better than anybody else. That was called the silk stockin' church. Nobody else was fittin' to look at. My mother was the laundress for the white folks. In those days ladies wore clothes, and plenty of 'em. My daddy was one of the part Indian folks. My mammy was brought here from Washington City, and when her owner went back home, he sold her to my folks. You know round Washington and up that way they was Guinea niggers, and that's what my mammy was. We had a lot of these mulatto negroes around here. They was called shuffer Tonys. They was free issues and part Indian. The leader of 'em was James Sampson. We children was told to play in our own yard and not have nothin' to do with free issues children or the common children across the street, white or colored, because they wasn't fittin' to associate with us. You see, our owners was rich folks. Our big house is the one where the ladies of Sorosis has their clubhouse, and our yard spread all round there, and our house servants and some of the best artisans in Wilmington lived in our yard. You know I'm not tellin' you things what have been told me, but I'm tellin' you things I knows. I remember when the Zoabs Company came from Georgia here to Wilmington, and they had all fine ladies as officers. I remember when the Confederates captured part of the Union Army at Fort Sumter, South Carolina, and they brought them here to Wilmington to put them out under 4th Street Bridge, and the white ladies of Wilmington, North Carolina, cooked food and carried it by basketsfuls to them. We all had plenty of food. A warehouse full of everything down there by the river nigh Red Cross Street and none of us ever went hungry till the war was over. I remember when General Grant's army came to the river. They mounted guns to bombard the city. Mr. John Dawson and Mr. Silas Martin, they went on the corner of Second and Nunn Streets, on top of Bensbury's house, and run up the white sheet for a flag, and the Yankees didn't bombard us. And Mr. Martin gave his house up to the provost marshals, and my mother cleaned up the house and washed for them. Her name was Caroline West. I remember that when provost marshal told the colored people that any house in Wilmington they liked that was empty, they could go take it, and the first one they took was the fine Bellamy mansion on Market and Fifth Street. "Uncle Jackson," asked the interviewer, "don't you remember that house was headquarters of the Federal Army? How could colored people occupy it?" Uncle Jackson: "I don't remember nothing about Federal soldiers being in that house, but I'm tellin' you I knows a lot of common colored folks was in it because I seen 'em sitting on the piazza and all up and down those big front steps. I seen 'em. Nice colored people wouldn't have gone there. They had respect for theirselves and their white folks. But Dr. Bellamy came home soon with his family, and those colored people got out. They wasn't there long. Endurin' of slavery, I toted water for the family to drink. I remember when there was springs under where the new courthouse is now, and all the white folks livin' round there drank water from those springs. They called it Jacob's Spring. There was also a spring on Market Street between Second and Third Streets that was called McCrary Spring. They didn't 'low nobody but rich folks to get water from that spring. Of course I got mine there whenever I chose to tote it that far. We didn't work so hard in those days. I don't know nothin' 'bout field hands and workmen on the river, but so far as I knows, the carpenters and people like that started work at 8 o'clock a.m. and stopped at 5 o'clock p.m. Of course, round the house it was different. Our folks done pretty much what the white folks did, because we was all pretty much one another. Did I ever know of any slaves being whipped? I seen plenty of 'em whipped over at the jail, but them was bad niggers." This with a grimace of disgust and shaking of the head. "They needed whippin'. But," with a chuckle, "I sure would have hated to see anybody put they hands on one of my owner's people. We was all 'spectable and didn't know nothin' about whippin'. Our mammies spanked us a plenty. Yes, ma'am, they did. I remember when they didn't have no trussels 'cross either river, and they had a passage boat by the name of Walker Moore, and the wharf was up there by Charlotte Railroad, S.A.L. The boat would take you from there to the bluff, and then you would have to catch the train to go to Greensboro and other places in North Carolina. I remember when the 4th Street Fire Department bell was in front of City Hall, and Mr. Maginey and his school right back of the City Hall. I believe we was all happy as slaves because we had the best of care. I don't believe none of us was sold off because I never heard tell of it. I have always served nice folks and never associated with any other kind. I brought up Mrs. Chillens, and now she gives me a life in trust in this place I lives in. I haven't never to say really wanted for anything. I haven't never bothered with women, and had nothing to bother me. I must tell you about Governor Dudley's election and the free issue niggers. They say Mr. Dudley told 'em if they'd vote for him he'd do more for 'em than any man ever had. So they voted for him, and he was elected. Then he ups and calls a constitutional convention at Raleigh, and had all the voting taken away from 'em, and that the big thing he done for 'em. End of section 1.
Section number 2 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Ben Jonson. Ex-Slave Story. An interview with Ben Johnson, 85, of Hecktown, Durham, Durham County, May the 20th, 1937. Uncle Ben, who is nearly blind and who walks with a stick, was assisted to the porch by his wife, who sat down near him in a protecting attitude. He is much less striking than his wife, who is small and dainty, with perfect features and snow-white hair worn in 2 long braids down her back. She wore enormous heart-shaped earrings, apparently of heavy gold. While Uncle Ben talked, she occasionally prompted him in a soft voice. I was born in Orange County, and I belong to Mr. Gilbert Gregg near Hillsboro. I don't know nothing about my mammy and daddy, but I had a brother Jim who was sold to dress young Mrs. for her wedding. The tree I'm still standing where I sat under and watch 'em sell Jim. I sat there, I cry and cry, especially when they puts the chains on him and carries him off, and I ain't never felt so lonesome in my whole life. I ain't never hear from Jim since, and I wonder now sometimes if he's still living. I know that the master was good to us, and he fed and clothed us good. We had our own garden, and we was getting along all right. I seen a whole heap of Yankees when they come to Hillsboro, and most of 'em ain't got no respect for God, man, nor the devil. I can't remember so much about 'em, though, 'cause we lives in town, and we has a guard. The most that I can tell you about them Ku Klux, I never will forget when they hung Cy Guy. They hung him for a scandalous insult to a white woman, and they come after him 100 strong. They tries him there in the woods, and they scratch his Cy's arm till he gets some blood. And with that blood they writes that he shall hang between the heavens and the earth till he is dead, 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 and that any nigger what takes down the body shall be hung too. Well, sir, the next morning there he hung, right over the road, and the sentence hanging over his head. Nobody bothered with that body for 4 days, and there it hung, swinging in the wind. But the 4th day the sheriff comes and takes him down. There was Ed and Cindy, who before the war belonged to Mr. Lynch, and after the war he told 'em to move. He gives 'em a month, and they ain't gone. So the Ku Kluxes gets 'em. It was on a cold night when they come and dragged the niggers out of bed. They carried 'em down in the woods and whooped 'em. Then they throws 'em in the pond, their bodies breaking the ice. Ed come out and come to our house, but Cindy ain't been seen since. Sam Allen in Coswell County was told to move, and after a month 100 Ku Klux came a-toting his casket, and they tells him that his time has come, and if he want to tell his wife goodbye and say his prayers, hurry up. They set the coffin on 2 chairs, and Sam kisses his old woman, who's a-crying. Then he kneels down side of his bed with his hand on the pillar and his arms throwed out in front of him. He sats there for a minute, and when he rise, he had a long knife in his hand. 'Fore he could grab, he done killed 2 other Ku Kluxes with the knife, and he done gone out the door. They ain't catch him neither, and the next night when they come back, determined to get him, they shot another nigger by accident. I remember seeing Joe Turner, another nigger, hung at Hillsboro in '69, but I plumb forgot why it was. I know one time Miss Hendon inherits $1,000 from her pappy's estate, and on that night she goes with her sweetheart to her gate, and on her way back to her house she gets knocked in the head with an axe. She screams and her two nigger servants, Jim and Sam, runs and saves her, but she was robbed. Then she tells the folks that Jim and Sam, they guilty parties, but her little sisters swear that they ain't, so they gets out of it. After that day, finds out is 5 men, Atwater, Edwards, Andrews, Davis, and Markham. The preacher comes down to where they hanging to preach their funeral, and he stands there while lightning plays round the dead men's heads and the wind blows the trees, and he preaches such a sermon I ain't never heard before. Bob Boylan falls in love with another woman, so he burns his wife and 4 young'uns up in their house. The Ku Kluxes gets him, of course, and they hangs him high on the old red oak on Hillsborough Road. After they hung him, his lawyer says to us boys, "Bury him good, boys, just as good as you'd bury me if I was dead." I shook hands with Bob before they hung him, and I helped to bury him too, and we buried him nice, and we all hopes that he done gone to glory. End of section 2. Read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, July 15, 2021.
Section 3 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Scott Leonard Fortune. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Isaac Johnson, Lillington, North Carolina, Route 1, Harnett County. I am feeling very well this morning. While I don't feel like I used to, I've done so much hard work and brought all in. They didn't have all these newfangled things to do work and go on when I was a boy. No. You just had to get out and do all the work. Most all the work by hand. I was 10 years old when the Yankees come true. I was born February 12, 1855. I belonged to Jack Johnson. My missus' name was Nancy. My father was Bunch Matthews. He belonged to old man Drew Matthews, a slave owner. My mother was named Tilla Johnson. She belonged to Jack Johnson, my master. The plantation was near Lillington on the north side of the Cape Fear River and ran down to near the Lillington Crossroads, 1 mile from the river. I had 1 brother and 6 sisters. My brother was named Phil, and my sister's named Mary, Caroline, Francis, and I don't remember the other names right now. It's so long since I saw any of them. They all dead. Yes, sir. They all did. I do not remember my grandpa and grandma. No, sir, I don't. I was too small to work. They had me to do little things like feeding the chickens and minding the table sometimes. But I was too small to work. They didn't let children work much in them days till they were 13 or 14 years old. I had plenty to eat, good clothes, a nice place to sleep, and a good time. Master loved his slaves, and other white folks said he loved a nigger more than he did white folks. Our food was fixed up fine. It was fixed up by a regular cook who didn't do anything but cook. We had gardens, plenty of meat, plenty, and more biscuits than a lot of white folks had. I can remember the biscuit. I never hunted in it, but I went bird blinding and set bird traps. I caught a lot of birds. Jack Johnson, my master, never had no children of his own. He had a boy with him, the name of Stephen, a nephew of his from one of his brothers. Master Jack had 3 brothers, Willis, Billy, and Matthew. I don't remember any of his sisters. There was about 4,000 acres in the plantation and about 25 slaves. Master would not have an overseer. No, sir. The slaves worked very much as they pleased. He whooped a slave now and then, but not much. I've seen him whoop 'em. He had some unruly niggers. Some of 'em were part Indian and mean. They all loved him, though. I never saw a slave sold. He kept his slaves together. He didn't want to get rid of any of 'em. We went to the white folks' church at Neal's Creek, a missionary Baptist church. We played during the Christmas holidays, and we got about 2 weeks, 4th of July, and lay-by time, which was about the 4th. We had great times at corn shuckings, log rollings, and cotton pickings. We had dances. Master allowed his slaves lots of freedom. My mother used to say he was better than the other folks. Yes, she said her master was better than other folks. The white folks didn't teach us to read and write. I cannot read and write, but the white folks only about half or less than half could read and write then. There were very few poor white folk who could read and write. I remember the baptizings at the Reuben Matthews Mill Pond. Sometimes after a big meeting, they would baptize 24 at one time. No slaves run away from master. They didn't have any excuse to do so, 'cause whites and colored fared alike at master's. We played base, cat, roly hole, and a kind of baseball called round town. Dr. John McNeil looked after us when we were sick. We used a lot of herbs and things. Drank sassafras tea and mullein tea. We also used sheep tea for measles. You knows that. You know how it was made. Called sheep pill tea. It sure would cure them measles. But all it would cure those measles then. They were bad then. Worse than they is now. I saw Wheeler's cavalry. They come true ahead of the Yankees. I saw colored people in their Yankee uniforms. They wore blue and had brass buttons on them. The Yankees and the Wheelers cavalry took everything they wanted, meat, chickens, and stock. We stayed on with Master after the war. I never lived out the state. We lived in the same place until old Master and Mrs. died. Then we lived with their relations right on here. I am now on a place their heirs own. Old Master loved his dram, and he gave it to all his slaves. It sold for 10 cents a quart. He made brandy by the barrels, and at holidays all drank together and had a good time. I never saw any of 'em drunk. People wasn't mean when they were drinking them. It was so plentiful, nobody noticed it much. Master would tell the children about Rawhead and Bloody Bones and other things to scare us. He would call us to the barn to get apples and run and hide, and we would have a time finding him. He gave the one who found him an apple. Sometimes he didn't give the others no apple. I married Ellen Johnson May 22nd, 1865, the year the war went up. And my wife is living as you see and able to be about. I'm not able to work, not able to go out anywhere by myself. I know I can't last much longer, but I'm thankful to the Lord for sparing me this long.
End of section 3. Section number 4 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Scott Leonard Fortune. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Tina Johnson, Ex-Slave Story. An interview with Tina Johnson, 85, South Bloodworth Street, Raleigh. I was born in Richmond, Georgia, round 85 years ago. My mammy was named Cass, and my father, that is my stepfather, was named John Curtis. I got the name of Johnson from General Johnson. I don't know who my real daddy was. My mammy belonged to a Miss Berry, who was pretty good to her. But we ain't had nothing but the coarsest food and clothes. I had one brother named Dennis, and me and him worked with the others in the cotton patch. We had done moved nigh Augusta when Sherman come, and Sherman's sister was living in Augusta. That's the reason that Sherman missed us, 'cause he ain't want to disturb his sister none. I ain't seen nary a Yankee, but for 2 days and nights I heard the guns roaring and felt the earth shaking like an earthquake was hitting it. The air was dark and the clouds hung low. The whole earth seemed to be full of powder, and your nostrils seemed like they would bust with the sting of it. Out of the surrender, we stayed on and went through the Ku Klux scare. I know that the Ku Kluxes went to a nigger dance one night and whooped all of the dancers. Old Master Barry was mad 'cause he ain't sunk for 'em at all, and he don't want 'em. Several years out of the war, Mammy married John Curtis in the Baptist church at Augusta, and me and Dennis see the ceremony. I pulled a good one on a white fella about that once. He asked me if I knowed that my pappy and mammy was married before I was born. I says to him that I wonder if he knew why his mammy and pappy was married when he was born. We come to Raleigh before things was settled out of the war. And I watches the niggas living on kush, cornbread, lasses, and what they can beg and steal from the white folks. Them days sure was bad.
End of section 4. Section 5 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Scott Leonard Fortune. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Ex-slave story, Bob Jones. An interview with Bob Jones, 86 years of age, county home Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born in Warren County on the plantation belonging to Mr. Logie Rudd. My mammy was Frankie. My pappy was named Harry Jones. Him and my oldest brother Burton belonged to Mr. Jones down in the neighborhood. Master Logie and young Master Joe, nice as they could be. But Miss Betsy was crafty and hard to get along with. She whooped the servants who had done the housework, and she fussed so bad that she might have nigh run all us crazy. It was her what sold my Aunt Sissy Ann, and it was her what my sister married so bad. There weren't but 6 of us slaves, but them 6 run a race to see who can stay out of her sight. Young Master Joe was one of the first to go to war, and I wanted to go with him, but I, being only 14, decided to send Shirley instead. I hated that, because I surely wanted to go. We never seen Master Joe but twice after he left. The time when his daddy was buried and when they brought his body home from the war. One day about 7 or 8 Yankees come around our place looking for Red Scouts, they said. But they ain't find none, so they goes on about their business. The next day, a few of our soldiers brings Master Joe's body home from the war. I don't remember why he was killed, but he had been dead so long that he had turned dark, and Sambo, the little nigger, says to me, I thought, Bob, that I'd have turned white when I went to heaven. But it appears to me like the white folks ain't going to turn black. We buried young Master Joe under the tree in the family burying ground, and we niggas sung Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, and They Heard My God to Thee, and some others. The old missus was right nice to everybody that day, and she let the young missus take charge of all the business from that time. We stayed on the Rudd plantation for 2 years out of the war. Then we moved to Method, where I met Edna Crowder. We courted for several months, and at last I just puts my arm around her waist and I asks her to have me. She ain't got no mammy to ask, so she kisses me and tells me that she will. During the course of our married life, we had 5 children, but only one of them lived to be named. That was Hyacinth, and he died before he was a month old. Edna died too, 6 years ago. Left me to the mercies of the world. All my brothers and sisters dead, my parents dead, my children's dead, and my wife dead. But I has got a niece. Till lately, I've been living at the Wake County home, but my niece, what lives on Person Street, says that if and I can get the pension, that she can afford to let me stay to her house. I hope it does, 'cause I don't want to go back to the county home. E.H.
End of section 5.
Section 6 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Clara Jones, 408 Cannon Street. I've been unable to work for 10 years. I am blind. I've been in bed helpless for 4 years. I eats all I can get, and takes what I am told to take. Dear Lord helps me. I am depending on Him. He put me into D world, and He can take me out. I was 17 years old at D surrender. My missus was Dilly Scott. I was a Scott before I married William Jones. My master was Aaron Scott. I loved my white folks. Hain't got no word to say against 'em. Don't think the government gonna help me any. I have been fooled so many times. We all should fix our salvation right. That's the thing that counts now. My time is 'bout spent here. De white folks went off to de war. They say they could whup, but the Lord says no, and they didn't whup. They went off laughing, and many were soon crying, and many did not come back. The Yankees come through. They took what they wanted, killed the stock, stole the horses, poured out the lasses, and cut up a lot of meanness. But most of 'em is dead and gone now. No matter whether they were southern white folk or northern white folks, they is dead now. I am helpless. My son, the baby, who is the only living child I has, takes care of me. My son is a Baptist minister, but he has no church. He stays here, and he looks after me. He is 40 years old. He has heart disease, and his lungs are bad. He has no regular job, so sometimes we have very little to eat. Our water is cut off now. We never had money to buy any ice. We have had only 1 10-cent piece of ice this summer. Sometimes my son sits up with me all night. Maybe the Lord will help us sometime. I trusts Him anyway. Yes, I trust the Lord. End of section 6.
Section number 7 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Clara Jones. An interview with Clara Jones of 408 Cannon Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I don't know how old I is, but I was born long time ago 'cause I was a married woman way before the war. We lived on Mr. Felton McGee's place here in Wake County. I worked like a man there, and the hours was from sun up till dark mostly. He ain't had about 50 slaves, but he makes them do the work of 150. We ain't had no fun there, 'cause it takes all of our strength to do our daily task. Yes'm, we had our tasks set out every day. One day, right after my 5th child was born, I fell out in the field. Master came out and looked at me, then he kicks me, and lo's a young'un every 10 months and never able to work. I'll sell her. A few days after that, he took me and my 2 youngest children to Raleigh, and he sells us to Master Rufus Jones. Master Rufus was a good man in every way. He fed us good, and he gives us good clothes, and we ain't had much work to do. That is, not much side of what we had to do on McGee's plantation. We had some fun on Master Rufus's plantation. Watermelon slicings, candy pullings, dances, prayer meetings, and such. Yes, ma'am, we had a heap of fun, and in that time I had 11 children. My husband, William, still stayed on to Mr. McGee's. We got married in 1860, the year before the war started, I think. I can't tell you much about our courting, 'cause it went on for years, and the master wanted us to get married so that I'd have children. When the slaves on the McGee place got married, the master always said that their duty was to have a house full of children for him. When the Yankees come, Miss Sally, Master Rufus's wife, cried and ordered the scalawags out of the house, but they just laughs at her and takes all we got. They even takes the stand of lore that we has got buried in the old field and the hams hanging up in the trees in the pasture. After they is gone, we finds a sick Yankee in the barn, and Miss Sally nurses him. Way after the war, Miss Sally gets a letter and a gold ring from him. When the news of the surrender comes, Miss Sally cries and says that she can't do without her niggers, so Master Rufus comes in and tells us that we can stay on. William moves over there, takes the name of Jones, and goes to farming with a purpose, and believe me, we makes our living. We stayed there through all of the construction days and through the time when the Ku Kluxes was going wild and whooping all the niggers. We raised our 11 children there, and that's where my husband died in 1898, and then I comes to Raleigh. I worked till 4 years ago when I had a stroke. Now I ain't able to work, and I sure does want my pension. Will you tell 'em to send it in the next mail? End of section number 7, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, August the 29th, 2021.
Section 8 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Abner Jordon, ex-slave, 95 years. I was born about 1832, and I was born at Staggsville, Massa Paul Cameron's place. I belonged to Massa Paul. My pappy's name was Obed, and my mammy's was Ella Jordan, and they was 13 children in our family. I was the same age as young Massa Benham. I played with him and was his bodyguard. Yes, sir, wherever young Massa Benham went, I went too. I waited on him. Young Massa Benny run away and 'listed in the war, but Massa Paul done went and brung him back 'cause he was too young to go and fight the Yankees. Massa Paul had a heap of niggers. He had 5,000. And when he meet them in the road, he wouldn't know them, and when he asked them who they was and who they belonged to, they tell him they belonged to Massa Paul Cameron, and then he would say that was all right for them to go right on. My pappy was the blacksmith and foreman for Massa Paul, and he blew the horn for the other niggers to come in from the field at night. They couldn't leave the plantation without Massa say they could. When the war come, the Yankees come to the house and asked my mammy where the folks done hid the silver and gold, and they say they going to kill mammy if she didn't tell them. But mammy said she didn't know where they put it, and they would just have to kill her, for she didn't know and wouldn't lie to keep them from hurting her. The soldiers stole 7 or 8 of the horses and found the meat and stole that, but they didn't burn none of the buildings nor hurt any of us slaves. My pappy and his family stayed with Massa Paul 5 years after the surrender. Then we moved to Hillsborough, and I was always living around these parts. I ain't never been out of North Carolina 18 months in my life. North Carolina is good enough for me. End of section 8. Reading by Alan Mapstone.
Section 9 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, August 6, 1937. Jane Lassiter, about 80 years old, 324 Battle Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I am about 80 years old. I am somewhere in my 70s. Don't exactly know my age. I was here when the Yankees come, and I remember seeing them dressed in blue. I was a nurse at that time, not big enough to hold a baby, but they let me set by the cradle and rock it. All my white folks dead, and all my people am dead, and I ain't got no one to ax about my age. They had my age and my mother's age in the Bible, but they am all dead out now, and I don't know where it is. My mother and me belonged to the Councils. Dr. Kit Council, who lived on a plantation in the lower edge of Chatham County, about 3 miles from New Hill. Footnote, H.W., New Hill, P.O., Wake County. End of footnote. My father belonged to the Lamberts. Their plantation was near Pittsboro in Chatham County. My father was named Macon Lambert, and his master was named At Lambert. Our missus was named Caroline, and father's missus was named Becky. My grandfather was Phil Bell. He belonged to the Bells. They lived in Chatham County. My grandmother was named Peggy, and she belonged to the same family. We lived in little old log houses. We called them cabins. They had stick and dirt chimneys, with one door to the house and one window. It shut too, like a door. We did not have any gardens, and we never had any money of our own. We just worked for the white folks. We had plenty something to eat, and it was cooked good. My mother was the cook, and she done it right. Our clothes was homemade, but we had plenty shifting clothes. Of course, our shoes was given out at Christmas. We got one pair a year, and when they wore out we got no more, and had to go barefooted the rest of the time. You had to take care of that pair of shoes, because they was all you got a year. The slaves caught game sometimes, and added into cabins, but there was not much time for hunting. There was so much work to do. There was about 50 slaves on the plantation, and they worked from light till dark. I remember they working till dark. Of course, I was too small to remember all about it, and I don't remember about the overseers. I never seen a slave whupped, but I remember seeing them carrying slaves in droves like cows. The white men who was guarding them walked in front and some behind. I did not see any chains. I never seen a slave sold, and I don't remember ever seeing a jail for slaves. There was no books or larning of any kind allowed. You better not be catched with a book in your hands. That was something they would get you for. I can read and write a little, but I learned since the surrender. My mother told me about that being against the rules of the white folks. I remembers it while I was only a little gal, when the Yankees come through. There was no churches on the plantation, and we was not allowed to have prayer meetings in the cabins, but we went to preaching at the white folks' church. I remember that. We sat on the back seat. I remember that. No slaves ever run away from our plantation, 'cause master was good to us. I never heard of him being 'bout to whup any of his niggers. Mother loved her white folks as long as she lived, and I loved 'em too. No, mister, we was not mistreated. Mother told me a lot 'bout raw head and bloody bones, and when I done mean, she say better not do that any more. Raw head and bloody bones going to get you. Ha, ha, they just talked 'bout ghosts till I could hardly sleep at night. But the biggest thing in ghosts is somebody guised up trying to scare you. Ain't no such thing as ghosts. Lot of niggers believe there is, do. We stayed on at master's when the surrender come, 'cause when we was freed we had nothing and nowhere to go. That's the truth. Mister, that's the truth. We stayed with master a long time, and then just moved from one plantation to another. 'Twas like this. A crowd of tenants would get dissatisfied on a certain plantation, they'd move, and another gang of niggers move in. That was all any of us could do. We was free, but we had nothing except what the marsters give us. When we got sick, you sees, we stayed with a doctor. He looked after us, but we had our herbs too. We took sassafras tea, catnip and horehound tea and flag. Flag was good to ease pain. Just make a tea of the flag roots and drink it hot. I married Kit Lassiter in Chatham County, and I had 7 children, 3 boys and 4 girls. All 'em dead but 2. 2 girls are living. One named Louie Finch, her husband dead. She stays with me and supports me. She cooks and supports me. My other living daughter is Venera McLean. She lives across the street with her husband. Her husband had a stroke and ain't able to work no more. They live on $5 a week. They ain't able to help me now. I moved to Raleigh 20 years ago. My husband died here. I heard 'bout the Ku Klux, but they never give our family no trouble 'cause we didn't give 'em no cause to bother us. I don't know all 'bout slavery, but I remembers there was a lot of big fat greasy niggers going round, and I reckon they fared good, or they wouldn't have been so fat. They got plenty to eat, even if they did work 'em. I believe slavery was all right, where slaves was treated right. I ain't got enough education to tell you nothing 'bout Lincoln and them other men. Heard 'em say he come through, reckon he did too. I belong to the United Holiness Church. End of section 9.
Section 10 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yuhan L. Jiang. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Dave Lawson. Ex-slave. My father, who knew the principal characters, told me this story years ago. Yes, sir, there was. I know about slavery times, is what they told me, about how they hung my grandmammy and grandpappy. They hung them both at the same time and from the same limb of the tree, but that was way back yonder before Mr. Lincoln come down here to set the niggers free. My mammy wasn't but 6 months old then, and I wasn't even born, but Aunt Becky told me about it when I was old enough to listen. This ain't no nice tale you gon' hear. It's the truth, but it ain't nice. The first time I heard it, I didn't sleep none for a week. Every time I shut my eyes, I seed Master Norwood with that funnel in his mouth, and the hot steam blowing up like a cloud round his wicked face and scared eyes. They say my grandpappy's old mas was the meanest white man the Lord ever let breathe the breath of life. His name was Master Norwood. He was the richest landowner anywhere around. He owned more land and more niggers than anybody in Person or Granville counties. But he didn't make his money with no farm. No, sir, no sure he didn't. He made his money buying and selling niggers. He bought them cheap and sold them high. He would catch all the niggers that run away from other plantations and keep them in his lockup till he fattened them. Then he would take them way off down in Georgia, Alabama, or some place like that, and sell them for a big price. He would come back with his pockets running over with money. Some folks say that he stole niggers to sell, but nobody never could catch him. Master lived over here on the Virginia line between Red Banks and Blue Wing. He owned land crossed the North Carolina line too, and lived close to Blue Wing. He treated his niggers so mean they were all the time running off. If he caught them, he beat them near about to death. He did beat Cindy Norwood to death once, 'cause he run off to Mas Reuben Jones' place and asked him to keep her. She got pisen in the cut places on her back, and had fits 3 days before the Lord took her. but Mas Drew just laugh and say he didn't care, that she wasn't no count no how. I ain't never seed Mas Drew 'cause I was born way after the niggers were freed, but they told me he looked like a mad bull. He was short with a big head set forward on his big shoulders. His neck was so short that he couldn't wear no collar. He just kept the neck binding of his shirt pinned with a diaper pin. The devil done lit a lamp and set it burning in his eyes. His mouth was a wicked slash cut across his face, and when he got mad, his lips curled back from his teeth like a mad dog's. When he cracked his whip, the niggers swinged and the children screamed with pain when that plated thong bit in their flesh. He beat Mistress too. Miss Carey wasn't no bigger than a minute, and she scared as a kildee of Mas Drew. She didn't live long, they say, 'cause Mas Drew whipped her just before their first baby was born. Mas Drew done with Luzanne 'cause she burnt the biscuits, and Miss Carey gave her some salve to rub on the cut places on her back. When Mas Drew found it out, he got so mad that he come back up to the big house and told Miss Carey that he couldn't touch her up with his whip 'cause she gave Luzanne the salve, that when he wanted his niggers doctored, he couldn't doctor them hisself, so he got to use his lash a bit to make her remember. Miss Carey got so scared that she run round and round the house, but Mas Drew run after her, and every now and then he throw out that plated whip and the curl round her shoulders. Every time it hit, it cut clean through her clothes. Miss Carey got so scared that the baby come that night before 'twas time. The baby was born dead, and Miss Carey went on to glory with it. They say she was glad to go. Yes, sir, everything on the plantation, animal and man, was scared of that whip that never left Mas Drew's wrist. It was made of home-tanned leather, plaited in a round cord as big as man's thumb. All day it swung from a leather strap tied to his wrists, and at night it lay on a chair side the bed where he could reach it easy. It was just before the Yankees come over here to fight that Mas Drew bought Cleve and Lisa Lawson. They was my grandmammy and grandpappy. My mammy then was a baby. Mas Drew bought them for $150. That was cheap, 'cause the niggers were young with hard farm training. Old Mas didn't buy mammy. He said a nigger brat wasn't no good. They wouldn't sell and they might die before they growed up. Sides, they were a strain on the mammy what breast nursed it. Lisa cut up a powerful case. He made her leave the baby behind, but Mas Drew just laughed and told her that he would give her a puppy, that there were plenty of hounds on the plantation. Then he snapped the chains on their wrists and led them off. Lisa and Cleve never see that baby no more. Aunt Beck Lawson took and raised her, and when she got grown, she was my mammy. Yes, sir, Mas Drew bought them niggers like he was buying a pair of mules. They wasn't no more than mules to him. It was early summer when he brung them to the plantation, but when wheat cutting time come, Lisa and Cleve were sent to the wheat fields. They were smart niggers. They worked hard, too hard for their own good. In them times, 'twas the smart, hard-working niggers that bought the best price, and ain't nobody know that better than Mas Drew. One day, Cleve seed Mas Drew watching Lisa. She was gleaming the wheat. Her skin was the colour of warm brown velvet. Her eyes was dark and bright and shining like muscadines under the frosty sun, and her body was slender like a young tree that bends easily. As she stooped and picked up the wheat, flinging it across her arms, she swayed back and forth just like them saplings down yonder by the creek sways in the wind. Cleve watched Mas Drew on the sly. He seed him watching Lisa. He seed the lustful look in his eyes, but 'twasn't Lisa he lustin' after. 'Twas money he seed in her slender swaying body, in the smooth warm brown skin, and the quick clean way she gleamed the wheat. Stripped to the waist on the Alabama auction block, she would bring near about $1,000. Cleve gun to sweat. He turned so sick and scared that he could hardly swing the scythe through the wheat. Mas Drew done took his baby away. and now something way down in his heart told him that he couldn't take Lisa. He didn't care if he parted them. 'Twas dollars he seed swinging round his head, gold dollars shining brighter than stars. 'Twas next day that Mas Drew went to Cleve's cabin. He walked up whistling and knocked on the door with the butt of his whip. Cleve opened the door. Old Mas told him to pack Lisa's clothes, that he was taking her to South Boston the next day to sell her on the block. Cleve fell on his knees and began to plead. He knew old Mas wasn't going to take Lisa to no South Boston. He was going to take her away off, and he wouldn't never see her no more. He begged and promised Mas Drew to be good and do anything he say do, if he just leave him Lisa, that she was his wife and he loved her. But Mas Drew hit him across the face with his whip, cutting his lip in half. Then he went over and felt of Lisa's arms and legs like she might have been a horse. When he done gone, Cleve went over and sat down by Lisa and took her hand. Lisa began to cry. Then she jumped up and meant to take down her clothes hanging on the wall. Cleve watched her for a while. Then he made up his mind he gwine do something, that she ain't gwine be took away from him. He say, "Quit that, Lisa. Leave them clothes alone. You ain't gwine leave me. You ain't going nowhere, hear me?" Then he told her to make up a hot fire while he brung in the wash pot. He brung in the big iron pot and set it on the hearth and raked the red coals all round it. Then he filled it with water. While it was heating, he went to the door and looked out. The sun done gone down and night was crowding the hills, pushing them out of sight. By daylight that white man would be coming after Lisa. Cleve turned round and looked at Lisa. She was standing by the washpot looking down in the water, and the firelight from the burning lightwood knots showed the tears dropping off her cheeks. Cleve went outside. About that time a screech owl came and sat on the roof and screeched. Lisa ran out to scare away, but Cleve caught her arm. He say, "Don't do that, Lisa. Leave him alone. That's the deathbird. He knows what he's doing." So Lisa didn't do nothing. She let the bird keep on screeching. When 'twas good and dark, Cleve took a long rope and went out, telling Lisa to keep the water boiling. When he come back, he had Mas Drew all tied up with the rope and gagged so he couldn't holler. He had him throwed over his shoulder like a sack of meal. He brung him in the cabin and laid him on the floor. Then he told him if he wouldn't sell Lisa that he wouldn't hurt him. But Mas Drew shook his head and cussed in his throat. Then Cleve took off the gag, but before the white man could holler out, Cleve stuffed the spout of a funnel in his big mouth way down his throat, holding down his tongue. He asked him one more time to save Lisa from the block, but Mas Drew looked at him with hate in his eyes and shook his head again. Cleve didn't say nothing else to him. He called Lisa and told her to bring him a pitcher of boiling water. By then Lisa seed what Cleve was going to do. She didn't tell Cleve not to do it or nothing. She just filled the pitcher with hot water. Then she went over and sat down on the floor and held Mas Drew's head so he couldn't move. When old Mas seed what they was fixing to do to him, his eyes near about busted out of his head. But when they asked him again about Lisa, he wouldn't promise nothing. So Cleve set on him to hold him down, then took the pitcher and began to pour that boiling water right in that funnel sticking in Mas Drew's mouth. That man kicked and struggled, but that water scalded its way down his throat, burning up his insides. Lisa brung another pitcher full, and there wasn't no pity in her eyes as she watched Mas Drew fighting his way to torment, cussing all niggers and Abraham Lincoln. 'Bout sunup the folks came and found Mas Drew, and they found Lisa and Cleve sitting by the door, hand in hand waiting. When them niggers told what they'd done and how they done it, them white folks were hard. The sheriff took the rope from round Mas Drew and cut it in 2 pieces. He tied one rope round Cleve's neck and one rope round Lisa's neck and hung them up in the big oak tree in the yard. Yes, sir, that's what happened to my grandmammy and grandpappy in slavery times. This here cabin we setting in is the same cabin where Cleve and Lisa scalded Mas Drew, and that oak tree side the path is the same tree they were hung on. Sometimes now, in the fall of the year, when I's sitting in the door after the sun done gone down, and the wheat am ripe and bending in the wind, and the moon am round and yellow like a mushmelon, seems like I sees two shadows swinging from the big limb of that tree. I sees them swinging low side by side, with their feet near about touching the ground. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Patterson of Monmouth County, New Jersey. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Section 11. Jane Lee. An interview with Jane Lee, 81 years old, Selma, North Carolina. I was born the slave of Massa Henry McCullers down here at Clayton on the Wake and Johnston line. My daddy was named Addison and my mammy was named Caroline. Daddy longed to Mr. John Ellington, who also lived near Clayton. I don't know the number of Mr. Ellington's slaves, but I know that Massa Henry had 6 or 7. Massa Henry ain't had no overseer, near no patrollers neither. He managed his business hisself and ain't needed nobody. He whooped them when they needed it, but that ain't often. Not that he ain't put the whipping on them what did need it. I 'members the Yankees coming good as if'n it was yesterday. They come with a big noise, chasing our white folks what was in the army clean away. They chased them to Raleigh, and then they catch 'em, but they ain't had much time to do us any damage 'cause they was too busy after them Rebs. The woods was full of runaway slaves and Rebs who deserted the army, so it was dangerous to walk out. Massa Henry give us a speech about it, and after I'd seen one ragamuffin nigger man that was so hungry that his eyes popped out, I ain't took no more walks. After the war, we moved on Mr. Ellington's place with Daddy, and there I stayed till I married Wyatt Lee. Wyatt was a bad proposition, and he got shot in Fayetteville after we had 5 children. Wyatt took a woman to Fayetteville, and a man named Frank Maddener killed him about her. Then my oldest boy went to work in Virginia, and a man named Rudolphus killed him about a yellow gal. Both of the murderers run away and ain't never been catched. All 5 of my children's am dead now, and for the past 10 years I's done everything but cut cordwood. How does I live? Well, I lives now and then. The county gives me $2 a month, and the house of mine during my lifetime. Mr. Parrish sold it to Judge Brooks with the understanding that it is mine long as I live. I don't know why. None of us never longed to the parishes near nothing that I knows of. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yuhan L. Jiang. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Section 12, Chana Littlejohn. Chana Littlejohn, 215 State Street. I remember when the Yankees come. I remember when the soldiers come and had tents in Master's yard before they went off to the breastworks. My mother was hired out before the surrender and had to leave her 2 children at home on Master's plantation. When she come home Christmas, he told her she would not have to go back anymore. She could stay at home. This was the last year of the war. He told her she would soon be free. My eyes are mighty bad. The doctor said he would work on them if someone in the agriculture building would pay it. I can't see at all out of one eye, and the other is bad. I don't reckon I was 10 years old when the Yankees come, but I was running around and can remember all this. Guess I was about 8 years old. I was born in Warren Country near Warrington. I belonged to Peter Mitchell, a tall, long man. There were about 100 slaves on the plantation. My missus was named Lara. My mother always called me Old Betsy when she was mad at me. Betsy was Master Peter's mother's. I remember seeing her. She was a big, fat woman with white hair. She gave biscuits to all the children on Saturdays. She also looked out for the slave children on Sunday. My father was named Marcellus Littlejohn, and my mother was named Susan Littlejohn. We had gardens and patches and plenty to eat. We also got the holidays. Master brought charcoal from the men, which they burnt at night and on holidays. They worked and made stuff, and Master would let them have the steer carts and wagons to carry their corn and charcoal to sell it in town. Yes, sir, this was mighty nice. We had plank houses. There was not but one log house on the plantation. Master lived in the big house. It had 8 porches on it. There was no churches on the plantation, and I don't remember any prayer meetings. When we sang, we turned the wash pots and tubs in the doors, so they would take up the noise so the white folk could not hear us. I do remember the gatherings at our house to pray for the Yankees to come. All the niggers thought the Yankees had blue bellies. The old house cook got so happy at one of these meetings, she ran out in the yard and called, "Blue bellies, come on! Blue bellies, come on!" They caught her and carried her back to the house. When the overseer whooped one of the niggers, he made all the slaves sing, "Show pity, Lord, oh Lord, forgive." When they sang a while, he would call out one and whip him. He had us sing for everyone he whooped. Master growed up with the niggers, and he did not like to whip 'em. If they sassed him, he would put spit in their eyes and say, "Now I reckon you will mind how you sass me." We had a lot of game and possums. When we had game, Master left the big house and come down and ate with us. When Master went off drunk on a spree, he spent a lot of time with the slaves. He treated us all alike. His slaves were all niggers. There were no half-white childrens there. Master would not let us work until we were 13 years old. Then he put us to ploughing in the soft land, and the men in rough land. Some of the women played off sick and went home and washed and ironed and got by with it. The overseer tried to make 2 of them go back to work. They flew at him and whooped him. He told the master when he come home. Master said, "Did you allow them women to whoop you?" "Yes," he replied. The master told him if women could whoop him, he didn't want him. But he let him stay on. His name was Jack Rivers. He was hired by Master. Master Rivers did not have any slaves. There was no jail on the plantation. Case when an overseer whooped a nigger, he did not need any jail. The black folks better not be caught with a book, but one of the children at our plantation, Master Peter Mitchell's sister, had taught Aunt Isabella to read and write. And during the war she would read and tell us how everything was going. Tom Mitchell, a slave, sassed Master. Master told him he would not whip him, but he would sell him. Tom's brother, Henry, told him if he was left he would run away, so Master sold both. He carried them to Richmond to sell them. He sold them on the auction block the way down on Broad Street. When they put Tom on the auction block, they found Tom had a broken leg and Master didn't get much for him. He wanted to get enough for these 2 grown settled men to buy 2 young men. Tom was married. He was sold from his wife and children's. Master did not get enough for them to pay for these 2 young boys. He had to pay the difference in money. The boys were about 21 or 22 years old. When Master got back with them, the overseer told him he had ruined his plantation. The boys soon became sick with yellow fever and both died. They strolled it round and many died. Master sure made a mess of things that time. Dr. Ben Wilson of Warren County was Master Mitchell's brother-in-law. He tended the sick folks and he made many trips. Sometimes as soon as he got home, they sent for him again. We played mumble peg and hopscotch when I was a kid. We played jumping the rope a lot. I have never been married. I had only one brother. He has been dead 6 years. Since he died, I have had a hard time making a living. Brother John lived with me until he died. I only had one sister. She died many years ago. I think slavery was mighty hard and wrong. I joined the church 'cause I had religion, and the church would help me to keep it. People should be religious, so they will have a place in the beyond. Abraham Lincoln was a good man. I have his picture. I think Mr. Roosevelt is a good God-fearing man. When he gets sick, I pray for him. When he is sick, I is just as scared as I can be. I prays for him to stay well. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Patterson of Monmouth County, New Jersey. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Section 13. Charity McAllister, 602 South Street. My name is Charity McAllister. I was here long time before the Yankees come here. I was 'bout grown when they come through. I ain't hardly able to cook my little something to eat now. I ain't able to work out. No, sir, not able to work. Done and worked my time out. I was a grown gal when the Yankees come. I was about 18 years old. I loves to give you the truth, and I knows I was that old. I was a grown gal. My father was named Robert Blaylock. He belonged to the Blaylocks of Harnett County. My mother was Annie McAllister. She belonged to Janet McAllister in Harnett County. I belonged to John Green at Lillington, Harnett County. My mother first belonged to John Green. She got in the family way by a white man, and John Green sold her to a speculator named Bill Avery of Raleigh. A speculator. They sold my brother. He was as white as you is. When the surrender come, Mother went back to Miss Janet McAllister in Harnett County. That's how they got back there. I wants to tell the truth, and that's what I is going to do. I tell you, I was whooped during slavery time. They whooped us with horsehair whoops. They put a stick under our legs and tied our hands to the stick, and we could not do nothing but turn and twist. They would sure work on your back end. Every time you turned, they would hit it. I've been whooped that way and scarred up. We slept on the mattress made of toe sacks. Our clothes were poor. One-piece dress made of carpet stuff, part of the time. One pair of shoes a year after Christmas. They give 'em to us on January 1st. No shoes till after Christmas. They did not give us any holidays, Christmas in Harnett County. That was against the rules. No prayer, nor nothing on the plantation in our houses. They did not allow us to go to the white folks' church. They did not allow the slaves to hunt, so we did not have any game. They did not allow us any patches. No, sirree, we did not have any money. The slaves slept a lot on pallets during slavery days. A pallet was a quilt or tow carpet spread on the floor. We used a cotton pillow sometimes. There was about 50 slaves on the plantation. We had no overseer on master's plantation, and no books and schools of any kind for niggers. I cannot read and write. No, sir, I wish I could read and write. I split rails and worked in the Cape Fear River low grounds. We fenced the fields with rails split from trees, pine trees. They were 11 feet long. Yes, sir, I'd seed the patrollers. I seed a plenty of them scoundrels. Oh, the Ku Klux. Ha ha. They were real scandals, and I just can't tell you all the mean things they done right after the war. Reuben Matthews' slave, George Matthews, killed 2 Ku Klux. They double-teamed him and shot him, and he cut him with an axe, and they died. I was married right after the war, the second year after the war. I married Richard Rogers, but I kept the name of McAllister right on. My husband been dead a good long time. Lord, I don't know how long. I've been married one time, and that was one time too much. I have 2 sons, one named Clarence, and one named John. 2 daughters, one in Newport News, one in Washington, D.C. One named Lovey, and one named Lula. End of section 13. Section 14 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mary Patterson, Monmouth County, New Jersey. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Clara Cotton McCoy, ex-slave, 82 years. Yes'm, I was born 82 years ago. My mammy died then, and my grandmammy raised me. I sure do 'member when that man Sherman and his men marched through Orange County. But it didn't take no army of Yankees to ruin my white folks' home. It took just one Yankee. But even that didn't bow my mistress's head. I ain't never seen nobody as proud as my Miss Ria Cotton. She never bowed her head to trouble nobody. She never even bowed her head in church. When the preacher prayed, she just folded her hands and sat up straight, facing the Lord with no fear. No, sir. My mistress ain't wanna bow her head no time. Young Miss Laughter broke her mammy's heart. But she ain't make her bend her head. Miss Laughter's sure enough name was Miss Chlorina Cotton. She wasn't tall and dark like Miss Ria. She was little and round and pretty as a thorn flower, all pink and gold. She was just like a butterfly, never still a minute, skipping here and yonder, laughing with everybody. That's where she got her name. Us niggers were gonna call her Miss Laughter 'cause she was so happy. She was the only one that could make Miss Rye smile. She would run up to Miss Rye and ruffle her hair that she done combed back so slick and smooth. Then she would stick a red rose behind her ear and say, "Now, pretty mammy, you look like you did when Papa come courting." Massa never laid down his paper and looked first at Miss Rye, then at Miss Laughter, and for a minute Miss Rye would smile. Then she would look firm and say to Miss Laughter, "Don't you know that righteousness and virtue is more acceptable to the Lord than beauty? You's worldly, Clarina. You's too worldly." Miss Laughter would throw back her head and laugh, and her eyes would shine bright as blue glass marbles. She told Miss Rye that she expects that when her man come, he gonna see her face before he see her righteousness, so she gonna wear roses and curls, then he would know her when he seed her. Then, before Miss Rye could speak her mind, Miss Laughter done gone skipping down the hall, her little feets in the gauze slippers, twinkling from the ruffles of her pantalettes. Everybody on the place loved that child, and the house wasn't never the same after she done gone away. My grandmammy, Rowena, say that Miss Rye was born for trouble. She was born the last day of March, between midnight and day. The moon was on the wane, and just as Missus was born, the wind come down the chimney and blew the ashes out on the hearth. Grandmammy say that mean trouble and death. That newborn baby ain't never gonna keep long the things she loved the most, and she better never love nobody too well. If she do, they gonna be took away from her. And trouble sure did follow Miss Rye after she growed up. When the war come, Massa Ned went off to fight. He was Massa General Cotton then. That didn't leave nobody at home except Miss Rye, her mammy, Miss Roberta Davis, but we called her Old Mistress. Then there was Miss Laughter and young Massa Jerome. Young Massa wasn't but 15 when the war started, but they got him in the last call, and he didn't never come back no more. The plantation was big, but Miss Rye attended to things and handled the niggers same as a man. The first year of the war, she rode a horse 'bout the fields like an overseer, sing after the cotton and corn and taters. But the Yankees come and set fire to the cotton. They took the corn to their camp for their horses, and they toted off the taters to eat. The next year, Miss Rye didn't plant no cotton at all, 'cause the seeds ain't done been burned up. But she had the niggers plant corn, taters, and a good garden. That fall, the wind blew their hickory leaves to the north, and by spring, trouble done come, sure enough. There was a drought, and the corn didn't come up. The garden burned to parchment, but the taters done all right. With all that, Miss Rye held her head up and kept going. Then one day, a buzzard flew over the housetop, and his wings spread a shadow out on the roof. That night death come and got old Mistress. She passed on to glory in her sleep. 'Twas the Lord's will, Miss Ria told Grandmammy, and she still held her head up. But Grandmammy said that if somebody had shot that buzzard and wiped his shadow off the roof, old Mistus wouldn't have gone nowhere. The next spring day was much to plant. The Yankees done kept toting off everything, horses and all, till there wasn't much left. But the niggers, Grandmammy and Pappy along with them, dug up the garden with the grubbing hoe and planted what seed they had. Miss Ria's and Miss Laughter's clothes gonna look old, but Grandmammy kept them washed and starched stiff. 'Twas Miss Laughter that kept us from fretting too much. She would look at Miss Ria and say, "We'll be all right, Mammy, when Massa Ned come home." Sometimes she called her pappy Massa Ned, just like that. One day, Massa Ned did come home. They brung him home. 'Twas 'bout sunset. I remembers, 'cause 'twas the same day that my old black hen hatched the duck eggs I done set her on, and the apple trees was blooming. The blooms looked just like droves of pink butterflies flying on the sky. They brought Master Ned in the house and laid him out in the parlor. Miss Ria stood straight side by him, with her head straight up. "'Twas the Lord's will," she told Grandmammy. But Grandmammy shook her head and gonna cry and say, "You can't put that on the Lord, Miss Ria. You sure can't. 'Twasn't the Lord's will at all. 'Twas the will of the cussed Yankees." Then she turned round and took Miss Laughter's hand and led her upstairs and put her to bed. After that, things got worse. That wind that blew trouble down the chimney for Miss Ria when she was born begun to blow harder. The war got young Master Jerome and shot him down. There wasn't much to eat. The coffee was made out of parched corn, and the sweetening was cane lasses, and the ham and white bread done been gone a long time. There wasn't no eggs and chickens, and there wasn't but one fresh cow. But nobody ain't never seen Miss Ria bow her head nor shed a tear. When day surrender come day was Yankees camped all around the plantation, and Hillsboro was full of them. One day a Yankee man's come to the house. He was young. He come to see if Miss Ria didn't want to sell her place. Miss Ria stood in the door and talked to him. She wouldn't let him come on the porch. She told him she would starve before she would sell 1 foot of her land to a Yankee, and that he shouldn't darken the door of her house. 'Bout that time, Miss Laughter come down the hall and stood behind her mammy. Her hair curled about her head, yellow as a dandelion, and she had on a blue dress. When that soldier seed her, he stopped, and they looked and looked at each other, till Miss Ria turned around. When she done that, Miss Laughter turned and run up the stairs. After that, Miss Ria wouldn't let that child go no place by herself. I was her bodyguard. Everywhere she went, I had to go too. We would go to walk down in the pine woods back of the pasture, and somehow that Yankee would go to walk in them woods too. Every time we seen him, he would give me a piece of money, and when I got back to the house, I didn't tell nothing. Then one day, I heard that soldier tell Miss Laughter that he was gone away. Miss Laughter gonna cry, and I didn't hear what else they said 'cause they sent me down the path. But that night, Miss Laughter put her clothes in her box and made me tote it down to the pasture and hide it in the blackberry patch. Then she gave me a note and told me to go to bed and go to sleep. But when morning come, to give the note to Miss Ria. The next morning, I give the note to Miss Ria, but by then, Miss Laughter done gone off with that Yankee. Miss Ria called all us niggers in the big room. She took down the family Bible from the stand and marked out Miss Laughter's name. I ain't got no daughter, she said. Remember the child that I had and dead, and her name mustn't never be called in this house no more. We all went out, except Grandmammy. But Miss Ria wouldn't let her talk to her about forgiving Miss Laughter. And when the letters begun to come, they were sent back unopened. Miss Ria's niece, Miss Betty, and Master John Davis, her husband, come to live with Miss Ria to help attend to things. But nobody was allowed to call Miss Laughter's name. Even though they was free, Grandmammy and Poppy and some more of us niggers stayed on the plantation, helping on the farm. But in about a year, Miss Ria took sick. Miss Betty wanted to send for Miss Laughter, but Miss Ria wouldn't even answer. But Miss Betty sent for her anyhow and kept her downstairs. Then one day, the sun turned black and the chickens went to roost in the daytime. Grandmammy flung her apron over her face and begun to pray 'cause she knew the death angel was coming after Miss Ria. Miss Betty got Miss Laughter, and when she come up the stairs, all of us house niggers stood in the hall watching her go in to see Miss Ria. She was laying on the bed with her eyes shut like she was asleep. Miss Laughter went in and kneeled down by the bed. "Mammy, Mammy," she say, soft just like that. Miss Ria's hands caught hold of the quilt tight, but she ain't open her eyes. Grandmammy went up and laid her hand on her head, but she shook it off. The tears was running down Miss Laughter's cheeks. "Mammy," she say, "I'm sorry. I loves you, Mammy." Miss Ria turned her face to the wall and her back on Miss Laughter. She ain't never opened her eyes. 'Bout that time, the sun come out from behind them black wings of shadow, and Miss Ria's soul went on to glory to meet Master Ned. Yes'm, Miss Ria sure was proud. But Grandmammy say, 'twa'n't no war that brung all that trouble on her. She say, 'twas the wind that come down the chimney that night she was born, the north wind that blew the ashes 'bout the hearth. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. A Good Mistress. An interview with Henrietta McCullers, 87 years old, of 531 East Davie Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born round 87 years ago in Wake County. Me and my mammy longed to Miss Betsy Adams, and my pappy longed to Mr. Nat Jones. I think that Mars Nat had a whole passel of slaves, but Miss Betsy ain't had more'n 6 or 7. You ask me if Miss Betsy was good to us. She was so good that I loved her all her life, and now that she's dead I loves her in her grave. We ate the same rations what she ate, and we slept in the same kind of bed she slept in. I knows that sometimes she'd have company, and she'd do a heap of extra fixin', but she ain't never fixed better for the company than for us. She'd let us have a corn shuckin' once a year, and of course we had a heap of prayer meetin's and a few socials. She ain't wanted her niggers to dance 'cause she am such a good Christian, but she let us have candy pullin's and such. When the work weren't pushin', she'd let us go fishin' and swimmin' and all. Only we just waited 'cause we ain't used enough ter the water. You know that niggers am naturally scared of water anyhow. If'n the work was pushin', we worked from sun up till dark, and Miss Betsy worked too. Man, she was a workin' woman, and she made us work too, but I loves her better than I does my own child'ns now, and that's one reason that I wants her to go to heaven. All my life when I done a bad thing, I think 'bout Miss Betsy teachin's, and I repents. I plowed and dug ditches and cleaned new ground, and hard work ain't never hurted me yet. The master was too puny to work, and I often thinks that maybe he married Miss Betsy to look after him. They only had one man, Uncle Mose, and so of course he had to have some help to tend about 100 acres. Most of our land was planted in feedstuff for us and the cattle, and so we raised everything but the coffee. Sometimes we drunk japonica tea and done without the coffee. On Sundays you should have seen us in our Sunday best going to church behind the missus' coach with old Uncle Mose high on the box. We can't read the hymns even if we had a book, 'cause we ain't allowed to have no books, but we sung just the same. At Christmas time we had a party at the big house. Miss Betsy had saved a bushel or so of the latest apples, and she made a big dish of Lass's candy, and we popped popcorn and was happy. Miss Betsy always give us some clothes, and we had a feast all through the week of holidays. When the Yankees comed, they just about cleaned us out. They kills pigs, turkeys, calves, and hens all over the place. They gets the preserves and a heap of the lasses, and they sass Miss Betsy. All this was them bad-mannered soldiers' fault, 'cause Abraham Lincoln ain't meant for it to be this way, I know. I reckon that most of 'em soldiers was poor white trash. They don't care about the niggers, but they ain't wanted our white folks to be rich. The Yankees ain't stayed long in our neighborhood 'cause they am not looking for our soldiers, so they goes away. Did I leave after the war was over? No, sir, I ain't, and all the rest stayed on too. Uncle Mose stayed on too. Uncle Mose stayed the rest of his life, but I left 2 years afterwards when I got married. My memory am getting so short that I don't remember my daddy's name, nor my brothers and sisters' names. I remember that my mammy was named Piety, though, and I remembers my first lesson from Miss Betsy. Don't lie, and don't steal. Ask for what you needs, mind you, not what you wants. Niggers ought to be back in slavery now. They'd be better and happier than they is. I ain't never had a whooping in my life, and that's more than most of these free niggers can say. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Curtis Richardson. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Willie McCullough, 8 Mackey Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. Age 68 years. I was born in Darlington County, South Carolina, the 14th of June, 1869. My mother was named Rila McCullough, and my father was named Marion McCullough. I remember them very well, and many things they told me that happened during the Civil War. They belonged to a slave owner named Billy Cannon, who owned a large plantation near Marion, South Carolina. The number of slaves on the plantation, from what they told me, was about 50. Slaves were quartered in small houses built of logs. They had plenty of rough food and clothing. They were looked after very well in regard to their health, because the success of the master depended on the health of his slaves. A man can't work a sick horse or mule. A slave occupied the same place on the plantation as a mule or horse did. That is, a male slave. Some of the slave women were looked upon by the slave owners as a stock raiser looks upon his brood sows. That is, from the standpoint of production. If a slave woman had children fast, she was considered very valuable because slaves were valuable property. There was classes of slavery. Some of the half-white and beautiful young women who were used by the master and his men friends, or who was the sweetheart of the master only, were given special privileges. Some of them worked very little. They had private quarters well fixed up and had a great influence over the master. Some of the slave girls broke up families by getting the master so enmeshed in their net that his wife, perhaps an older woman, was greatly neglected. Mother and grandmother told me that they were not allowed to pick their husbands. Mother told me that when she became a woman at the age of 16 years, her master went to a slave owner nearby and got a 6-foot nigger man, almost an entire stranger to her, and told her she must marry him. Her master read a paper to them, told them they were man and wife, and told this Negro he could take her to a certain cabin and go to bed. This was done without getting her consent or even asking her about it. Grandmother said that several different men were put to her just about the same as if she had been a cow or sow. The slave owners treated them as if they had been common animals in this respect. Mother said she loved my father before the surrender, and just as soon as they were free, they married. Grandmother was named Luna Williams. She belonged to a planter who owned a large plantation and 40 slaves, adjoining Mr. Cannon's plantation, where mother and father stayed. My grandmother, on my mother's side, lived to be 114 years old, so they have told me. I ran away from home at the age of 12 years and went to Charleston, South Carolina. I worked with a family there as waiting boy for 1 year. I then went to Savannah, Georgia. I had no particular job, and I hoboed everywhere I went. I would wait all day by the side of the railroad to catch a train at night. I rode freight trains and passenger trains. I rode the blind baggage on passenger trains and the rods on freight trains. The blind baggage is the car between the mail car and the engine. The doors are on the side and none at the end. I hoboed on to Miami over the Florida East Coast Railroad. I next went from Miami to Memphis, Tennessee. After staying there a few days and working with a contractor, I again visited Charleston, South Carolina. I had been there only 2 days when I met some Yankees from Minnesota. They prevailed on me to go home with them, promising if I would do so, they would teach me a trade. I went with them. We all hoboed. We were halted at the Blue Ridge Mountains, but we got by without going to jail. We then went to New Jersey. From New Jersey to Chicago, Illinois, then into Milwaukee, Wisconsin, then on into Minneapolis, Minnesota. Many towns and cities I visited on this trip, I did not know where I was. My Yankee companions looked out for me. They taught me the trade of making chairs and other rustic furniture. They taught me 164 ways of making different pieces of furniture. I spent 11 years in Minnesota. During that time, I visited the South once every 3 years, spending several days in the county of my birth. Mother and father farmed all their lives, and they often begged me to settle down. But the wanderlust had me, and for 30 years I traveled from place to place. Even while in Minnesota, I did not stay in Minneapolis all the time. I visited most every town in the state during the 11 years I stayed there, and made hobo trips into most of the adjoining states. The main Yankee who taught me the trade was Joe Burton. He and the gang helped me to get food until I learned to trade well enough so I could make a living working at it. I have made a lot of money making and selling rustic furniture, but now I'm getting old. I'm not able to work as I used to. Not long ago, I made a trip from Raleigh to Charleston, South Carolina, but the trip was different from the old days. I hitchhiked the entire distance. I rode with white folks. On one leg of the trip of over 200 miles, I rode with a rich young man and his 2 pals. They had a fruit jar full of bad whiskey. He got about drunk, ran into a stretch of bad road at a high rate of speed, threw me against the top of his car, and injured my head. I am not over it yet. I quit the road in 1924. My last trip was from Raleigh, North Carolina to Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and return. I have made my home in Raleigh ever since. Done settled down. Too old to ramble anymore. End of section 16.
Section number 17 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. James Turner McLean, Lillington, North Carolina, Route 1. My name is James Turner McLean. I was born in Harnett County near Cape Fear River in the Buies Creek section, February the 20th, 1858. I belonged to Taylor Hugh McLean, and he never was married. The plantation was between Buies Creek and the Cape Fear River. The edge of it is about 75 yards from where I live now. The place where I live belongs to me. Way back, it belonged to the Boldens. The Boldens came from Scotland, and so did the McLeans. There were about 500 acres in this plantation, and Master Hugh McLean had about 50 slaves. The slaves lived in quarters, and Master lived in the big house, which was his home. Master took good care of his darkies. He did not allow anybody to whip them either. We had good food, clothes, and places to sleep. My father was Jim McLean, and my mother was named Charlotta McLean. My grandmother was named Jane. I called my mother Sissy and called my grandmother Mammy in slavery time. They did not have me to do any heavy work, just tending to the calves, colts, and going to the post office. The post office was at Mr. Sexton's, and we called it Sexton's Post Office on the Raleigh and Fayetteville Road. The stage run on this road and brought mail to this place. This post in my yard is part of a stagecoach axle. You see it? Yes, sir, that's what it is. I got it at Fayetteville when they were selling the old stagecoach. We bought the axle and wheels and made a cart. We got that stuff about 1870. My father bought it. He gave $12 for just the wheels and axle. This was after we had taken the ironclad oath and become more civilized. We were daresome to be caught with a paper book or anything if we were trying to learn to read and write. We had to have a pass to go around on, or the patrollers would work on us. I saw a lot of patrollers. Master gave his Negroes a pass for 12 months. He sent his timber to Wilmington and worked timber at other places so he gave his slaves yearly passes. Then when the war was about up, me and him went to the post office and he got the paper. All the niggers were free. We stopped on the way home at a large sassafras tree by the side of the road where he always stopped to read, and he read and told me I was free. I did not know what it was or what it meant. We came onto the house where my mother was, and I said, "Sissy, we is free." She said, "Hush, or I will put the hickory on you." I then went to Grandma, the one I called Mammy, and threw my arms around her neck and said, "Mammy, we are free. What does it mean?" And Mammy, who was Grandma, said, "You hush such talk, or I will knock you down with a loomstick." Master was coming then, and he had the paper in his hand and was crying. He came to the door and called Grandma and said, "You are free, free as I am, but I want you to stay on. If you go off, you will perish. If you stay on now, the crop is planted and work it. We will divide." Master was crying and said, "I do not own you any longer." He told her to get the horn and blow it. It was a ram's horn. She blew twice for the hands to come to the house. They were working in the river low ground about a mile or more away. She blew a long blow, then another. Master told her to keep blowing. After a while, all the slaves come home. She had called them all in. Master met them at the gate and told them to put all the mules up, all the hoes and plows, that they were all free. He invited all to eat dinner. He had 5 women cooking. He told them all he did not want them to leave, but if they were going, they must eat before they left. He said he wanted everybody to eat all he wanted, and I remember the ham, eggs, chicken, and other good things we had at that dinner. Then after the dinner, he spoke to all of us and said, "You have nowhere to go, nothing to live on, but go out on my other plantation and build you some shacks." He gave them homes and did not charge any rent. He bought nails and lumber for them, but he would not build the houses. Some stayed with him for 15 years, some left. He gave them cows to milk. He said the children must not perish. Master was a mighty good man, a fill-in man. He cried when some of his slaves finally left him. Mother and father stayed till they got a place of their own. I waited on him as long as he lived. I loved him as well as I did my daddy. I drove for him, and he kept me in his house with him. He taught me to be honest, to tell the truth, and not to steal anything. When freedom came, Master gave us a place for a school building and furnished nails and gave the lumber for the floors. He instructed them in building the windows. He was going to put his sister Jeanette McAllister in as teacher. She had married Jim McAllister at the Bluff Church, right at the lower part of the Averysboro battleground, where some of the last fighting between the North and South was done. But a man by the name of George Miller of Harnett County told him he knew a nigger who could teach the school. He employed the nigger, whose name was Isaac Brantley, to teach the school. He came from Anderson's Creek in the lower part of Harnett County. We learned very little, as the nigger read and let us repeat it after him. He would hold the book and spell and let us repeat the words after him without letting us see in the book. He stayed there 2 months. Then a man by the name of Matthews, Haywood Matthews, son of Henderson Matthews, came. They were white folks, but went for Negroes. Haywood teach there. He got the children started, and most of them learned to read and write. I saw the Yankees come through, also Wheeler's cavalry. The Yankees took chickens and things. They gave us some things, but Wheeler's cavalry gave us nothing. They took what they wanted and went on. Master hid his horses and things in the Picasin. When the Yankees came, Master was hid. They rode up to my mother and asked where was he. She said, "I do not know." Then they asked her where was the silver, his money, and the brandy and wine. They got 1 demijohn full of brandy. They went into the house, tore up things, got his china pipe, fixed for 4 people to smoke it at one time. You could turn a piece and shut it off all the holes but one, when one man wanted to smoke. They threw away his old beaver hat, but before they left, they got it and left it in the house. Wheeler's cavalry stomped things and broke up more than the Yankees. Daddy hid Master's money, a lot of it, in the jamb of the fence. He covered it with sand that he threw out of a ditch that ran along near the fence. The Yankees stopped and sat on the sand to eat their dinner and never found the money. I have never seen a slave sold, and none never ran away from Master's plantation. When any of his men went to visit their wives, he let them ride the stock and give them rations to carry. There was a jail for slaves at Somerville. I saw it. We went to the white folks' church at Neal's Creek. Mother used herbs to give us when we were sick. Dr. John Turner, looked after us. We were bled every year in the spring and in the fall. He had a little lance. He corded your arm and popped it in, and the blood would fly. He took nearly a quarter blood from Grandma. He bled according to size and age. We ought to think a lot of Abraham Lincoln and the other great men such as Booker T. Washington. Lincoln set us free. Slavery was a bad thing and unjust. End of section 17, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, August the 18th, 2021.
Section 18 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Curtis Richardson. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Frank Magwood. I was born in Fairfield County, South Carolina, near the town of Ridgeway. Ridgeway was on the Southern Railroad from Charlotte, North Carolina to Columbia, South Carolina. I was born October 10, 1864. I belonged to Nora Raines, whose wife was named Emma. He had 4 girls, Frances, Anne, Cynthia, and Emma, and 1 son named George. There was about 1,000 acres of land inside the fences, with about 200 acres cleared. There were about 70 slaves on the place. My mother and father told me these things. Father belonged to a man by the name of John Gossey, and mother belonged to old man Raines. My father was named Lisbon Magwood, and my mother was named Margaret Magwood. They were sold and resold on the slave auction block at Charleston, South Carolina. But the families to whom they belonged did not change their names until mother's name was changed when she married father in 1862. There were 12 children in the family, 3 boys and 9 girls. Only 2 boys of this family are living, Walter and myself. Mother and father said at the beginning of the war that the white folks said it would not last long, and that in the first years of the war, they said one Southerner soldier could whoop 3 Yankee soldiers. But after a while, they quit their bragging. Most everything to eat and wear got scarce. Sometimes you couldn't get salt to go in the vegetables and meat that was cooked. People dug up the salty earth under their smokehouses, put water with it, drained it off, and used it to salt rations. There came stories that the Yankees had taken this place and that they were marching through Georgia into South Carolina. They burned Columbia, the capital of South Carolina, and had both whites and blacks scared. They were so rough. The Yankees stole, burned, and plundered. Mother said they hated South Carolina because they started the war there. They burned a lot of the farmhouses, the army, so my father and mother said, was stretched out over a distance of 62 miles. Just think of a scope of country 62 miles wide with most of the buildings burned, the stock killed, and nothing to eat. The Southern Army and the Northern Army had marched back and forth through the territory until there was nothing much left. Where Sherman's army stopped and ate and fed their horses, the Negroes went and picked up the grains of corn. They strode there and parched and ate them. People also parched and ate acorns in South Carolina. Father and mother got together after the war, and they moved to a widow lady's place by the name of Ann Hunter, near Ridgeway. She was good to us. We stayed there 16 years. Ann Hunter had 3 sons, Abraham, George, and Henry. Abraham went to South America on a rambling trip. He decided to stay there. He was a young man then, and he married a Spaniard. When he came home to see his mother, it was the year of the earthquake in 1886. He was a grown man then, and he brought his wife and children with him. He had 3 children. All of them spoke Spanish and could not understand their grandmother's talk to them. His wife was a beautiful woman, dark with black hair and blue eyes. She just worshipped her husband. They stayed over a month and then returned to South America. I have never seen them since or had any straight news of them. Mother and father lived on the farm until they died, with first one ex-slave owner and another. They said they had nothing when the war ended and that there was nothing to do. I stayed with my mother and father near Ridgeway until I was 21 years of age. I left the farm then and went to work on the railroad. I thought I was the only man then. I was so strong. I worked on the railroad 1 year, then I went to the Stone Mountain Rock Quarry in Georgia. I got my hand injured with a dynamite cap after I had worked there a year and come home again. I went back to working on the farm as a day hand. I worked this way for 1 year, then I began sharecropping. I farmed ever since I came to Wake County 15 years ago. I farmed on Mr. Simpkins' place 1 year, then Mr. Dillon bought the place, and I stayed there 9 more years. Then I became so near blind I could not farm. I came to Raleigh to this house 4 years ago. I have been totally blind since the 15th of last December. I married Alice Prayler near Ridgeway when I was 23 years of age. We had 9 children. My last marriage was to Mammy Williams. I married her in South Carolina. We had 4 children. They all living, grown and married off. My chief worry over being blind is the fact that it makes me unable to farm anymore. End of section 18.
Section 19 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Jacob Manson, 317 North Haywood Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, 86 years of age. It has been a long time since I was born, but all my people am dead, except my wife and 1 son and 2 daughters. The son and 1 daughter live in North Carolina, and the other daughter lives in Richmond, Virginia. I belonged to Colonel Bun Eden. His plantation was in Warren County, and he owed about 50 slaves or more. There was so many of them there, he didn't know all his own slaves. We got mighty bad treatment. And I just wants to tell you, a nigger didn't stand as much show there as a dog did. They whooped for most any little trifle. They whooped me, so they said, just to help me get a quicker gait. They patrollers come sneaking round often and whooped niggers on master's place. They nearly killed my uncle. They broke his collarbone when they was beating him, and master made him pay for it, 'cause uncle never did get over it. Master didn't have any white overseers. He had nigger foremen. He liked some of the nigger omens too good to have any other white men playing round him. We worked all day and some of the night, and a slave who made a week even after doing that was lucky if he got off without getting a beating. We had poor food, and the young slaves was fed out in troughs. The food was put in a trough, and the little niggers gathered round and ate. Our cabins was built of poles and had stick and dirt chimneys, one door, and a little window at the back end of the cabin. Some of the houses had dirt floors. Our clothing was poor and handmade. Many of the slaves went bareheaded and barefooted. Some wore rags round their heads, and some wore bonnets. Marster lived in the great house. He did not do any work, but drank a lot of whiskey, went dressed up all the time, and had niggers to wash his feet and comb his hair. He made me scratch his head when he lay down, so he could go to sleep. When he got to sleep, I would slip out. If he waked when I started to leave, I would have to go back and scratch his head till he went to sleep again. Sometimes I had to fan the flies away from him while he slept. No prayer meetings was allowed, but we sometimes went to the white folks' church. They told us to obey our masters and be obedient at all times. When bad storms come, they let us rest, but they kept us in the field so long sometimes that the storm caught us before we could get to the cabins. Niggers watched the weather in slavery time, and the old ones was good at prophesying the weather. Marster had no chillins by white women. He had his sweethearts among his slave women. I ain't no man for telling false stories. I tells the truth, and that is the truth. At that time, it was a hard job to find a marster that didn't have women among his slaves. That was a general thing among the slave owners. One of the slave girls on a plantation near us went to her missus and told her about her master forcing her to let him have something to do with her, and her missus told her, "Well, go on, you belong to him." Another master, named Jimmy Shaw, ordered a purty slave girl, nearly white, and he kept her. His wife caught him in a cabin, in bed with her. His wife said something to him about it, and he cussed his wife. She told him she had caught him in the act. She went back to the great house and got a gun. When the master came in the great house, she told him he must let the slave girls alone, that he belonged to her. He cursed her again and said she would have to tend to her own damn business, and he would tend to his. They had a big fuss, and then Master Shaw started towards her. She grabbed a gun and let him have it. She shot him dead in the hall. They had 3 children, 2 sons and 1 married daughter. Mrs. Shaw took her 2 sons and left. The married daughter and her husband took charge of the place. Mrs. and her sons never came back, as I knows of. A lot of the slave owners had certain strong, healthy slave men to serve the women. Generally, they gave 1 man 4 women, and that man better not have nothing to do with the other women, and the women better not have nothing to do with other men. The children was looked after by the old slave women who were unable to work in the fields, while the mothers of the babies worked. The women plowed and done other work as the men did. No books or learning of any kind was allowed. One morning, the dogs began to bark, and in a few minutes, the plantation was covered with Yankees. They told us we was free. They asked me where Master's things was hid. I told them I could not give up Master's things. They told me I had no master, that they had fighted 4 years to free us, and that Master would not whoop me no more. Master sent to the fields, and had all the slaves come to him. He told me to tell him not to run, but to fly to the house at once. All plowhands and women came running home. The Yankees told all of them they was free. Master offered some of the Yankees something to eat in his house, but they would not eat cooked food. They said they wanted to cook their own food. I saw slaves sold in slavery time. I saw them whooped, and many ran away. Some never came back. When we was sick, we took lots of herbs and roots. I married Roberta Edwards 51 years ago. We had 6 sons and 3 daughters. After the war, I farmed around from one plantation to another. I have never owned a home of my own. When I got too old to work, I came and lived with my married daughter in Riley. I've been here 4 years. I think slavery was a mighty bad thing, though it's been no bed of roses since. But then, no one could whoop me no more. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Roberta Manson, 317 North Haywood Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, age 74. I was born the 2nd year of the war, and the most I know about slavery was told to me by other colored folks. My master was Weldon Edwards, and my missus was Mrs. Lucy. The plantation was in Warren County, near Ridgeway. My father was named Lannis Edwards, and my mother was named Ellen Edwards. They both belonged to Weldon Edwards. Father and mother said he was mighty rough to them. I heard my mother say that master whooped father so bad that she had to grease his back to get his shirt off. Master allowed the overseers to whoop the slaves. The overseers was named Caesar Norfair, Jim Trissel, and David Porter. There was a old man there by the name of Harris Edwards who fed up the hogs and things. He was sick, and he kept 'em sick. Well, after a while the old master tried to make him work. The overseers then took him out way down in the plum orchard. They pulled his tongue out and whooped him. He died and was found by the buzzards. The overseers was named Jim Trissel and David Porter that did that. This old slave longed to missus, and when she found out, there was a awful fuss. One of the white overseers tried to pull it off on the other. It finally fell on Jim Trissel, and they soon got rid of him. Missus told him, "You have killed my poor old sick servant." Mr. Jim Trissel killed several slaves, and they was sure afraid of him. He knocked my father down with a stick, and when he fell, my father knocked his hip out of place. They whooped father 'cause he looked at a slave they killed and cried. They didn't allow no prayer meetings or parties in the houses, no books in the houses, no books or papers, no education. Some of the owners, when they knowed freedom was coming, they treated the slaves wusser than ever before. The old men and women that was unable to work was neglected till they died, or was killed by beating or burning. Colonel Skipper did that thing. He lived near Clarksville, Virginia. He put a lot of old men and women on an island in the Roanoke River. The river rose and stayed up 18 days, and they perished to death. They were sent there when sick, and they died. Mr. Skipper had over 200 slaves. He was one of the richest men in the South, and Mr. Nick Long was another rich man. Nick Long owned the plantation now known as the Caledonia States Prison Farm. General Ransom's plantation was a part of the land belonging to the Caledonia State Prison Farm now. It joined Nick Long's plantation. Father and mother had bad fare, poor food, clothes, and shoes. They didn't sift slave meal. They had no sifters. Sometimes the collards and peas was not clean for cooking. They said the more slaves a man had, the worser he was to slaves. Marster had dirt floors in the cabins. They slept on straw bunks made out in bagging and straw. Some slept on wheat, straw, and shucks, and covered with bagging. Old man Matt Bullock, a Negro slave, and his mother Ella and grandmother Susan, also slaves, froze to death. Matt Bullock, the son of old man Matt Bullock, told me this. These slaves belonged to Jim Bullock, whose plantation was near Townsville, North Carolina. Weldon Edwards, who owned father and mother, had a whipping post, and they said they whipped old man Jack Edwards to death 'cause he went to see his sick wife. He crawled from the whipping post to the house out of being whipped and died. They told him 'fore they whipped him that they was going to stop him from running away. Families was broken up by selling. They couldn't sell a slave that was skinned up. Aunt Millie, Aggie, Grace, and Lima was sold from the Edwards family. Aunt Millie cried so much 'cause she had to leave her young baby that they talked of whipping her. But then they say, we cannot sell her if we whip her, and so they carried her on. Mother said what Master Weldon Edwards sold 4 women away from their young children at one time. We lived in log cabins with dirt floors, 1 door, and 1 small window at the back. The cabins had stick and dirt chimneys. When freedom came, mother and father stayed on with Master 'cause they didn't have nothing. They couldn't leave. They farmed for shares. Next year the overseers who had beat father so bad come arter him to go and work with him. It was Mr. David Porter. I asked Pa, ain't that the man who beat you so when you was a slave? And Pa say, you shut your mouth. He stayed with Mr. Porter 2 years, then we went to Mr. William Paschal's. We stayed there 4 years, and during the next 15 years we moved a good many times. We farmed round and finally went to Mr. Peter Wimm's place near where I was born. I was married there to Jack Manson 52 years ago in January. I had 8 children, 5 girls and 3 boys. 3 are living now, 1 boy and 2 girls. 2 of the children are in North Carolina, and 1, a girl, is in Virginia. I think slavery was a bad thing, but when freedom come, there was nothing else we could do but stay on with some of the white folks 'cause we had nothing to farm with and nothing to eat and wear. The men who owned the plantations had to have somebody to farm their land, and the slaves had to have somewhere to stay. That's the way it was, so if there was a lot of moving about, the ex-slaves kept doing the work 'cause that's the only way they had to keep from perishing. The masters needed 'em to farm their land, and the ex-slaves just had to have somewhere to live, so both parties kept staying and working together. The nigger made most they has out of working for white folks since the war, 'cause they didn't have nothing when set free, and that is all there is to it. End of section 20. Section 21 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Millie Markham's Story. June 1st, 1937. Ex-slave story as told by Millie Markham of 615 St. Joseph Street, Durham, North Carolina. I was never a slave. Although I was born somewhere about 1855, I was not born in slavery, but my father was. I'm afraid this story will be more about my father and mother than it will be about myself. My mother was a white woman. Her name was Tempe James. She lived on her father's big plantation on the Roanoke River at Rich Square, North Carolina. Her father owned acres of land and many slaves. His stables were the best anywhere around. They were filled with horses, and the head coachman was named Squire James. Squire was a good-looking, well-behaved Negro who had a white father. He was tall and light-colored. Tempe James fell in love with this negro coachman. Nobody knows how long they'd been in love before Tempe's father found it out, but when he did, he locked Tempe in her room. For days he and Miss Charlotte, his wife, raved, begged, and pleaded, but Tempe just said she loved Squire. "Why will you act so?" Miss Charlotte was crying. "Haven't we done everything for you and given you everything you wanted?" Tempe shook her head and said, "You haven't given me Squire. He's all I do want." Then it was that in the dark of the night Mr. James sent Squire away. He sent him to another state and sold him. But Tempe found it out. She took what money she could find and ran away. She went to the owner of Squire and bought him. Then she set him free and changed his name to Walden Squire Walden. But then it was against the law for a white woman to marry a negro unless they had a strain of negro blood. So Tempe cut Squire's finger and drained out some blood. She mixed this with some whiskey and drank it. Then she got on the stand and swore she had negro blood in her, so they were married. She never went back home and her people disowned her. Tempe James Walden, my mother, was a beautiful woman. She was tall and fair, with long light hair. She had 15 children, 7 boys and 8 girls, and all of them lived to be old enough to see their great-grandchildren. I am the youngest, and only one living now. Most of us came back to North Carolina. 2 of my sisters married and came back to Rich Square to live. They lived not far from the James plantation on Roanoke River. Once when we were children, my sister and I were visiting in Rich Square. One day we went out to pick huckleberries. A woman came riding down the road on a horse. She was a tall woman in a long gray riding habit. She had gray hair and gray eyes. She stopped and looked at us. "My," she said, "whose pretty little girls are you?" "We're Squire Walden's children," I said. She looked at me so long and hard that I thought she was going to hit me with her whip, but she didn't. She hit the horse. He jumped and ran so fast I thought she was going to fall off, but she went round the curve and I never saw her again. I never knew until later that she was Miss Charlotte James, my grandmother. I don't know anything about slavery times, for I was born free of free parents and raised on my father's own plantation. I've been living in Durham over 65 years. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Maggie Mials, 73 years old, of 202 Maple Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I'll never forget the day when the Yankees come through Johnston County. I belonged to Tom DeMay, and old missus in slavery time was named Liza. The DeMays lived in Raleigh when I was born, so mother told me, but they moved to a place near Smithfield. He had about a dozen slaves. We had little cabins to live in, but Marster had a big house to live in that set in a grove. The food I got was good because I was a pet in the family. My mother was a cook and a pet. My master was good to all of us, and I fared better than I do now. Old Marster thought the world of me, and I loved him. Marster allowed his slaves to visit, have prayer meetings, hunt, fish, and sing, and have a good time when the work was done. Some of the slave owners did not like Marster 'cause he was so good to his slaves. They called us old man DeMay's damn free niggers. I don't know my age exactly, but I was a big gal, big enough to drag a young'un round when the Yankees come through. I was 6 years old, if no older. When the Yankees come, they called us to the wagons and told us we was free. They give each of us a cap full of hardtack. They took clothes and provisions and give us nothing. One crowd of Yankees would come on and give us something, and another would come along and take it away from us. They told us to call Marster and Mrs. Johnny Rebs, that we was free and had no marsters. That was a day for me. some of the Yankees was riding, some walking and some running. They took the feather beds in Marster's house to the windows, cut them open, and let the feathers blow away. It was a sad time to me, 'cause they destroyed so much of Marster's stuff. After the Yankees left, we stayed right on with Marster a long time. Then we moved away to other members of the family. Mother would not give up the family, and she and Daddy stayed with them as long as they lived. I love the family now, and I'd rather be living with 'em than like I is. There's only a few of the younger set of the DeMays living. Old Marster and Missus had 3 boys, Cy, Lee, Zoa, girls Vic, Corinna, and Fidelia, 6 chillins in all. They is all dead, but I can't never forget 'em if I live to be 100 years old. I tries to live right before God and man, 'cause I knows I hain't got much longer on this earth. I knows I got to lay down sometime to rise no more till Judgment Day. Then I wants to meet old Marster, Missus, and the family in that country where there'll be no more goodbyes. I was married at 20 years old to Theodore Miles at the old Mac Powell place near the Neuse River in Wake County. I was hired as a house girl at this place with Mr. Alango Miles' family. They was some of the May family. I had 10 children, 4 boys and 6 girls. 6 of my children are living now, 2 boys and 4 girls. My husband been dead about 16 years. He died in October 1921, buried on the 3rd Sunday in October. I've farmed most of my life and have raised a big family. Sometimes we was hungry, and sometimes we had plenty. None of my children was never arrested, and none ever went to prison. I thinks that's something to knock on wood about. Slavery was a good thing by all niggers who happened to have good masters. The owners was to blame for slavery getting such a bad reputation. Some of 'em just done a little too much and sich caused a war and give the niggers freedom. Slavery was good for some and bad for others. End of section 22.
Section number 23 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Anna Mitchell, Ex-Slave Story. An interview with Anna Mitchell, 76 of 712 South Person Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born in Vance County, and I longed to Mr. Joseph Hargrove, the same man what owned Emily and Rufus Hargrove, my mammy and pappy. He also owned Joseph and Cora, my brother and sister. My mammy used to long to another man what lived in Virginia, but Mr. Hargrove buyed her when she was sold on the chopping block at Richmond. He already had my pappy, so they got married there on his plantation. Marster ain't never whupped nobody, case he am too much the gentleman, but the overseer done 'nuff for 'em all. There wasn't no Saturday evenings off, 'cept for the women, what had 8 or 10 chillins, and they got off to wash 'em up. In the rush time, that is, when the fodder was burnin' up in the fields, or the grass was eatin' up the cotton, they had to work on Sunday same as on Monday. My mammy was a seamstress, and I snowed her to work all night and half the day to make clothes for the slaves. We ain't had but 2 meals a day, and they was scant. We had a few frolics, dances and such like once in a while, and once a year we all went to a show, sorter like a circus. I 'members that we sung Swing Low, Sweet Chariot, The Promised Land, Old Time Religion, and one that goes, Dark was the night and cold the ground on which my Savior lay, and sweat like drops of blood run down, while ter to God he pray. There was a few more, but I done forget. Does you know that I can't 'member much 'bout the slave days? I don't recollect when the Yankees comed. Maybe they ain't come to our part of the country. I members when Marster Joseph comed out to the slave cabins and tells us that we can leave, 'cause we am free. I think that was the last of August, 'cause the father was in. I still knows a lady and gentleman though. A lady or gentleman speaks nice to you, 'case they was born with a silver spoon in their mouth, but the other kind what talks biggity shows plain that the spoons which they am born with am brass. E.H. End of section number 23. Read by Helmholtz, August 22nd, 2021.
Section 24 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynette Calkins, Monument, Colorado. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Patsy Mitchner, 84 years old, of 432 McKee Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. Come right in, honey. I been expectin' some of you white folks a long time, from what I dreamt, and I wants to tell you my story. You see, I is humble and perlite, 'cause my white folks teached me that way. Come right in. I'm not feelin' well. My husband has been dead a long time. I cannot stand up to talk to you, so have a seat. I belonged to Alex Gorman, a paper man. He printed The Spirit of the Age, a newspaper. I reckon you can find it in the museum. I reckons they keep all way back yonder things in there just to remember by. He had a lot of printers, both black and white. The slaves turned the wheels the most of the time, and the white men's done the printin'. There was a big place dug out of each side of the machine. One man pulled it to him, and then the other pulled it to him. They worked it with the hands. It was a big wheel. They didn't have no printers then, like they got now. The old printin' place is standin' now. It stands in front of the laundry on Dawson Street, where a lot of red wagons stands going up towards the bus station. The old building with stair steps to go up. They sot the type upstairs, and the machine was on the ground floor. Marster married Gormans twice, and they was both named Mary. Don't know whether they was sisters or not, but they was both Virginia women. So my missus' name was Mary Gorman. I do not know my age, but I was about 12 years old when Wheeler's cavalry come through. They skeered me so much I squatted like a rat. They pulled clothes off the line and stole clothes from stores and went down to the depot and changed clothes. They stole the women's drawers and filled them with things. They stole meat, corn, and other things and put 'em in women's drawers, throwed 'em across their horses' backs and went on. You know, women then wore long drawers, open in front. Ha ha! Wheeler's cavalry tied up the legs in front of 'em and filled the legs and seat full of things they stole. They just grabbed everything and went on. They had a reason for leaving. The Yankees was at their heels. Just as soon as they left, the Yankees come. You know, there was a man here by the name of Governor Holden, and the flag was a red and white flag, and when the Yankees come, there was another flag run up. I want to try to tell the truth because I was teached that way by Marster and Missus. The flag brought peace, 'cause the Yankees did not tear up the town. They had guards out around the houses, and they marched back and forth night and day to keep everybody from robbing the houses. The Yankees with their blue uniforms on just kivered the town. They was just like ants. They played purty music on the band, and I liked that. I was 'fraid of 'em, though, 'cause Marster and Missus said they were going to give us to 'em when they come. I stayed hid most of the time right after the surrender, 'cause I didn't want the Yankees to catch me. When the others left after the surrender, I run away and went to Reverend Lewis Edwards, a nigger preacher. He sent me to my aunt at Rollsville. My aunt was named Patsy Lewis. I stayed there about 3 weeks when my uncle rented where Cameron Park is now and tended it that year. We all come to Raleigh, and I have lived here all my life, but the 3 weeks I stayed at Rollsville. I have worked for white folk, washing, cooking, and working at a laundry ever since freedom come. I never seed my father in my life. My mother was named Tempe Gorman. They would not talk to me about who my father was, nor where he was at. Mother would laugh sometime when I asked her about him. Marster treated his niggers mean sometimes. He beat my mother till the scars was on her back so I could see 'em. They sold my mother, sister, and brother to old man Askew, a slave speculator, and they were shipped to the Mississippi bottoms in a boxcar. I never heard from mother any more. I never seed my brother again, but my sister come back to Charlotte. She come to see me. She married and lived there till she died. In slavery time, the food was bad at Marster's. It was cooked one day for the next. That is, the cornbread was baked, and the meat was biled, and you ate it cold for breakfast. The meat was as fat as butter, and you got one ration and a hunk of cornbread for a meal. No biscuit was seen in the slave houses. No, sir, that they was not. No biscuit for niggers at Marster's. Our clothes was bad, and our sleeping places was just bunks. Our shoes had wooden bottoms on 'em. I heard 'em talk about patter rollers so much I was skeered, so I could hardly sleep at night sometimes. I was 'fraid they would come and catch me, but I never seed one in my life. I never seed any slaves sold, in chains, or a jail for slaves. I never seed a slave whooped. Marster took 'em in the back shed room to whoop 'em. We was not teached to read and write. You better not be caught with no paper in your hand. If you was, you got the cowhide. I darsn't to talk back to 'em, no matter what happened. They would get you if you talked back to 'em. I married Tom Mitchner after the war. I went by the name of Patsy Gorman till I was married. Now I goes by the name of Patsy Mitchner. My husband, Tom Mitchner, was born a slave. My master lived where the bus station is now, on the corner of Martin and McDowell Streets, in that old house that stands near there now. I was born and bred in Raleigh, and have never lived out of Wake County. Old Dr. Jim McKee, who is dead and gone, looked arter us when we was sick. He give us medicine and keep us clean out better'n people is clean out now. Dr. John McKee at the City Hall is his son. They pays no attention to me now. Guess they has forgotten me. Did you say ghosts? Lawsy, no, I never seed one, but our spirits is always wandering around, even before we dies. Spirits is wandering everywhere, and you has to look out for 'em. Witches is folks. I never had a spell put on me by one, but I knowed a woman once who had a spell put on her, and it hurt her feet. But a old white man witch doctor helped take the spell off, but I think it was the Lord who took it off. I is a Christian, and I believes everything is in His hands. The people is worser now than they was in slavery time. We need patter rollers right now. 'Twould stop some of the stealing and keep a lot of folks out of the penitentiary. We need 'em right now. Slavery was better for us than things is now, in some cases. Niggers then didn't have no responsibility, just work, obey, and eat. Now they got to shuffle round and live on just what the white folks mind to give 'em. Slaves prayed for freedom. Then they got it, they didn't know what to do with it. They was turned out with nowhere to go and nothing to live on. They had no spirits in looking out for themselves, and nothing to work with, had no land. They made me think of the crowd one time who prayed for rain when it was dry and crap time. The rain fell in torrents, and kept falling till it was 'bout a flood. The rain frogs 'gin to holler and callin' mo' rain, and it rained and rained. Then the rain crow got up in the high tree, and he holler and axed the Lord for rain. It rained till every little rack of cloud that come over brought a big shower of large drops. The fields was so wet and miry you could not go in 'em, and water was standing in the fields middle of every row, while the ditches in the fields looked like little rivers, they was so full of water. It begun to thunder again in the southwest, right where we call the chub hole of the sky, where so much rain comes from, and the clouds growed blacker and blacker back there. Then one of the men who had been praying for rain up and said, "I tell you, brothers, if it don't quit raining, everything gon' be washed away." They all looked at the black rain cloud in the west with sorrowful faces, as if they felt they didn't know what use they had for rain after they got it. Then one of the brothers said to the other brothers, kinder easy and shameful like, "Brothers, don't you think we overdone this thing?" That's what many a slave thought about praying for freedom. Before 2 years had passed after the surrender, there was 2 out of every 3 slaves who wished they was back with their masters. The master's kindness to niggers after the war is the cause of the nigger having things today. There was a lot of love between master and slave, and there is few of us that don't love the white folks today. Slavery was a bad thing, and freedom of the kind we got with nothing to live on was bad. 2 snakes full of poison, one lying with his head p'inting north, the other with his head p'inting south. Their names was Slavery and Freedom. The snake called Slavery laid with his head p'inted south, and the snake called Freedom lay with his head p'inted north. Both bit the nigger, and they was both bad. End of section 24. Section 25 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynette Calkins, Monument, Colorado. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Emiline Moore, ex-slave, 707 Hanover Street, Wilmington, North Carolina. I don't exactly know how old I is, but they say I must be 80. No, ma'am, I ain't got nothing in no family Bible. Where'd I get a family Bible? My mammy had too many children to look after to be putting 'em down in no Bible. She didn't have time, and she didn't have no learning nohow. But I reckon I is 80 because I remembers so much I's just about forgotten it all. My folks belonged to Colonel Taylor. He and Miss Kitty lived in that big place on Market Street where the soldiers lives now, the WLI Armory. But we was on the plantation across the river most of the time. Of course, I was born in slavery, but I don't remember nothing much except feeding chickens. And up on Market Street, Miss Kitty had chickens and things, and a cow. The house had more land round it than it got now. I do remember when they thought everybody round here was going to die, and I got skeered. No'm, 'twa'n't no war. It was the yaller fever. We was kept on the plantation, but we knowed folks just died and died and died. We thought 'twouldn't be nobody left. I don't remember nothing about Lincoln traveling around. I always heard he was President of the United States and lived in Washington and gave us freedom and got shot. Of course, I knows all about Booker Washington. A lot of our folks went to his school, and he's been here in Wilmington. I know a lot about slave times, only I was so little. I have heard my mammy say she had a heap easier time in slavery than after she was turned loose with a parcel of chillins to feed. I married as soon as I could, and that's how I got this house. But I can't work, and I disremembers so much. The welfare gives me regular pay, and now and then my friends give me a nickel or a dime. I lives alone now, until I can get a decent 'ooman to live with me. I tells you, missus, these women's and young girls today are something else. After you had 'em around a while, you wish you never knowed 'em. Sometimes when I just sits alone and rocks, I wonder if my mammy didn't have it lots easier than I does. End of section 25. Section 26 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynette Calkins. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Fannie Moore, ex-slave, 151 Valley Street, Asheville, North Carolina. Nowadays, when I hear folks a-growlin' and a-grumblin' 'bout not havin' this and that, I just think what would they done effen they be brought up on de Moore plantation. De Moore plantation belonged to Marse Jim Moore in Moore, South Carolina. De Moores had owned de same plantation and de same niggers and dey children for years back. When Marse Jim's pappy die, he leave de whole thing to Marse Jim, effen he take care of his mammy. She sure was a ripjack. She say niggers don't need nothin' to eat. They just like animals, not like other folks. She whipped me many time with a cowhide till I was black and blue. Marse Jim's wife war Mary Anderson. She war the sweetest woman I ever saw. She was allus good to every nigger on the plantation. Her mother was Harriet Anderson, and she visit de missus for long time on the farm. All de little niggers liked to work for her. She never talked mean. Just smile that sweet smile and talk in de softest tone. And when she laugh, she sound just like the little stream back of the spring house, gurglin' past de rocks. And her hair all white and curly. I can remember her always. Marse Jim owned the biggest plantation in the whole country, just thousands acres of land, and the old Tiger River a-runnin' right through the middle of the plantation. On one side of the river stood the big house, where the white folk lived, and on the other side stood the quarters. The big house was a purty thing all painted white, a-standin' in a patch of oak trees. I can't remember how many rooms in that house, but powerful many. Of course, it was built when the Moores had such large families. Marse Jim, he only had 5 children, not 12 like his mammy had. They was Andrew and Tom, then Harriet, Nan, and Nettie Sue. Harriet was just like her Granny Anderson. She was good to everybody. She'd get the little niggers down and teach 'em dey Sunday school lesson. Effen old Marse Jim's mammy catch her, she sure raise torment. She make life just as hard for niggers as she can. The quarters just long row cabins daubed with dirt. Everyone in the family lived in one big room. In one end was a big fireplace. This had to heat the cabin and do the cooking too. We cooked in a big pot hung on a rod over the fire and baked the corn pone in the ashes, or else put it in the skillet and covered the lid with coals. We allus had plenty wood to keep us warm. That is, if we have time to get it out in the woods. My granny, she cooked for us chillins while our mammy away in the field. They wasn't much cooking to do. Just make corn pone and bring in the milk. She had big wooden bowl with enough wooden spoons to go round. She put the milk in the bowl and break it up. Then she put the bowl in the middle of the floor, and all the children grab a spoon. My mammy, she work in the field all day and piece and quilt all night. Then she have to spin enough thread to make 4 cuts for the white folks every night. Why, sometime I never go to bed. Have to hold the light for her to see by. She have to piece quilts for the white folks too. Why, there is a scar on my arm yet, where my brother let the pine drip on me. Rich pine war all the light we ever have. My brother was a holding the pine so's I could help Mammy tack the quilt, and he'd go to sleep and let it drop. I never see how my Mammy stand such hard work. She stand up for her children, though. The old overseer, he hate my Mammy, 'cause she fight him for beating her children. Why, she get more whoopings for that than anything else. She had 12 children. I 'member I seed the 3 oldest standing in the snow up to their knees to split rails, while the overseer stand off and grin. My mammy, she trouble in her heart about the way they treated. Every night she pray for the Lord to get her and her children out of the place. One day she plowing in the cotton field. All sudden like she let out big yell. Then she start singing and shouting and a whooping and a hollering. Then it seemed she plow all the harder. When she come home, Marse Jim's mammy say, "What all that going on in the field? Yo' think we send you out there just to whoop and yell? No, sirree, we put you out there to work, and you show better work, else we get the overseer to cowhide you old black back." My mammy just grin all over her black wrinkled face and say, "I's saved. The Lord done tell me I's saved. Now I know the Lord will show me the way. I ain't gwine to grieve no more. No matter how much y'all done beat me and my children, the Lord will show me the way. And someday we never be slaves." Old Granny Moore grabbed the cowhide and slashed Mammy across the back. But Mammy never yell. She just go back to the field a singing. My mammy grieved lots over Brother George, who died with the fever. Granny, she doctored him as best she could, every time she get away from the white folks' kitchen. My mammy never get chance to see him, except when she get home in the evening. George, he just lie. One day I look at him, and he has such a peaceful look on his face, I think he sleep, and just let him alone. Long in the evening, I think I try to wake him. I touch him on the face, but he was dead. Mammy never know till she come home at night. Poor Mammy, she kneel by the bed and cry her heart out. Old Uncle Allen, he make pine box for him and carry him to the graveyard over on the hill. My Mammy just plow and cry as she watch him put George in the ground. My pappy, he was a blacksmith. He shoot all the horses on the plantation. He worked so hard he had no time to go to the field. His name was Stephen Moore. Marse Jim call him Stephen Andrew. He was sold to the Moores and his mammy too. She war brought over from Africa. She never could speak plain. All her life she been a slave. White folks never recognize 'em any more than effen they was a dog. It was a terrible sight to see the speculators come to the plantation. They would go through the fields and buy the slaves they wanted. Marse Jim never sell Pappy or Mammy or any of they children. He always liked Pappy. When the speculator come, all the slaves start a-shaking. No one know who is a-going. Then sometime they take 'em and sell 'em on they block. The breed women always bring more money than the rest, even the men. When they put her on the block, they put all her children around her to show folks how fast she can have children. When she sold, her family never see her again. She never know how many children she had. Sometimes she had colored children, and sometimes white. 'Tain't no use to say anything, 'cause effen she do, she just get whipped. Why, on the Moore plantation, Aunt Cheney, everybody call her Aunt Cheney, have 2 children by the overseer. The overseer name war Hill. He war as mean as the devil. When Aunt Cheney not do what he ask, he tell Granny Moore. Old Granny call Aunt Cheney to the kitchen and make her take her clothes off. Then she beat her till she just black and blue. Many boys and girls marry their own brothers and sisters and never know the difference, lest they get to talking about their parents and where they used to live. The niggers allus have to get pass to go anywhere offen the plantation. They get the pass from the massa or the missus. Then, when the paddy rollers come, they have to show their pass to them. If you had no pass, they strip you and beat you. I remember one time there was a dance at one of the houses in the quarters. All the niggers was a-laughing and a-patting their feet and a-singing, but there was a few that didn't. The paddy rollers shoved the door open and stopped grabbing us. Uncle Joe's son, he decided there was one time to die, and he started to fight. He say he tired standing so many beatings, he just can't stand no more. The paddy rollers start beating him, and he start fighting. Oh, Lordy, it war trouble. They whip him with a cowhide for a long time. Then one of them take a stick and hit him over the head and just bust his head wide open. The poor boy fell on the floor just a-moaning and a-groaning. The paddy rollers just whip about half-dozen other niggers and then sends 'em home and leaves us with the dead boy. None of the niggers have any learning. Warn't never allowed to as much as pick up a piece of paper. My daddy slipped and got a Webster book, and then he'd take it out in the field and he learned to read. The white folks 'fraid to let the children learn anything. They 'fraid they get too smart and be harder to manage. They never let 'em know anything about anything. Never have any church. Effen you go, you set in the back of the white folks' church. But the niggers slip off and pray and hold prayer meeting in the woods. Then they turn down a big washpot and prop it up with a stick to drown out the sound of the singing. I remember some of the songs we used to sing. One of them went something like this. Hark from the tomb a doleful sound, my ears hear a tender cry, a living man come through the ground, where we may shortly lie. Here in this clay may be your bed, in spite of all you toil. Let all the wise bow reverent head, must lie as low as ours. Then they sing one I can hardly remember, but this is some of the words. Jesus can make you die in bed. He soft as downs in pillow there. On my breast I'll lean my head. Grieve my life sweetly there. In this life of heavy load, let us share the weary traveler along the heavenly road. Back in those times, there wasn't no way to put away fruit and things for winter like there is today. In the fall of the year, it certainly was a busy time. We peeled bushels of apples and peaches to dry. They put up lots of brandied peaches, too. The way they done, they peeled the peaches and cut 'em up. Then they put a layer of peaches in a crock, then a layer of sugar, then another layer of peaches, until the crock was full. Then they sealed the jar by putting a cloth over the top, then a layer of paste, then another cloth, then another layer of paste. They keep their meat 'bout the same way folks do today, 'cept they had to smoke it more since salt was so scarce back in that day. They can most of the other fruit and put it in the same kind of jars that they put the peaches in. They string up long strings of beans and let 'em dry and cook 'em with fatback in the winter. Folks back then never hear tell of all the ailments the folks have now. There warn't no doctors, just use roots and bark for teas of all kinds. My old granny used to make tea out of dogwood bark and give it to us children when we have a cold. Else she make a tea out in wild cherry bark, pennyroyal, or horehound. My goodness, but they was bitter. We do most anything to get out of taking the tea, but 'twarn't no use. Granny just get you by the collar, hold your nose, and you just swallow it or get strangled. When the baby had the colic, she get rat's vein and make the syrup and puts a little sugar in it and boil it. Then, soon as it cold, she give it to the baby. For stomach ache, she give us snake root. Sometimes she make tea. Other times she just cut it up in little pieces and make you eat 1 or 2 of them. When you have fever, she wrap you up in cabbage leaves or ginseng leaves. This made the fever go. When the fever got too bad, she took the hoofs offen the hog that had been killed and parch 'em in the ashes, and then she beat 'em up and make a tea. This was the most terrible of all. The year 'fore the war started, Marse Jim died. He war out in the pasture picking up cow loads a throwing 'em in the garden, and he'd just drop over. I hate to see Marse Jim go. He not sich a bad man. Arter he die, his boys Tom and Andrew take charge of the plantation. They think they run things different from their daddy, but they just get started when the war come. Marse Tom and Marse Andrew both hab to go. My pappy he go long with 'em to do their cooking. My pappy he say that some day he run 4 or 5 miles with the Yankees ahind him, afore he can stop to do any cooking. Then when he stop, he cook with the bullets a-fallin' all round the kettles. He say he walk on dead men, just like he walkin' on the ground. Some of the men be dead, some moanin' and some a-groanin', but nobody pay no 'tention, case the Yankees keep a-comin'. One day the Yankees come awful close. Marse Andrew had the Confederate flag in his hand. He wave it high in the air. Pappy say he yell for him to put the flag down, case the Yankees was a-comin' closer and was a-goin' to capture him anyway, but Marse Andrew just hold the flag up and run hind a tree. The Yankee soldiers just take 1 shot at him, and that was the last of him. My pappy bring him home. The family put him in alcohol. One day I went to see him, and there he was, a-swimmin' round in the water. Most of his hair done come off, though. He buried at Nazareth. I could go right back to the graveyard effen I was there. Then my pappy go back to stay with Marse Tom. Marse Tom was just wounded. Effen he hadn't had a Bible in his pocket, the bullet go clear through his heart. But y'all know no bullet ain't going through no Bible. No, you can't shoot through God's Word. Pappy, he bring Marse Tom home and take care of him till he well. Marse Tom give Pappy a horse and wagon, 'cause he save his life. Many time the soldiers come through the plantation and they load up their wagons with everything they find, lasses, ham, chickens. Sometime they give part of it to the niggers, but the white folks take it away when they get gone. The white folks hide all the silverware from the soldiers. They 'fraid they take it when they come. Sometime they make us tell effen they think we know. After the war, Pappy go back to work on the plantation. He make his own crop on the plantation, but the money was no good then. I played with many a Confederate dollar. He sure was happy that he was free. Mammy, she shout for joy and say her prayers war answered. Pappy get pretty feeble, but he worked till just 'fore he die. He made patch of cotton with a hoe. There was enough cotton in the patch to make a bale. Pappy died when he 104 years old. Mammy, she lived to be 105. After the war, the Ku Klux broke out. Oh, miss, they was mean. In they long white robes, they scared the niggers to death. They keep close watch on them afeard they try to do something. They have long horns and big eyes and mouth. They never go round much in the day, just night. They take the poor niggers away in the woods and beat 'em and hang 'em. They niggers was afraid to move, much less try to do anything. They never know what to do. They have no larnin', have no money. All they can do was stay on the same plantation till they can do better. We live on the same plantation till the children all grown and Mammy and Pappy both die. Then we leave. I don't know where any of my people are now. I knows I was born in 1849. I was 88 years old the 1st of September. End of section 26.
Section number 27 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Richard C. Mooring, Ex-Slave Story. An interview with Richard C. Mooring, 86, of 245 East South Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. My mammy was Cherry, and my pappy was Jacob. Mr. Anderson Clemens owned Mammy, and Mr. Fielding Mooring owned Pappy. I don't know much about Mr. Mooring, 'cause we stayed with Mr. Clemens near Apex in this same county. Mr. Clemens owned less than a dozen slaves, but he was good to 'em. The overseer, Mr. Upchurch, whooped the slaves some, but not very much. We had enough to eat and wear, and we worked hard, but no harder than we has since that time. Master allowed us our own garden and tater patch. We also had our own hogs. They allowed us some fun like dancing, wrestling matches, swimming, fishing, hunting, and games. We also had prayer meetings at our cabins. When there was a wedding, there was fun for all, 'cause it was a big affair. They was all dressed up in new clothes, and Master's dining room was decorated with flowers for the occasion. The band, which was banjos and fiddles, would play, and the neighboring folks would come. The preacher married 'em up good and tight, just like he done the white folks, and after it was over and the songs was sung, Master's dining table was set, and there was a wedding supper for all. I don't remember so much before the war, but I remembers that the Rebs go by and that the Yankees chase 'em. I is on Mr. Mooring's place then, closest to Morrisville. The Yankees was so busy chasing the Rebs that they don't stop to bother us much, except to kill the chickens and so on. There's a place out from Morrisville where the Yankees and the rebels had a little skirmish on that trip. We could hear the guns go booming, and after it was over, we chillins went there and picked up the balls and boxes of these hardtacks where the soldiers had fight. I forget to tell you about the first gang of Yankees what came by. They was looking for food, and when they got to our place, they comes in and helps themselves to Master's stuff. They killed all the live things, took all the hams and such, and they found about a bushel of eggs. They put 'em in the big wash pot and boiled 'em, and they goes to the spring house and get 7 or 8 pounds of butter. When the eggs was boiled, they splits 'em open and puts the butter on 'em and eats 'em that way. That's the first eggs that I ever tasted, and they sure give me all I wants. We went back to Mr. Clemens before the surrender, 'cause when that happens, Miss Jane Clemens tells us herself that we are free. All we chillins, Duncan, Candace, Mariah, Lynn, Willis, William, Sidney, Lindy, Mary, Rilda, and me, all of Mammy's chillins was there at the end of the war. We stayed on at Mr. Clemens for several years, in fact, till the old folks died. My young missus, Miss Caddy Ellis, lives on Hillsborough Street, and I often goes to see her, and she sometimes gives me money. So you sees the feeling that exists between me and my white folks. I'll tell you the story about the witch at the mill if and you wants to hear it. I heard my grandmammy tell it when I was a little feller. The witch at the mill. Once there was a free nigger what owns a mill, and he was making a heap of money. He married a handsome nigger wench, and it appeared like his luck all went bad. The folks quit bringing their corn to be ground, and he began to get poor. Long in them times, the slaves sometimes run away from their cruel masters, and they'd go to this nigger at the mill. He'd put 'em up to sleep in the mill, but they can't sleep on the count of fussing and scratching. Last one night, a nigger that has runned away come to spend the night, and he says that he was not scared of nothing. The owner can put him to sleep in the house if he wants to, 'cause his wife was spending the night with a friend of hers, but he decides to put him in the mill. He tells the runaway nigger about the witch, but after the nigger gets himself a butcher knife, he ain't scared no more, and he goes on to the mill. Way in the night, the nigger sees something, and the whites of his eyes shine like lamps. The things come nearer and nearer, and he sees that it was a big black cat with the savage notion of eating him. The nigger swings his knife, and off comes one of the old cat's feet. She gives an awful screech and goes out the window. The next morning, the owner's wife was sick in bed, and she refuses to get up. The man tells her to get up and cook his breakfast, but she refuses to stir. "You better get up, you lazy trollop," the man shouts, and with that, he drags the woman out of bed. He was amazed when he sees that her hand was cut off, and he yells for the neighbors. When the neighbors get there, they makes a big brush pile, and they ties her on it and burns her up. After that, the man had good luck, even after he married again. End of section number 27, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, August the 30th, 2021. Section number 28 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Julius Nelson, Ex-Slave Story. An interview with Julius Nelson, 77 of State Prison, Raleigh, North Carolina. I don't remember no slavery, of course, so 'tain't no use to ask me no questions. I does know that my mammy was named Ann and my pappy was named Alex. They belonged to a Mr. Nelson in Anson County. There was 11 of us youngins, but they all dead now except me. I don't reckon that I is but round 70, 'cause I was just 5 years old at the close of the war. What's that? I's 77. Land, how the time do fly. Anyhow, I just barely does remember how the horn blowed before the light of the day, and how we got up and had our breakfast, and when the horn blowed at sunrise, we went to the fields in a gallop. At dinner time, the plantation bell rung, and we fly for home. One big fat nigger woman cooked the dinner for us 50 or 60 slaves, and in an hour or so, we'd go back to the fields for more work. I says us, but I means them what could work. I did pull weeds and pick up apples and them things. These dinners here reminds me of the plantation dinner somehow, maybe because it's about the same quantity. Great big pots of turnip salad, collards, peas, beans, cabbages, potatoes, and other vegetables, and an oven full of sweet taters in the winter. There was a heap of pies in the summertime, and honey and molasses and lasses cake in the wintertime. There was big pounds of cornbread all the year round, and whole sides of meat, and on New Year's Day, hog's head and peas. For supper, we generally had pot liquor left from dinner, taters maybe, and some sweetening. There was ash cakes for supper and breakfast most of the time, and hominy, which the master had grown himself. The smart nigger ate a heap of possums and coons, there being plenty of them, and rabbits and squirrels in abundance. Did you ever eat any cush? Well, that was made out of meal, onions, salt, pepper, grease, and water. It made a good supper dish. Sometimes in the heat of the day, master let us pick blackberries on the hedgerow for our supper. We little uns often picks the berries, and then we'd have a big pan pie for supper. On holidays, we sometimes had chicken pie and ham and a lot of other food. Them was the happy times, especially on Christmas morning when we all goes to the big house to celebrate and to get our gifts. They give us clothes, food, and fruit. One Christmas, we had a big tub of candy. I recollect about twice a year we had a sociable when the niggers from the neighboring plantations would be invited, and they'd come with their banjos and fiddles, and we'd dance, all of us, and have a swell time. We little ones, we'd play fox on the wall, tag, mulberry bush, drap handkerchief, stealing sticks, and a whole heap of others that I disremembers right now. We shuck our corn on rainy days mostly, but the master let us have one big corn shucking every year, and the person that finds a red year can kiss who they pleases. It was grand times that we had then. We also had regular weddings with the preacher and all the fixins, and the master usually gave us a big supper because he knew that he was going to soon have more slaves from the Union. If the Yankees come to our part of the country, I don't remember seeing them, but I does know that the Ku Kluxes done give us a heap of trouble. I've lived a long time, especially the 15 years I've spent here, but I knows how to treat white folks, and I knows that the work and the healthy rations that the niggers got before the war is why they are stronger than the young niggers of this day. End of section number 28, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, October the 25th, 2021.
Section 29 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Patterson of Monmouth County, New Jersey. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Section 29, Plantation Life. An interview with Lila Nichols, 89 of Cary, Wake County, North Carolina, May 18, 1937. We belonged to Mr. Nat Whitaker after his marriage. His daddy, Mr. Willis, give us to him. We lived near Rompcat with Mr. Willis, and we was happy. My pappy was named Yancey, and my mammy was named Sabra. There was 2 brothers named Yancey and Ad, and 5 sisters, Alice, Sally, Martha, Betty, and Helia. Old Master was good to his slaves, but young Master Nat wasn't. We ain't had half enough to eat most of the time, and we ain't had no shoes till we was 21. We had just a few pieces of clothes, and they was of the worst kind. Our cabins was shacks, and we got several whoopings near about every day. For example, I had the job of getting up the eggs in the evening, and if there ain't the right number of them, Mrs. May whooped me. I also looked after the biddies, and if in one of 'em died, I got a whooping too. Once Mrs. was sick, and a slave gal named Alice brung her some water and something to eat. Mrs. got sick on her stomach, and she says that Alice done tried to poison her. To show you how sick she was, she gets out of the bed, strips that gal to the waist, and whoops her with a cowhide till the blood runs down her back. That gal's back was cut in gashes, and the blood run down to her heels. After that, she was chained down by the arms and legs till she got well. Then she was carried off to Richmond in chains and sold. We worked all the week. My mammy plowed with a 2-horse plow all the year when she wasn't cleaning new ground or digging ditches, and she got 2 days off when her chillins was born. We ain't had no passes to go nowhere, and we ain't allowed off the grounds. I know one time the missus sighs to whip a woman for something, and the woman says to her, "No, sir, missus, ain't 'lowing nobody while wearing the same kind of shirt I does to whip me." We was glad when the Yankees comed, although they acted like a pack of robbers. They burned the cotton, they stole everything they could lay hands on, and they tore up everything scandalous. They go to the house and knock at the door. The missus would lock it and yell at them that she weren't going to open it. They don't care. They just kicks it down and walks right in. They snatch pictures from the side of the house and throw 'em down and break 'em. They drunk up all the massa's brandy, and they insults the white women and the blacks alike. The Yankees come on a Thursday, and we left on Sunday. When we left, the yard was full of them Yankees cussing and laughing and drinking. We went to Raleigh, and the first winter wasn't so bad after all. We don't care nothing 'bout Mr. Lincoln, 'cause he ain't cared 'bout us. He was like the rest of the Yankees. He just don't want the South to get rich. They told us that there weren't no slaves in the North, but we done found out that the only reason was 'cause they can't stand the cold weather there, and that the North am greedy of us. I members the Ku Klux Klan, and I ain't got nothing 'gainst 'em, 'cause they had to do something with them mean niggers and the robber Yankees, who had done ruined us all. I know some niggers what ain't got long so well, and they done mean, 'cause they blame the white folks. But after a while they sees that it ain't Massa's Lincoln's fault, so they gets quiet. I said that we was glad that the Yankees come. We was, just 'cause our massa wasn't good like some massas, and at that, we ain't want to be free. End of section 29.
Section 30 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jonas. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. A Story of Slavery, as told by Martha Organ of Cary, as she heard her mother tell it many years ago. I don't know nothing about slavery, 'cept what I heard my mother tell, and that ain't so much. I know that my papa's name was Handy Jones, and my mamma's name was Melissa. She belonged to a Mr. Whittaker, but after she married my papa, she belonged to Mr. Rufus Jones. Mr. Rufus Jones was Mr. Wesley Jones's brother at the old Fanning Jones place, and he owned a sizable plantation. Mr. Jones was good to him. They ain't never given him no trouble, and he ain't never whipped none of them. I've heard her tell a whole heap about the Patter Rollers and the Ku Klux Klan, but of course I was born after the surrender, I now being just 61. I members specially what Mammy said about when the Yankees come.
She said that it was on a Thursday and that the old master was sick in the bed and had sent some slaves to the mill with grain. When these men started back from the mill, the Yankees overtook 'em and they killed the oxes and the harness, cut off the quarters and rid the house with that beef hanging all over the horses. They throwed what they ain't wanted away, but of course they took the meal and the grain. The old master had heard that them Yankees was comin' and he'd buried the silverware in the sandbar, but Lord, them Yankees found hit just like it were on top of the ground. They stole everything that they get their hands on, especially the meat from the smokehouse. They went down into the cellar and they drank up master's brandy and they got so drunk that they ain't got no sense at all. When they left, they carried my brother off with them, and nobody ever heard from him again. They said that the president wasn't thought much of them days. Mr. Jones died a few days after the surrender and hit 'pears like he made a will what give all of his niggers a little piece of land. Somehow this Mr. Whittaker, what my mammy used to belong to, had something to do with it. So he went to the courthouse in Raleigh to have the will broke up, and he draps dead. Mr. Jones and Mr. Whittaker was buried the same day. Speaking about ghosts, my mammy told me about a ghost what she'd seed, and when I was a child, I seed it too. I was close to F.U.'s church on the Durham Highway, and the ghost was 3 women dressed in white and without heads. They rise and flewed over the wagon and went to the churchyard, and that was the last time I seed 'em. I don't believe in ghosts much, but for the Lord I seed that one, and my mammy and pappy seed it 'fore I was borned. My mammy said that she'd seed some slave sales, but that they weren't so bad. She nor my pappy ain't never had no whippings, and she said that the worst thing she ever seed was a gal burned. It was this way. Mrs. Jones had sold a gal that she raised named Alice to a neighborhood woman. Alice had been used to go into the missus' house and warmin', so she went into the woman's house to warm. The woman made her stand for the fire till her legs burned so bad that the skin cracked up and some of it drapped off. Mrs. Jones found out, and she gave the woman back her money and took Alice home with her. End of section 30.
Section number 31 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jacqueline Burrell Walton. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Ann Parker. Ex-slave story, an interview with Ann Parker in the Wake County home, Raleigh, North Carolina. I reckon that I is 103 or 104 years old. I was a woman grown at the end of the war. I ain't had no daddy case queens don't marry, and my mammy, Junie, was a queen in Africa. They kidnaps her and steals her away from her throne and fetches her higher to Wake County in slavery. We longed to Mr. Abner Parker, who lived near Raleigh, and he had maybe 100 slaves and a whole heap of land. I ain't never liked him much, case we had to work hard, and we ain't got much to eat. He ain't 'lowed us no fun, but we did have some, spite of him. We used to get by the patter rollers and go to the neighboring plantations where we'd sing and talk and maybe dance. I know once, though, that we was in a barn on Mr. Lyle's place when the patter rollers comed. All that could get out skated, but the ones that got catched got a whooping. I got several whoopings for this, that, and t'other. but I specs that I needed 'em. Anyhow, we was raised right. We weren't allowed to sass nobody, and we all uns still knows that we is got to be perlite to your white ladies. Daughter, did I tell you about my mammy being a queen? Yes, she was a queen, and when she told them niggers that she was, they bowed down to her. She told 'em not to tell hit, and they don't tell. But when they is out of sight of they white folkses, they bows down to her and does what she says. A few days for the surrender mammy, who am also a witch, says ter them that she sees hit in the coffee grounds, that they am gwine ter be free, so all of us packs up and gets out. We got along pretty good out of the war and on till lately. After I gets too old to work, I sets on the post office steps and begs. I got a good pile of money too, but somebody done stole it, and now I's higher in the county home. I fell and broke my arm some time ago. Taste my right side am dead, and I tries to crawl off'n the bed. When I gets back from the hospital, they ties me in this chair ter keep me from falling out. But I want to get a loose. The nigger boy what helps me up and down ain't raised like I was. He fusses and he ain't got the manners what he ought to have. End of section 31. Section number 32 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jacqueline Burrell Walton. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Amy Penny, 811 Canister Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I do not know my age. I was born in Mecklenburg, Virginia. My master give my age in a Bible, but I lost it by lending it out. My mother died 'fore I remembered her. She was named Dinah Epps. My grandmother was named Eliza Epps. She lived to be 107 years old. My father was named Jerry Epps. Master's name was Victor Epps, and my missus was named Martha. I married Bob Penny. The plantation was at Mecklenburg, Virginia, near Borland, Virginia. I don't remember how many slaves, but there was a good number. I never heard 'em numbered out as I knows of. I never saw a slave sold. I never saw one whooped. I heard 'em talk about patter rollers, but I never saw one. I don't remember when I come to Raleigh. I have been here so long. My grandmother and grandfather come here, and I come too. I plowed in Virginia, and I cooked too. They did not pick any work for me. We lived in log houses. Yes, indeed, we had plenty to eat. I never suffered for something to eat till I come to Raleigh. On the plantation, we got plenty allowance. We had good clothes on the plantation. I am more naked now than I ever been before in my life. We went to both the white and colored churches in Virginia. I never could learn to read and write. I never could learn to make a number correct. I just can't learn. I tried my best to write. I went to 4 sessions of school, but couldn't learn. I was raised by some mighty good white people. I wanted to learn so bad. I slept with my books under my head, but I couldn't learn. I am well thought of at my home in Virginia. They have sent me rations since I've been here. I had the worst time of my life since the surrender. I don't know nothing about the Yankees coming through, only what I heard others say. I heard 'em talking about freedom and the war, but I didn't know or care nothing about it. My father went to Manassas Gap to the war. I heard him talk about the breastworks, but I don't know nothing about 'em. I was my father's only child. He didn't have any children by his last wife. I forgot the name of his last wife. I heard him say Abraham Lincoln come through the South and just learned everything about the folks. He was guys, so nobody knowed who he was. Yes, I heard about that, and when they found out he had been here, he done come through and gone back. Slavery was better then it is now. Sure it was. I don't know much about the war, but my first life in Virginia was better than it is now. I never did have any mean white folks. The Lord made me lucky in that way. The Yankees took, stole, and carried off a lot of things, and there was a lot of talk about 'em, but I never saw 'em except when they was parading. I never see any of 'em down there at my master's plantation. My grandfather died in Raleigh. Grandmother was the mother of 13 chillins, but none of 'em except 2 ever seed Raleigh. They was so scattered about, 'cept the 2 youngest, a boy and a girl. They come to Raleigh out of the surrender when grandmother and me come. We lived worse in Raleigh than we did in Virginia. And if I was back home with my white folks, I would get plenty to eat, but I don't get it here. They sends me a little money now and then. Here's some of their letters where they sent me money. You can see by these letters that my Virginia white folks loves me, and I love them. I was about 10 years old when the war was going on. I think slavery was not such a bad thing paired with the hard times now. End of section number 32.
Section 33 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Slavery Days in Franklin County, and interview with Lily Perry, 84 years old, of 9 McKee Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born on the plantation of Mr. Jerry Perry near Lewisburg about 84 years ago. My daddy, Riddick, longed to him, and so did my mammy. Do she longed to a Miss Litchford, for she married daddy. The first things that I can remember was being a house gal, picking up chips, minding the table, and feeding the hogs. The slop buckets was heavy, and I had a heap of work that was hard to do. I done the very best that I could, but often I got whooped just the same. When they'd start to whoop me, I'd bite like a run mad dog, so they'd chain my hands. See here, here's the scars made by the chains. They'd also pick me up by the years and fling me found. See how I can wiggle my years up and down just like a mule can, and I can wiggle 'em round and round like that, see? One day I ain't feeling so good, and the slops them so heavy that I stops and pours out some of it. The overseer Zach Terrell sees me, and when I gets back to the house, he grabs me to whip me. The minute he grabs me, I sees onto his thumb, and I bites hit to the bone. Then he gets mad, and he picks me up and lifts me higher than my head and flings me down on the steel mat there in front of the door. They has to revise me with the cold water from the spring, and I was sick for a week. We ain't had good food, which makes me weak, and I still has to do heavy work. Dar was a slave block in Lewisburg, and I's seed many a slave sold dar. Very few was put in chains. Most of 'em was put in a kivered wagon with a guard and was chained at night. I's seed many a woman crying for her child when one or t'other was put on the slave block in Lewisburg. I was about 12 years old when the Yankees come. I was picking up chips in the yard when they comes by with their horses stepping high and their music playing a happy tune. I was scared, but I don't dasn't run case Marster will sure have me whooped, so I keeps on with my work. They pass fast on down the road, and they don't bother nothing in our community, but the white folkses hates 'em just the same. Marster Jerry tells us about a week later that we am free, and all of the 200 except about 5 or 6 goes right off. He tells all of us that he will pay us if and we will stay and work. So me and my family, we stays on. We lives there for several years, then I marries Robert Perry, who lives on the same plantation with us. We ain't had but one daughter, and that's Kate, who still lives with me. Me and Robert was raised up together, he being 5 years older than me, and I loved him from the time I was born. I know how he used to hate to see me get down beatings, and he'd beg me not to let my mouth be so sassy, but I can't help it. He used to take my beatings when he could, and a heap of times he sneak out to the fields in the evening and toted that slops to the pigs. Once when Marster was whooping me, Robert run up and begged Mars to put the whooping on him instead of me. The result was Mars whooped us both, and we decided to run away. We did run away, but night brung us back to another whooping, and we ain't never run away no mo'. We was at a frolic at Lewisburg when he proposes to me, and he do hit this way. Honey gal, I knows that you don't love me so powerful much, but will you try to do hit for me? Course, I says, go long, nigger, if and I don't love you. Then dar ain't no water in Tar River. Then I says we can get Mars Henry outen the bed, and he'll marry us tonight. Rob was tickle pink, and sure enough we was married right away that very night. We lived poor, that I knows, but we was too happy in ourselves to worry about such things and the like. I laughs now to think how ignorant we niggers was. We'd do our washing, and about the time we hung hit on the line, we'd see a string of folks coming home from the Prospect Church, and we'd know that we'd done our washing on a Sunday. End of section 33. Section 34 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. The Woman Overseer, an interview with Valley Perry, 50 years of age, of Cary, North Carolina, Route Number 1. Course, being no older than I can't recollect 'bout the war, but I's heard my mammy tell a little, and my grandmammy tell a right smart 'bout them slavery times you's talking 'bout. Grandmammy Josephine and Mammy Clarice longed to a Mr. Nat Whitaker in Wake County. Mr. Nat's wife was named Miss Lucy, and she was so good that everybody what ever seed her 'membered her. Dar is even de belief among de niggers dat she riz up to hebben alive like Elijah. Dey said dat Mr. Nat's overseer was kinder mean to de slaves, and when he whupped dem, dey 'membered hit ter de longest day dey lived. Mr. Nat wasn't near so bad, and Miss Lucy was a angel. She'd beg Mr. Nat to make de overseer stop, but Mr. Nat fused, 'case he said dat de niggers won't obey him if'n he teaches dem he won't let de overseer punish dem good and plenty. Den Miss Lucy 'ud cry, and she'd run and grab de overseer's arm and beg him ter stop. She'd cry so hard dat he'd have ter stop. Finally, de overseer goes ter Mr. Nat and complains, and he says dat he am gwine to quit de job if'n Mr. Nat don't make Miss Lucy keep outen his business. Mr. Nat axes him to tell him 'fore he starts ter beat 'em, and ter set a time fer de beatin', and dat he will git Miss Lucy offen de place. Well, de overseer does what Mr. Nat says, and waits to whup everybody on Tuesday, and on Tuesday Mr. Nat takes Miss Lucy to town. Miss Lucy am tickle pink dat she am a-goin' shopping, and she ain't suspicion nothing at all. When she gets ter shopping do she ain't satisfied, and directly she tells Mr. Nat dat she wants to go home. Mr. Nat tries to get her to go to a concert, but Miss Lucy says no, dat she feels like something am happening at home. Mr. Nat begs her to stay on and enjoy herself, but when she won't listen to no reason at all, he starts home. The mules creep and poke, but Miss Lucy herself whoops 'em up, and dey gets home sooner den dey am expected. When dey drives up in de yard, de overseer am so busy whooping de niggers wid his dumb bad dat he ain't seed Miss Lucy till she am right on him. Then she snatched a heavy wool whoop, and she strikes him 2 or 3 times right in de face. Miss Lucy look delicate, but she cuts de blood outen his cheek, and she shuts up one of his eyes and brings the blood a-pouring from his nose. Then the meek little woman draws back the whoop and she 'lows, "Get offen dis plantation, and if and ever I catches you here again, I'll shoot you, you beast." That settled the overseer's hash and matter. He left Miss Lucy, went ter doctorin' cut up backs. Grandmammy said dat dar wasn't no more trouble wid de niggers, and Miss Lucy done all of de punishin' herself. She made the meanest ones larn a whole passel of scripture. She punished the children by making them memorize poems and sich. Sometimes she sont 'em to bed without supper. Sometimes she make 'em work at night. Sometimes she prayed for 'em, and once in a coon's age she whooped. They said that she could really hurt when she meant to, but she whooped as the last thing to do, and she whooped with a keen little switch stead of de leather. Once atter she had whooped a little nigger, she said, "Clarice, dis hurt me wusser den hit do you." Clarice look at Miss Lucy, and then she says, "If'n hit hurt yo wusser den hit did me, I's powerful sorry for you." That little gal was my mammy. My grandfather was named Dick, and he longed to a family by the name of Middleton somewhere in the neighborhood. Marse Nat ain't had no use for Mr. Middleton, 'case he tried to act up, and he was a New York Yankee to boot, what thought that he owned de heavens and de earth. When grandfather Jake fell in love with grandmammy, nobody ain't noted, 'case their marsters am mad at each other, and they knows that there won't be no marryin' twixt the families. Time goes on, and grandfather runs away, and comes to see grandmammy, but one night Mr. Middleton follows grandfather, and finds him in grandmammy cabin. Mr. Middleton don't wait to say nothin' to nobody when he peeps in at the winder, and sees dem a settin' at the table eatin' muskmelons, what grandpappy had stole out'n his patch. He just comes in a rarin' and a tearin', and starts a whoopin' wid his ridin' quirt. He whoops grandfather fur a while, then he pitches in on Grandmammy. Well, all dis Emma going on, somebody runs for Marster Nat, and when he gets dar am trouble in de shack. Marse Nat ain't so heavy as Mr. Middleton, but man, he puts de beatin' on Mr. Middleton. Then he makes him sell Jake ter him, and he pays him spot cash right then and there. The next day he thinks ter ax Grandmammy what Jake am a doin' in her cabin, and Grandmammy tells him that she loves Jake and that she wants to marry him. Marse Nat laugh fit to kill, and he says that they'll have a big weddin' at the house for them. They did have a big weddin', and Grandmammy wore a red dress that Miss Lucy give her. She said that she wished that Grandfather could have wore red too. She said that when Mammy was born that old Dr. Freeman tended her and that she stayed in the bed 2 weeks. Miss Lucy was good to the niggers like that. I members Grandmammy telling 'bout the Yankees comin', and how she stood front of Miss Lucy's door with the axe and told 'em that she'd chop out anybody's brains what tried to go in. The door was open, and they could see Miss Lucy a settin' there, white as a sheet, so they went on searchin' for valuables, and all the time them valuables was in Miss Lucy's room. End of section 34. Section 35 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Ex-Slave Story, an interview with Tempe Pitts, 91 of 307 Tarboro Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born in Halifax County 91 years ago. See this paper. It was writ out for me by old Marster's granddaughter this year. It says not only that I is 91, but that I was her mammy, and that I was a good and trustworthy servant. My mammy was Phyllis Pitts, and my daddy was Isaac Williams. We longed first to Mr. Mason L. Wiggins, dar in Halifax. Then through the marriages we longed to Captain Hardy Pitts. Both of dem families was good ter me, and they ain't never done me dirty yet. The Pitts owned over 200 slaves, case they also had a plantation in Virginia. We had all we could eat and good, though tough clothes. It's the Lord's truth that I ain't lacking for nothing then. When we was sick, we had the best doctor and all the medicine that he said that we ought to have, and we ain't work when we was sick nother. I members just one whooping that I got, and I needed hit too. Mrs. Pitts sent me out in the yard to scrub the silverware with some sand. I knowed that I was supposed to scrub it good and then wash it all off, but 'stead of that, I leaves it layin' dar in the yard with the dirt on it. She whoops me for it, but she just stings my legs with a little switch. I seed the overseer whoop a slave man, but the best I members hit the nigger warn't whooped much. Ain't never seed no slave sales, though I did see a whole slew of slaves a marchin' to be sold at Richmond Day. Never was chained though, and sometimes I spects that these niggers what claims that they seed sich things am a tellin' a lie. The maddest that I ever get, and the only time that ever I cuss bad, was when the Yankees come. They stole the meat and things from the smokehouse, and everything else that they can get. They ain't done nothing to me, but the way they done my white folks has made me mad, and I jumps straight up and down, and I yells, "Damn them Yankees, and damn old Abraham Lincoln, too." At the surrender did I leave? No, sir, I stay right on dar. Mrs. that first, and Marster, and arter dat I leaves, and I gets married. My mammy and pappy, dey tells me, was married in de Marster's dining room by jumping de broom. I ain't saying nothing 'bout de ceremony, 'cause I ain't saying nothing 'bout my white folkses, but sometimes I does wonder why I is red-headed when my pappy and mammy was black as tar. Maybe I is part white, but I ain't saying nothing 'bout my white folkses, as I done told you. End of section 35. Section 36 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Hannah Plummer, 412 Smith Street. My name is Hannah Plummer. I was born near Auburn, in Wake County, January 7, 1856. My father was Allen Lane, and my mother was named Bircha Lane. We belonged to Governor Charles Manley, that is, mother and myself. Father belonged to some maiden ladies, Susan and Emma White. The governor had large plantations, but mother and myself lived with them on their lot, right where the Rex Hospital now stands on South and Fayetteville streets. Governor Manley owned the block down to the railroad, and we children went into Grove, it was a grove then, to pick up walnuts and hickory nuts. My father was a stone cutter, and he hired his time and gave it to his missus and lived with us. Mother was at Governor Manley's. He said father was a high-headed fellow, and said he was living on his lot and in his house, and that he didn't do anything for him, and that he ought to keep up his family. Mother was the washerwoman for the governor and his family. Mrs. Manley, the governor's wife, I forget her first name, did not take any particular interest in her servants. She had slave servants for everything, a wash and ironer, a drawing-room and parlor cleaner, a cook, waiting men, waitresses, and a maid who did nothing but wait on her. Governor Manley was a mighty rich man, and he had several plantations and a lot of slaves. I don't remember how many slaves he owned. Mother was given meal and meat, and had to cook it just the same as she would now. They didn't allow her food from the great house. Mother had 10 children, and at times we did not have enough to eat. We went hungry a lot. The boys were named Fred, David, Matthew, Alan, and Thomas. Girls, Cinderella, Corinna, Hannah, Victoria, and Mary. All were born slaves but 2, Thomas and Mary. David and myself are all that are left alive. I remember that we lived in a plank house with 3 rooms and a shed porch. Mother washed clothes under the porch. The house had 2 rooms downstairs and 1 upstairs. Oh, I've thought of the governor's wife's name, Mrs. name. It was Charity. We used trundle beds of wood. Mother made our bedclothes at night. She also made bonnets and dresses. Sometimes she made bonnets and sold them. The child that sat up with her, she gave some kind of sweets. I sat up with her a lot because I liked to eat. Mother was allowed the little money she made making bonnets and dresses at night. They whooped slaves on the place. I could hear the blows and hear 'em screaming, crying, and begging, but I never saw it. I never saw a slave sold, and I never saw any in chains. I do not remember how many children old Marster had. I only remember one. He was Marster Basil Manley. He was an officer in the Confederate Army. He used to come home with his pretty clothes and his hat with plumes on it. Mother told me that before she was married, Marster gave her to his son Basil as a maid for his wife Caroline. Mrs. Caroline whooped her most every day, and about anything. Mother said she could not please her in anything, no matter what she done or how hard she tried. Missus would go uptown and come back and whoop her. Mother was a young girl then. One day Miss Caroline went uptown and come back mad. She made Mother strip down to her waist, and then took her carriage whoop and beat her until the blood was running down her back. Mother said she was afraid she would kill her, so she ran for the woods and hid there and stayed 3 weeks. She made up her mind she wasn't coming back. The old governor, Charles Manley, went to Mother's father, Jimmy Manley, and told him if he did not get Bertha back, he would whoop him. Her father told him he did not know where she was, and that he belonged to him, and he could do with him as he liked, but he was not going one step to hunt Bertha, my mother. Then the governor went to grandmother and told her she had to find her. He told her to leave the lot and stay away until her daughter came back. Grandmother did not know where she was. The niggers on different plantations fed Mother by carrying things to certain hiding places and leaving it. Grandmother got word to her, and she said she would come back, but not to Miss Caroline. She told Marster, so Marster let her stay with grandmother until Christmas. Then they allowed her to hire herself out. She hired herself to Mrs. Simpson. She was good to her and allowed her to work for herself at night, sit up as long as she wanted to, and she stayed with her until she was married. Then she went back to old Marster's. When the war ended, Mother went to old Marster and told him she was going to leave. He told her she could not feed all her children, pay house rent, and buy wood to stay on with him. Marster told Father and Mother they could have the house free and wood free, and he would help them feed the children. But Mother said, no, I'm going to leave. I've never been free, and I'm going to try it. I'm going away, and by my work and the help of the Lord I will live somehow. Marster then said, we'll stay as long as you wish, and leave when you get ready, but wait until you find a place to go, and leave like folks. Marster allowed her to take all her things with her. When she left, the white folks told her goodbye. We went to a colored Methodist church in slavery time, but we had a white pastor. His name was Dr. Pell. He was a mighty nice man, and all the colored people loved him. After the surrender, it was a long time that the colored people had white preachers in their churches. It was a long time after the war before any of the colored churches had Negro preachers. William Warwick was the first colored preacher in Raleigh. He preached in the basement of the Baptist church now standing on the corner of Hillsborough and Salisbury streets. I went to church and Sunday school there after the surrender. I went to school in Raleigh and taught school in Fort Payne, Alabama. My husband was a carpenter and went there where he could get good wages. Slavery was a very bad thing. Abraham Lincoln was one of the best men that ever lived. Roosevelt is just grand. He is no doubt one of the greatest men of any age. I love to look at his picture. I love him because he has done so much for humanity. I pray to the Lord to let him live to serve his country and to help his people. End of section 36.
Section number 37 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Parker Poole. Good morning. How is you? That front door is locked, mister, but I'll come around and undo it. I'm not feeling very well, and it looks like they'll rob me out of all I got. They had a mortgage on my home for $850. I paid it, and then they got to gambling on it and took it. I didn't get the right receipts when I paid. That's the truth. I got a farm loan on the house part, yes, sir, and I still has it. I was born near Garner, Wake County, North Carolina. I belonged to Afi Poole. He was a slave owner. His plantation was near Garner. I am 91 years old. I was born August the 10th. That's what my grandmammy told me, and I ain't never forgot it. My missus' name was Betsy. My first master, I had two, was Master Afi Poole. Then he give us to his son, or his son bought us at the sale when Master Afi died. After Master Afi died, his son, Louis Poole, was my master then, and his plantation was in Johnston County. My mother was named Violet Poole. She died in childbirth 2 years after I was born. My father was named Peter Turner. He belonged to John Turner in Johnston County, right near Clayton. My grandfather. I had two grandfathers, one on my mother's side and one on my father's side. On my mother's side, Tom Poole. On my father's side, Jerry Bedingfield. I never seen my great-grandparents, but my great-grandfather was named Buck. He was right out of Africa. His wife was named Hager. I never have seen them, but my grandmother was their daughter. They had 3 children here in America. My grandmammy and grandfather told me this. My brothers were named, oldest one, Haywood, then Lem, and Peter, and me, Parker Poole. The girls, oldest girl was Minerva Rilla. I had good owners. My missus and master, they took just as good care of me as they could. They was good to all the hands. They'd give us plenty to eat, and we had plenty of clothes, such as they was, but they was no such clothes as we have now. They treated us good, and I will have to say that. They are dead in their graves, but I will have to say this for 'em. Our houses were in the grove. We called Master's house the Great House. We called our homes the houses. We had good places to sleep. We got up at light. I had to do most of the nursing of the children, 'cause when chopping time come, the women had to go to work. We had plenty to eat, and we ate it. Our something to eat was well fixed and cooked. We caught a lot of possums, coons, and other game, but I tell you, a coon is a lot harder to catch than a possum. We had one garden, and the colored people tended the garden, and we all ate out of it. There was about 2,000 acres in the plantation. All the farmland was fenced in with wood rails. The hogs, cows, and stock was turned out in the woods and let go. The cows was drived home at night, that is, if they didn't come up. That is so we could milk the ones we wanted to milk. We dug ditches to drain the land, blind ditches. We dug 'em and then put pole on top and covered 'em with brush and dirt. We put the brush on the poles to keep the dirt from running through. Then we plowed over the ditches. We tanned our leather in a tan trough. We used white oak bark and red oak bark. They put coppers in it too, I think. I knows how to raise flax. You grow it, and when it is grown, you pull it clean out of the ground till it kinder rots. They have what they called a break. Then it was broke up in that. The bark was the flax. They had a stick called a swingle stick, made kinda like a sword. They used this to knock the sticks out of the flax. They would then put the flax on a hackle, a board with a lot of pegs in it. Then they clean and string it out until it looks like your hair. They flax when it came from the shackles, was ready for the wheel, where it was spun into thread. I tell you, you couldn't break it either. When it was spun into thread, they put it on a reel. It turned 100 times and struck. When it struck, it was called a cut. When it come from the wheel, it was called a brooch. The cuts stood for so much flax. So many cuts made a yard, but there was more to do. Size it and hank it before it was weaved. Most of the white people had flax clothes. We had no church on the plantation. We had prayer meeting and candy pullings, and we would ask slaves from other plantations. My master had no public corn shuckings. His slaves shucked his corn. He had about 50 head. The slaves, they went to the white folks' church. They had a place separate from the white folks by a railing. We could look at the preacher and hear him preach too. No siree, they wouldn't let us have no books. They would not let none of the children tell us anything about a book. I can't read and write not a bit. They preached to us to obey our master. Preacher John Ellington was my favorite preacher. No nigger was allowed to preach. They was allowed to pray and shout sometimes, but they better not be catched with a book. The songs that they sung then, They hardly ever sing 'em now. They were the good old songs. Hark from the tombs the soulful sound. My years are tender. Cry, you living man. Come view this ground where we must shortly lie. No one ran away from our plantation, but they did from some other plantations. When some of the niggers were carried by their masters to wait on them as servants up north, some of the other people would see how they were treated and get 'em to run away. When their master started home, they couldn't find 'em. They took and educated them and made women and men out of 'em. We visited at night during slavery time. The men went courting. When a man, a slave, loved a woman on another plantation, they asked their master. Sometimes the master would ask the other master. If they agreed, all the slave man and woman had to do Saturday night was for him to come over and they would go to bed together. There was no marriage until after the surrender. All who wanted to keep the same woman after the surrender had to pay 25 cents for a marriage license, then $1.50, then $3. If the magistrate married you, you didn't have to pay anything, less he charged you. We got the holidays, Christmas, and after lay-by time of the crops. They had big dinners then. They had big tables set in the yard. The rations were spread on them, and everybody ate. We had brandy at Christmas. I have been whooped twice, and I have seen slaves whooped. Ha ha, Mrs. whooped me. She wouldn't let nobody else whoop me neither. I remembers what it was about as if it was yesterday. She was fretting about the cook. We was skinnish taters. She told us to make haste. If we didn't make haste and peel the taters, she would whack us down. I laughed. She sent me to get a switch. She hit me on the legs. When we were whooped, we would say, "Oh, pray," and they would quit. If you acted stubborn, they would whoop you more. She asked me, "Ain't you going to say, 'Oh, pray'?" I was mad. She was not hurting me much, and I wouldn't say nothing. After a while, I said, "Oh, pray," and she quit. I had good owners, all of them. My masters never did hit me. Mrs. would not whoop me much. She just wanted to show off sometimes. We had good doctors when we got sick. I remembers Dr. James O'Clayton coming to our house. They carried their pills and medicine then and left it at the house for you. My master had a son in the war, Walter Poole. He was a foot soldier at first. He got sick and he come home on a furlough. He hired a man to go in his place at first, then the man went. After a while, the men got so scarce he had to go again. Then he got the chance to go in the cavalry. Old master bought him a horse, and he could ride next time. He belonged to the 1st Georgia Regiment, 2nd Cavalry, General Dang's Brigade, C Company, North Carolina Volunteers. I saw the Confederates, General Johnson, come through Clayton, and the Yankees come the second day after they come through. I think I seen enough Yankees come through there to whoop anything on God's earth. The Yankees camped 3 miles from our plantation at Miss Widow Sarah Saunders across White Oak Creek on the Avery's Barrow Road. Her son, Captain Edward Saunders, was in the Confederate Army. She was a big slave owner. She had about 100 slaves. She was called a rich woman. The Yankees played songs of walking the streets of Baltimore and walking in Maryland. They really played it. They slaughtered cows and sometimes only ate the liver. I went to camp after they left, and it was the awfulest stink I ever smelled in my life. They left them cows, part of them lying where they were in the camp. They killed geese and chickens and skinned them. Sometimes they skinned the hind quarters of a cow, cut them off, and left the rest. When they told me I was free, I didn't notice it. I stayed on and worked just like I had been doing, right on with Mrs. and Master. I stayed there a year after the surrender. I don't know what to think of Abraham Lincoln. They said he was all right. I guess he was a good man, God love, or all right man. I think some of the slaves was better off when they had owners and was in slavery than they is now. The colored people are slaves now more than they was then. I can show you wherein the nigger's got all his expenses to bear now. He gets his pay out of the white man, and the white man don't pay him much. The nigger in the South is just as much a slave as ever. The nigger now is a better slave than when they owned him, 'cause he has his own expenses to bear. If you works a horse and don't have to feed him, you's better off than if you had to feed and care for him. That is the way that things is now. I seen many patrollers during slavery. If they caught you out at night without a pass, they would whoop you. I think Mr. Roosevelt is a mighty nice man. He has done me a lot of good. No man can make times real good till everybody is put to work. With the land lying out there can't be real good times. This is my frustration. My horse died last year. I ain't got no money to buy another and can't get one. You see that land lying out there? I have farmed it every year for a long time. Through part of the year, I always had vegetables and such to sell. But now my horse is dead, and I can't farm no more. I ain't got nothing to sell. I is bad of heart. I sure hope something will be done for me. End of section number 37, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, October the 18th, 2021.
Section 38 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Rena Raines. I was 3 years old when the Yankees come through. I do not remember much about slavery, but I knows a lot my mother told me. My mother was named Patsy Rogers, and my father was named Bob Hunter. He belonged to the Hunters of Wake County, and mother belonged to Master John Rogers. Her missus' name was Ann Rogers. I members my grandfather on my mother's side, but do not remember any more of my grandparents. Morris John Rogers was a old bachelor before he was married, and he had about 12 slaves when he married Miss Ann Hunter. She owned one slave, a colored boy, when she was married. Her father gave her the slave. The plantation was between Apex and Holly Springs in Wake County. All my people lived in Wake County, and I was born on the plantation. Marster was good to his niggers before he was married, but when she came in, it got mighty rough. It got worse till about the time of the surrender. The place was a hell on earth, mother said, if there could ever be one. Missus had slaves whooped for most any little thing, and then she would not allow 'em to have much to eat. My mother told me all about it, arter the surrender. Mother said Missus run the plantation and made it hard for all the slaves. She just liked to see slaves beat almost to death. There was a lot of niggers whooped in that neighborhood by the overseers, owners, and patter-rollers. Slaves was sold round from one to another 'mongst the white folks. Mother said you just couldn't tell when you would get whooped. The work was hard from sun to sun, poor food to eat, poor clothes, barefooted most at the time, and a general hard time till freedom put an end to it. My mother told me old man Pasquale Burt, who lived near him in Wake County, had his niggers whooped all day sometimes. He beat 'em unmercifully and sometimes made away with 'em, and they was not seed no more. She said the way he whipped his slaves was to lay 'em up and down on a log wid the bark off. He made 'em lie flat down on their stomachs and then buckled 'em on. Then the overseers beat 'em mercifully. One time a overseer's wife heard a pat, pat, pat down at the whooping log, and she asked him what it was and why he beat niggers from sun to sun, and he told her old man Bert made him do it or else leave. So his wife says, "We will leave. You must not beat any more niggers if we perish to death," and the overseer left. Mother said old man Bert fed his little niggers out of a trough like hogs. Old man Bert also had niggers tied to barrels and whooped. The grown slaves got one pair shoes a year. They was give to them at Christmas, and the children didn't have no shoes at all. The clothes was homemade. The houses was made out of logs and had stick and dirt chimneys to 'em. The sleeping places was bunks for the grown niggers, and the children slept on the floor on pallets. A pallet was made by spreading a quilt made of toboggan or rags on the floor. That's where the children slept in our neighborhood before the surrender. Mother and father married by jumping the broom. They put the broom down on the floor, then they held one another's hands, and then they jumped the broom. Then they went to the slave house and went to bed. Mother and father come to Raleigh arter the surrender and was married right. Mother and father left old man Rogers as soon as they was free. They lived on hardtack and pickled meat the Yankees give, for sometimes then they went and stayed with Mr. Gray Jones. And when I was a great big girl, we left and moved to Chatham County. Pa bought a place, paid for it, built a little house on it, and lived there until he died. I married in Chatham County and lived there till my husband died. Then I kept staying till all my children married off, and I come to Raleigh to live with my son. I had 4 children. They are all dead, but the one I live with. I've been unable to get out of the house without help for a long time. I've heart trouble and high blood pressure. Slavery was a right bad thing. I thank God it is over. End of section 38.
Section 39 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Anthony Ransom, Ex-Slave Story, Free. An interview with Anthony Ransom of 321 South Talbot Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I reckon that I is 80 years old, and I was born in Murfreesboro in Hartford County. My mammy was named Annice, and my father was named Calvin Jones. My brothers was named Thomas, Wesley, Charlie, Henry, and William. I was born free, my mammy being the daughter of a white woman, and my pa's pa once saved the life of his master's child and was freed. My pa was a shoemaker, and he made a pretty good living for us. Of course, we ain't knowed so much about slavery, but Dr. Manning, who lived near us, owned some slaves, and he treated 'em bad. We could hear 'em screaming at the top of their voices once in a while, and when they got through beating 'em, they was tied down in the cellar. They ain't had much to eat nuther. There was a preacher what told us about a member of his congregation during the war. The wife was sold from the husband, and he married again. After the war, his first wife come back, and after his second wife died, he married the first one over again. End of section 39, read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 40 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Curtis Richardson. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Caroline Richardson. An interview with Caroline Richardson, who does not know her age. She resides near the northern city limits of Selma. I reckon that I's some as about 60 year old. Anyhow, I was 10 or 12 when the Yankees come to Massa Ransom Bridges' place near Clayton. That's where I was born, and my pappy, my mammy, and we 11 chillins longed to Master Ransom and Miss Adeline. There was also young Master George and young Miss Betsy, who I longed to. Miss Adeline was little and puny, and Master Ransom was big and stout. That's why I am funny that Mammy won't let Miss Adeline whoop her. But she don't say nothing when the massa gets the whoop. There ain't nobody got many whoopings, nohow. And the slave on master's place had to be mean to get a whooping. You see, Mammy would sass them all. We ain't heard much about the war, nothing like we heard about the World War. I knows that nobody from our plantation ain't gone to that war, 'cause Massa Ransom was too old and Massa George was a patroller. Or maybe he was just too young. There was a little bit of talk, but most of it we ain't heard. I tended to slave babies, but my mammy, what cooked in the big house, heard some of the war talk, and I heard her a-talking to Pappy about it. When she seed me a-listening, she said that she'd cut my ear off if I told. I had seen some of the slaves with clipped ears, and I wanted to keep mine, so I ain't said nothing. One day Miss Betsy come out to the yard, and she says to we chillins, "You has got the habit of running to the gate to see who can say howdy first to our company. Well, the Yankees will be here today or tomorrow, and they ain't our company. In fact, if'n you run out to the gate to meet them, they will shoot you dead." Over late that evening, I heard music, and I runs to the gate to see where it am. Coming down the road as fast as they can, I see a bunch of men with gray suits on a riding like the devil. They don't stop at our house at all, but later I heard that they was Wheeler's cavalry. They very meanest to the Rebs, though 'tis said that they was brave in battle. About an hour after Wheeler's men come by, the Yankees hove into sight. The drums was beating, the flags waving, and the hosses prancing high. We niggers has been teached that the Yankees would kill us, men, women, and chillins. The whole 100 or so of us runs and hides. Yes, ma'am. I members the blue uniforms and the brass buttons. And I remembers how they said as they come in the gate that they as good as won the war, and that they ought to hang the Southern men that won't go to war. I reckon that they talk purty rough to Master Ransom. Anyhow, Mammy tells the Yankee captain that he ought to be ashamed of talking to an old man like that. Furthermore, she tells them that if'n that's the way they're gwine to get her freedom, she don't want it at all. With that, Mammy takes Miss Betsy upstairs, where the Yankees won't be a-staring at her. One of the Yankees finds me and asks me how many pairs of shoes I gets a year. I tells him that I gets 1 pair. Then he asks me what I wears in the summertime. When I tells him that I ain't wear nothing but a shirt, and that I goes barefoot in the summer, he cusses awful, and he damns my master. Mammy said that they told her and Pappy that they'd get some land and a mule if'n they was freed. You see, they tried to turn their slaves agin their masters. At the surrender, most of the niggers left, but me and my family stayed for wages. We ain't really had as good as we done before the war, and sides that we has to worry about how we're going to live. We stayed dar at the same place, the old Zola May place, on the Wake and Johnston line, for 4 or 5 years, and I went to school a little bit. After we left dar, we went to Mr. John H. Wilson's place, near Wilson's Mill. It was at the end of these 10 years that Mammy was going to whoop Bill, my brother. So he went off to Louisiana, and we ain't seed him since. At the end of this time, I married Barney Richardson, and we had 3 children, who am all dead now. We worked and slaved till we bought this house and paid for it. Then, in 1918, he died. I married John Haskins the second time, but he's been dead now for about 10 years. I told you that I owned this shack, but you see how the top has come to pieces and the steps has fell down. I'm behind in my taxes, too, so I'm expecting them to take it away from me at any time. I has been dependent on white folks now for 4 or 5 years. The county gives me $2 a month, and the white folks give me a little now and then. You see that I can't straighten up, so I can't work in 5 years. Drawing water out of that well with no curb sure bothers me too. Come and look at it. I looked at the well and in the well, and was horrified. There was no curbing at all, only a few rotting planks laid over the hole, and on these she stood right over the water while she drew up a heavy bucket with a small rope and without the aid of a wheel. I reckon that some of these days somebody will draw me out in this well, she continued briskly. Anyhow, it don't matter much. You see that little patch with the roasting ears coming and the peas a bloomin'? I grubbed it up with my hoe and planted it myself. If'n you can spare it, I wish you'd give me a quarter, and if'n you're round here 'bout 3 weeks, stop and get you a mess of peas. End of section 40.
Section 41 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Charity Riddick, 813 E.D. Street. I'm 80 years old. You know after 79 comes 80. That's how old I am. A year ago, a little over a year ago, I was 79 by the age in the Bible. My son, Ernest Riddick, told me that. He has gone to Greensboro to work. He carried the Bible with him. If I had the Bible, I could tell the story better than I can. My full name is Charity Riddick, and my husband was Weldon Riddick. He is dead. My father was named Louis Jones. Mother was named Haley Jones. I had 3 brothers, Washington, William, and Turner, 2 sisters, Mary and Celia. All my people are dead except my sons. I have 3 sons living. I got sick and I got way down in my taxes. I'm paying $1 on 'em every time I can get it. I ain't able to work much. I chops in the garden to make a little to eat. My sons help me some. They have children, you know, but they send me a little. They is all married. One has 8 children, the other 5 children, and the third has 4 children. They can't help me much. I belonged to Madison Pace in slavery time. He dead and gone long ago, though. My missus was named Miss Annie Pace. Sometimes I got plenty to eat, and sometimes I didn't. All I got came through my mother from Marster and Missus. I was in my mother's care. I was so young they didn't have much to do with me. The plantation was about 3 miles east of Raleigh. This house did belong to me, but I'm a long way behind on it. They lets me stay here and pay what I can. I rents a room to an old lady for 75 cents a week. I buys oil and wood with it. The lights has been cut off. I uses a oil lamp for light. Light's done cut off. I can't pay light rent, no, sir. I ain't been able to pay that in a long time. In slavery time, when the people you call the Yankees come, I was small, but father took us and left the plantation. We lived in Raleigh after that. Father did not stay on the plantation any more, but he farmed around Raleigh as long as he lived. He made corn, peas, potatoes, and other things to feed us with. I used to hear him talk about the Ku Klux. We was mighty afraid of them. I used to hear my father say he had a very good master. My mind is not good, but I remember we used water from a spring and lived in a little log house out from my master's great house. I remember seeing the slaves, but I do not remember how many there was. I never saw a slave whooped. My mother's son was sold. That was my brother Washington was sold away from her before the surrender. Mother cried a lot about it. I remember seeing her cry about my brother being sold. I remember seeing the Yankees. They told us they were the blue jackets that set us free. I was afraid of them. I am old enough to have been dead long ago. Guess it is the mercy of the Lord that lets me live. All I know about Abraham Lincoln is what I've been told. They say, I think they said he set the slaves free. I don't know much good or bad about Mr. Roosevelt. I can't read and write. They would not let a nigger have any books. They were particular about that. When they told us about the Bible, they say it say, obey your master. This is about all I members. Yes, about all I members. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Section 42. Simuel Riddick, 2205 Everett Avenue. My name is Simuel Riddick. I was born on the 4th day, February 1841. My owners, my white people, my old mistress, wrote me a letter telling me my age. My mother is Nancy Riddick. She belonged to the Riddicks in the eastern part of the state. My father's named Elisha Riddick. My master was named Elisha, and my mistress, Sarah Riddick. They had 3 daughters, Sarah, Christine, and Mary, and 1 boy named Ashbury. I was born in the Perkins County, North Carolina. I have lived in North Carolina all my life. We had good food, for Marshall was a heavy farmer. There were about 200 acres cleared on the plantation, and about 25 slaves. The great house was where Marshall lived, and the quarters was where we lived. We were near the great house. I saw only 1 slave whooped. I had mighty fine white people. Yes, mighty fine white people. They did not whoop their slaves, but their son whooped my mother pretty bad because she did not bell enough corn and turnips to feed the fattening hogs. He was rangtang. He loved his liquor, and he loved colored women. The old man never whooped anybody. Young master married in the Marmaduke family in Gates County. He sold 1 man who belonged to his wife, Mary. I never saw a slave sold. I've seen lots of patrollers. They were my friends. I had friends among them because I had a young missus they run with. That's why they let me alone. I went with her to cotton picking at night. They came, but they didn't touch me. My young missus married Dr. Perry from the same neighborhood in Perkins County. Bill Simpson married her sister. He was from the same place. Watson White married the other one. He was from Perkins. There were no half-white children on Master's plantation, and no mix-ups that ever came out to be a disgrace in any way. My white folks were fine people. I remember Master's brother's son, Tommy, going off to war. Master's brother was named Willis Riddick. He never came back. I got a letter from my missus since I've been in Riley. She was a fine lady. She put fine clothes on me. I was a foreman on the plantation and looked after things in general. I had charge of everything at the lots and in the field. They trusted me. When the war broke out, I left my master and went to Portsmouth, Virginia. General Mials captured me and put me in uniform. I waited on him as a body servant, a private, in the U.S. Army. I stayed with him until General Lee surrendered. When Lee surrendered, I stayed in Washington with General Mials at the Willard Hotel and waited on him. I stayed there a long time. I was with General Mials at Fortress Monroe and stayed with him till he was in charge of North Carolina.
He was a general and had the 69th Irish Brigade.
He also had the Blue Cats and Green Torches. I waited on him at the Albeck House, Alexandria, Virginia, after the war. I stayed with the general a long time after the war. I didn't go with General Mials when he was ordered to the plains of the West. I stayed on the Borough here in Riley. Dr. H.C. Waggle was in charge. After I left the Borough, I worked at the North Carolina State College several years. Then I worked with the city at the city parks. I never left the state after coming here with General Mials. I had mighty good white people, was treated all right, was made foreman, and treated with every kindness. I haven't anything to say against slavery. My folks put my clothes on me when I was a boy. They gave me shoes and stockings and put them on me when I was a little boy. I loved them, and I can't go against them in anything. There were things I didn't like about slavery on some plantations, whooping and selling parents and children from each other, but I haven't much to say. I was treated good. Don't know much about Abraham Lincoln. Haven't much to express about Mr. Roosevelt. He's a mighty pleasant man, though. I learned to read and write after the war. I could not read and write when I was a soldier.
End of section 42.
Section 43 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Ex-Slave Stories. An interview with Adora Rienshaw, 92, of 431 South Bloodworth Street, Raleigh. I was born at Beulah, down here where Garner am now, and my parents was Cameron and Sally Perry. When I was a month old, we moved to Raleigh. We was called old issues 'cause we was mixed with the whites. My pappy was born free 'cause his mammy was a white woman, and his pappy was a coal-black nigger man. It happened in Mississippi, though I don't know her name 'cept that she was a Perry. She was the wife of grandfather's master, and they said that he was mean to her. Grandfather was her coachman, and he often seed her cry, and he talked to her and tried to comfort her in her troubles, and that's the way that she come to fall in love with him. One day he said she asked him to stop the carriage and come back dar and talk to her. When he was back dar with her, she starts to cry, and she puts her purty gold head on his shoulder, and she tells him that he am her only friend and that her husband won't even let her have a child. It goes on like this till her husband finds out that she am gwine to have the baby. They says that he beats her awful, and when Pappy was born, he just about went crazy. Anyhow, Pappy was bound out till he was 21, and then he was free, 'cause no person with ary a drap of white blood can be a slave. When he was free, he come to Raleigh, and from the first, I can remember he was a blacksmith, and his shop was on Walcott's corner. There was just 3 of us chillens, Charlie, Narcissus, and me, and that was a unusual small family. Before the war, Judge Banton's wife teached us niggers on the sly, and after the war was over, the Yankees started Hayes's school. I ain't had so much schooling, but I teached the little ones for several years. The Southern soldiers burned the depot, which was between Cabarrus and Davie Streets then, and that was to keep the Yankees from getting the supplies. Wheeler's cavalry was the meanest troops what was. The Yankees ain't got much in Raleigh, 'cause the Confederates has done got it all and gone. Why, for a long time there, The way we got our salt was by boiling the dirt from the smokehouse floor where the meat has hung and dripped. I'm glad slavery is over, even though I ain't never been no slave. But I tell you, it's bad to be a old issue. End of section 43. Section 44 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Celia Robinson, 611 East Cabarrus Street. My full name is Celia Robinson. I can't rest. I has neuritis so bad. The doctor says it's neuritis. I do not know my age. I was 8 or 10 years old at the close of the war. The old family book got burned up, house and all. I was born a slave. That's what my father and mother told me. My father, he belonged to Dr. Wiley Perry of Lewisburg, North Carolina, Franklin County, and my mother belonged to McKnight on an adjoining plantation. I do not know McKnight's given name. My father was named Henderson Perry. He was my master's shopman. My mother was named Peggy Perry. McKnight's wife was named Penny. I remember her name. I remember when the Yankees came to my mother's house on the McKnight plantation near Lewisburg, and they went into her things. When the Yankees came down, my brother Buck Perry dragged me under the bed and told me to lie still or the Yankees would catch me. I remember the sweet music they played and the way they beat the drum. They came right into the house. They went into her chest. They broke it open. They broke the safe open also. They took mother's jewelry, but she got it back. Mrs. went to the captain and they give back the jewelry. My missus was the cause of her getting it back. I was old enough to go up to where my brother kept the cows when the war ended. I remember where he kept the calves. My brother would carry me up there to hold the calves off when they was milking the cows. My master would take me by the hand and say, "Now, Celia, you must be smart, or I will let the bull hook you." He often carried me up to the great house and fed me. He gave me good things to eat. Yes, I am partly white. It won't on my mother's side, though. But let's not say anything about that. Just let that go. Don't say anything about that. Marster thought a lot of me. Marster and Mrs. thought there was nothing like me. Mrs. let me tote her basket, and Marster let me play with his keys. I cannot read and write. I've never been to school but 1 month in my life. When I was a little girl, I had plenty to eat, wear, and a good time. I remember when my father would come to see mother. The patter-rollers told him if he didn't stop coming home so much they was going to whip him. He had a certain knock on the door. Then mother would let him in. I remember how mother told me the overseer would come to her when she had a young child and tell her to go home and suckle that thing, and she better be back in the field at work in 15 minutes. Mother said she knowed she could not go home and suckle that child and get back in 15 minutes, so she would go somewhere and sit down and pray the child would die. We lived at Dr. Wiley Perry's 1 year after the war. Then we moved to the plantation of Seth Ward, a white man who was not married, but he had a lot of mulatto children by a slave woman of his. We stayed there 4 years. Then we moved to the Charles Perry plantation. Father stayed there and raised 15 children and bought him a place near the town of Franklinton. I got along during my early childhood better than I do now. Yes, that I did. I plowed, grubbed, and rolled logs right after the war. I worked right with the men. I married Henry Robinson. We married on the Perry plantation. We had 2 children born to us, Ada and Ella. They are both dead. I wish I'd had 24 children. I have no children now. If I'd had 24, maybe some would be with me now. I'm lonesome and unable to work. I've been trying to wash and iron for a living, but now I'm sick, unable to work. I live with my grandson, and I have nothing. End of section 44.
Section number 45 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. George Rogers, Ex-Slave Story. George Rogers is the name I has carried for 94 years and over. I will be 95 the first day of this coming August. Louis Rogers was my father. My mother was Penny Rogers. All my brothers and sisters are dead except one sister. She is living in Buffalo, New York. She is somewhere in 70 years old. She was the baby in our home. My mother and father and all of us belonged to Felix Rogers. He lived in the edge of Wake County near Greenville County. My mother came from Canada. My master came here from Canada and married here. He married old man Billy Ship's daughter. Her name was Matilda Ship. I cannot read and write. They did not allow no niggers to handle no papers in them days. Master had 3 plantations and about 100 slaves. We had good houses and plenty to eat. My master was a good man. We had no church on the plantation, but we had prayer meetings in our houses. He allowed that, and when they had big meetings, he made us all go. We had dances or anything else we wanted to at night. We had corn shuckings, candy pullings, and all the whiskey and brandy we wanted. My daddy didn't do nothing but distill for him. Whiskey was only 10 cents a quart then. I have never seen him really whoop a slave any more than he whooped his own children. He whooped us all together when we stole watermelons and apples. He made us children, white and black, eat together at a big table to ourselves. We had ordinary clothes, but we all went alike. In the summer and winter, we all went barefooted and in our shirt tails most of the time. His children's was just as bad for going barefooted as we niggers was. We had our patches, and he allowed us to have the money we made on 'em. Our houses were called slave quarters. Our master's house was a big, fine 2-story house. We slaves called it the Great House. None of the slaves from Master Rogers' plantation never run away. We children played the games of marbles, cat ball, and we played base, prison base. At night, we all played peep squirrel in the house. We played blindfold and tag. We fished a lot in Briar Creek. We caught a lot of fish. Sometimes we used pin hooks we made ourselves. We would trade our fish to Mrs. for molasses to make candy out of. When we got sick, we had a doctor. His name was Dr. Hicks. I never was sick, but some of the rest was. We had an old colored man who doctored on all us children. He gave us roots and herbs. Yes, sir, I have seen slaves sold. My master died the year the war started. Then they had a big sale at our house. They had a sale, and an old man askew bought a whole lot of our niggers. I don't know his name, only they called him Old Man Askew. He lived on Salisbury Street, Raleigh, down near Rex Hospital, corner Salisbury and Lenore Streets. Old Man Askew was a slave speculator. He didn't do nothing but buy up slaves and sell 'em. He carried the ones he bought at our house to Texas. He bought my half-sister and carried her to Texas. After the surrender, I saw her in Texas once and never no more. When the war began, they carried young master off. His name was William Rogers, and they sent me to wait on him. I was in camp with him up here by the old fairgrounds. After we got there, I seen old Colonel Faribault. He was colonel of that regiment. We all left Raleigh on wagons, and I don't know where we went after we left Raleigh. I was last. We got on the train at Fayetteville, where they kept the rations. We went to a place where there was a lot of water. I don't know its name. We were there about 3 days when they had a battle, and then Colonel Faribault came around and told me master was gone. He told us to go to the breeze work and work. I stayed there 3 years and 8 months. Then they had another battle there just before I left, and the Yankees took the place. I went to the Yankees. Then they gave me clothes, shoes, something to eat, and some money too. I worked for 'em while they were camped in Raleigh. I come with 'em back to Raleigh. They were camped on Newbern Avenue and Tarboro Street and all out in Gatlin Field in the place now called Lincoln Park. The Yankees, when they took us, told us to come on with them. They told us to get all the folks chickens and hogs. We was behind 'em and we had plenty. They made us steal and take things for 'em. Willer's cavalry went before us. That's why they was so rich. They got all the silver and we got the chickens and hogs. The Yankees skinned chickens and geese. They cut hogs and cows up and then skinned them. They took just the part of a cow sometimes, just the hindquarters, and left the rest. We went to one place and the white woman only had one piece of meat and a big gang of old little children. I begged the Yankees to let that piece of meat alone. She was so po'. But the officer told them to take it, and they took her last piece of meat. I stayed with the Yankees 2 years after the surrender. They carried me to Florida when I left Raleigh. When I left them in Florida, I went to Texas to mine cattle. I stayed in Texas 7 years. Then Mr. Hardy Poole from down here at Battle Bridge, Wake County, came out there. When he started home, I couldn't stand it no longer, and I just told him I was going back home to North Carolina. No, sir, when I got home, I would not go back. No more mining cattle in Texas for me. I married after I come back here. I married Polly Bankum first, then a woman named Betsy Maynard, and last, Emily Walton. When the surrender come, Master was dead, but he left it so that all his slaves who had families got a piece of land. There were 4 of them who got land. He was dead, though, but Mrs. Dunn like he had it fixed. We had white overseers. Old man John Robinson stayed there till the surrender. Then he left. We used to kill squirrels, turkeys, and games with guns. When Master went off, some of us boys stole the guns, and away we went to the woods hunting. Master would come back drunk. He would not know, and he did not care neither about we hunting game. We caught possums and coons at night with dogs. Massa and Mrs. was good to us. I heard a heap of talk about Abraham Lincoln, but I don't know nothing about him. I like Mr. Roosevelt all right. He is all right as far as I know of him. I digs fish worms for a living. I can't work much. I just works a while in the morning. I don't get anything from charity, the county, nor the state. I don't have much. These are the best shoes I has. They fling them away, and I pick them up. They is just rags of shoes. I sure need shoes. End of section number 45, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, August the 19th, 2021.
Section 46 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Hattie Rogers. I was born a slave in New Bern, North Carolina, Craven County, the 2nd day of March, 1859. My full name is Hattie Rogers. My mother's name was Roxana Jeffries. Her husband was named Gaston Jeffries, but he was not my father. My father was Levin Eubanks, a white man. I was born before my mother was married. I called my father Morris Levin. We belonged to Allen Eubanks of New Bern, North Carolina, and his sister's son was my father. His sister was named Harriet, and I was named after her. Marster didn't care who our fathers was, just so the women had children. My father died in 1910. My mother was 15 years old when I was born. When I was a little girl, they moved us out to the plantation on the White Oak River in Onslow County, where we had plenty to eat and wear. We made the stuff and we ate it. Our Marster was good to us. Marster carried me around in his arms a whole lot. He would say to me, "Come on, Harriet, and let's go get a dram. If you're like your daddy, I know you like it." Our master did not whip us or allow anyone else to whip us. When the Yankees took New Bern 2 years before the war ended, we all were refuged to Franklin County to keep them from setting us free. All who could swim the river and get to the Yankees were free. Some of the men swam the river and got to Jones County, then to New Bern and Freedom. One of these was Alec Parker. The White Oak River was in Onslow County, bordering Jones County. There was a lot of slaves who did this, but he is the only one I personally remember. When we got to Franklin County, we saw plenty of paterollers, and many of the men were whipped. Mother's husband was beat unmercifully by them. There was no churches on the plantation, but we went to the white folks' church and sat on the back seats. The white people was friendly to us in the eastern part of the state. Indeed, it was more stiff up in Franklin County. Some of the slave owners was very mean to their slaves. I remember seeing some of the slaves almost beat to death. Lawsy mercy, that was a time. I saw a slave owner whip a colored woman named Lucy, his servant. He was named John Ellis, Judge Ellis's son, in Franklinton. My mother cooked for Judge Ellis then. John Ellis whipped Lucy because he found a piece of pickle outside the pantry door. He accused her of stealing it. There was a string attached to a bell near where Lucy stayed. She was a house girl. He accused her of stealing the pickle and leaving it there when the bell rung, and she had to go in the house. He made her strip to her waist, and then he made her hug a tree. He whipped her with a cowhide whip until she could only say in a weak voice, "Oh, pray, Master John." Major Thomason was there, and he went to Marse John and said, "John, don't kill the damn nigger." A lot of the white folks hid in the woods and in caves and swamps. They hired slaves out when they didn't need 'em themselves. They hid jewelry in house stables by digging holes, putting the jewelry in, and then replacing the straw. When the slaves were sent from White Oak to Franklinton before Lee surrendered, they had to walk all the way. We children was carried in dump carts, drawn by mules. My master nor none of his boys was ever in the Confederate Army. When they got us to Franklinton, they put us in jail for safekeeping. If a woman was a good breeder, she brought a good price on the auction block. The slave buyers would come around and jab them in the stomach and look them over, and if they thought they would have children fast, they brought a good price. Just before the war started, when the birds would sing around the well, Missus would say, "War is coming. Them birds singing is a sign of war. The Yankees will come and kill us all." I can see the old well now just as plain. It had a sweep and pole. You pull the sweep over by pulling the pole and bucket down into the well. When it sunk into the water, the heavy sweep pulled it up again. I wouldn't tell anything wrong on my old master for anything. He was good to all of us. He offered my mother a piece of land after the war closed, but mother's husband would not let her accept it. My grandmother took a place he offered her. He gave her 50 acres of land and put a nice frame building on it. The man we belonged to never was married. He bought a woman who had 2 little girls, one named Lucy and the other Abby. He took Lucy for a house girl to wait on his mother. She had 11 children by him. They're all dead except one. All the missus I ever had was a slave, and she was this same Lucy. Yes, sir, he loved that woman, and when he died, he left all his property to her. When the slaves on the plantation got sick, they relied mostly on herbs. They used sage tea for fever, poplar bark, water for chills. When the husbands and brothers and sweethearts were gone to the war, the white ladies would sing. Annie Ellis and Mag Thomas would sing these pitiful songs. "Adieu, my friends, I bid you adieu. I'll hang my heart on the willow tree, and may the world go well with you." When I was 3 years old, I remember hearing this song. Oh, Beauregard and Jackson came running down to Manassas. I couldn't tell to save my life which one could run the fastest. Hooray, boys, hooray. When the surrender came, the Yankees rocked the place where we were in. We were in a boxcar. They wanted to get a light-colored slave out. The Yankee officers came and gave mother's husband a gun and told him to shoot anyone who bothered us. They put a guard around the car, and they walked around the car all night. My mother was dipping snuff when the Yankees came. One rode up to her and said, "Take that stick out of your mouth." Mother was scared when the Yankees tried to break in on us. She cried and hollered murder, and I cried too. I didn't know about freedom. I was too young to realize much about it. When the war ended, I had just been hired out. I was never sent off. I think slavery was an awful thing, and that Abraham Lincoln was a good man because he set us free. End of section 46.
Section number 47 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Henry Roundtree. Henry Roundtree, 103 years old, of near Newsome Store in Wilson County. I was born and bred in Wilson County on the plantation of Mr. Doc Roundtree. I was named for his oldest son, young Master Henry. My mammy, Adele, my pappy Shark, and my 10 brothers and sisters lived there. And although we works mightily hard, we has the grandest times ever. We has 2 or 3 corn shuckings every fall. We has wood-splitting days and invite the neighbors in the winter time. The women has kiltins, and that night we has a dance. In the cold winter time, when we'd have hog killings, we'd invite the neighbors 'cause there was 100 or 2 hogs to kill 'fore we quit. Yes, ma'am, them was the days when folkses, white and black, worked together. There was candy pullings when we'd make the lasses, and at Christmas time and on New Year's Eve, we has a all-night dance. On Christmas morning, we serenaded the master's family, and they'd give us fruits, candy, and clothes. My master had gamecocks what he put up to fight, and they was valuable. When I was a little feller, he had one rooster that he'd whoop me every time I got close to him. He'd whoop young Master Henry, too, so both of us hated him. One day we sat down with bruised backs to decide how to get rid of that old rooster, not thinking about how much he cost. We made our plans, and after getting a stick apiece ready, we starts driving a line of corn to the old well out in the barnyard. The pesky varmint follows the corn, and when he gets on the brink of the well, we lets him have it with the sticks, and pretty shortly he was drowned. Master ain't never knowed it neither. The missus had a old parrot what had once belonged to her brother who was a sea captain. That was the cussingest thing I'd ever seen, and he'd cuss everybody and everything. One day 2 neighborhood men was passing when they heard somebody holler, "Wait a minute!" When they turns around, the old parrot says, "Go on now, I just wanted to see how you looks. Great God, what ugly men!" And the old thing laughs fit to bust. And that old parrot got the slaves in a heap of trouble, so the day when the hawk caught him, we was tickled pink. The hawk sailed off with the parrot screaming over and over, "Poor Polly's riding." We laughed too quick 'cause the hawk was scared and turns the old fool parrot loose. It's things like that I remembers mostly. But I does remember when the news of the war come. Old Missus said that the will of the Lord be done. Then old Master says that his slaves won't be no happier in heaven than they will with him, and that the Yankees better keep outen his business. The war comes on, and as the niggers learn that they are free, there was much shouting and rejoicing on other plantations, but there ain't nothing but sorrow on ours. 'Cause the master said that he always give us everything that we needs to make us happy, but he be drat if'ns he's going to give us money to fling away, so we all has to go. Old master don't live long after the war is over, but till the day that he was buried, we all done anything he asked us. I has done mostly farm work all my life and work around the house. For years and years, I lives on a part of master's land, and after that, I lives here. I ain't got no kick coming 'bout nothing except that I wants my old age pension. I does, and I'd like to say too, miss, that the niggers would be better off in slavery. I ain't seen no happy niggers since them fool Yankees come along. End of section number 47, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, October the 25th, 2021.
Section 48 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Biography Sketch of Ex-Slave, Anderson Scales, 82. 3/4 of a mile from his master's mansion in Madison on Hunter Street, with his large plug tobacco factory across the street on the corner, where in 1937 stands the residence of Dr. Wesley McAnally. In some quarters which Nat Pitcher Scales had near Beaver Island Creek, Anderson was born to slave mother Martha Scales of a father man named Edwards. Baby Anderson was the slave of William Scales, at one time the world's largest manufacturer of plug or chewing tobacco, and he was named for Henry Anderson, the husband of Mrs. William Scales' sister. Cabins, here quarters consisting of 3 or 4 log ones. Cabins were near the old free white schoolhouse, or rather the schoolhouse for whites. Rolling around the yards with the other pickaninnies, Anderson passed his babyhood, and when he was a boy he went to be houseboy at Marse Jim Dick Cardwell's on Academy Street facing Nat Pitcher Scales' home, later that of Colonel John Marion Galloway. Here he learned good manners and to be of good service. Later he was houseboy in the big house just beyond the Methodist church at James Cardwell's, who had a mill 5 miles west of Madison, and whose wife was Sally Martin, granddaughter of Governor Alexander Martin. Here Anderson learned more good manners and rendered more good houseboy service, such as sweeping floors, bringing in turns armfuls of fireplace wood, drawing water from the yard well and toting it into the house, keeping flies off the dining table, carrying out slops and garbage, for every town house had its back lot pigs. Later Anderson was hired to Nat Wall, colored farmer and blacksmith, then to Joshua Wall, white planter of Dan Valley, northeast of town a few miles. White men would get contracts to have the mail carried to various towns, and Anderson Scales was hired by one of these contractors to carry the mail from Madison to Mount Airy, 50 miles distant in northwest Surrey County. He would go by horse and sulky on Monday, return on Wednesday, go on Thursday, return on Saturday. This was in the late 1870s and 1880s. During the tobacco season, he worked in factories in Winston, no Salem then, and Greensboro. Then he worked in Nat Scales' factory in Madison, and in that of his former master, William Scales. He married Cora Dalton and started his home a mile up the Ayersville Road from town. The railroads having come with the consequent transporting of freight to and fro, Anderson started a public draying business of 1 horse and a wagon, which lasted 38 years, and was given up by him to his son-in-law Arthur Cable, who now, in 1937, has an auto truck and hauls large paper boxes from the Gem Dandy Suspender and Garter Company, located across Franklin Street from Anderson's house boy home, that of James Cardwell, to the post office. From the freight train depot, Arthur hauls merchandise also in paper cartons to the feed stores which do not own an auto truck of their own, and he hauls to the Garter factory a few 2 by 3 foot wooden boxes loaded with metal fillings for the suspenders. This is a complete contrast to the loads drayed by Anderson through the 1880s, 1890s, and the 1900s to about 1915, when the automobile began to change the world of transportation, and Anderson's 1-horse wagon dray business along with it. For 38 years Anderson met every train to capture the trunks of visitors or drummers in town. 2 immense hogsheads packed with leaf tobacco was sold on the floors of Webster's warehouse and Planter's warehouse. 2 stacks of tobacco baskets loaded with the bundles of leaf. Anderson, 5 feet high, and his lean horse could dray from the sales floor to the packing houses where the tobacco was packed and pressed into the hogsheads, or else stored for removal at a greater profit. One such packing house was converted into the Jim Dandy Garter factory about 1915, and today 3 of the original 5 remain. 1 or 2 are still used for tobacco packing, though the season of 1936 to 1937 marked the hauling of immense loads of tobacco direct from the sales floors to the Winston-Salem buyers. 1 pack house is used as a fertilizer sales house. 1 loaded to the roof comb with heavily insured tobacco was mysteriously burned during the World War, where such insurance collections were the fashion. Thus Anderson's dray business dwindled. Any kind of hauling he could get done, and his horses, as they died from strenuous work, would be replaced by others who in no time learned the meaning of Anderson's constant pulls on their reins and his constant and meaningful clucks. With no swivel features to his wagon, Anderson could nevertheless work the horse and wagon into any kind of close position for loading and unloading. He always said the baggage of the rider was the heaviest he carried. This was so because of books packed in the trunk or in boxes, and 25 cents apiece was the fare. Anderson's wife and children at home were making the acre homestead paved with cow, pigs, chickens, and vegetables quickly grown on soil enriched from his dray horse stable, as well as the cow stable, snaps, tomatoes, Irish potatoes, roasting ears, butter beans, squash in the summer, in the spring mustard and onions, in the winter salad from the 7-top and turnips too. Fruit trees planted in time gave fruit for eating, canning, and per-serving, while all the little darkies knew where wild strawberries, crab apples, and blackberries grew for the picking. With Mama taking in white folks' washing and the dray horse money coming in, Anderson's scales prospered in Madison, where he started from zero scratch. He had money in the bank. Anderson said after surrender, he learned to read and write at a Negro-free school taught by Matilda Phillips. With his wife Cora Dalton, sister of Sam Dalton, Anderson joined the African Methodist Church 50 years ago. This was located just across the street from the home of his former employer, Nat Wall, until 1925, when it was abandoned with its parsonage and a new brick church built on the Mayodan Road with stained glass memorial windows, electric lights, piano, well-finished interior, and christened St. Stephen's Methodist Episcopal Church. The omission of the word South emphasized the fact that the members considered it a Northern Methodist church as well as African. In this church, Anderson was exhorter, trustee, and class leader. In then religious capacities, his education by the colored teacher Matilda Phillips was a great help to him. Anderson's second wife was Dinah Strong, who had no children. She died December 1933 from a goiter on her throat. For 10 years or more, Anderson has operated a grocery store in the corner of the Mayodan and the Ayersville roads. Customers come more at night, so Anderson has time in the day to work his garden patches of onions, snaps, and the like, and to stop and rest on the porch of the small storehouse. Clad in good dark clothes, a low-crowned derby hat, he often snoozes as he rests his 82-year-old frame. Anderson and many of his children were distinguished by their very large, round eyes, with much white showing. One of his sons inherited the blackness of his skin. This was little Anderson, who once sought a warrant from a local justice to punish by trial some boy at the tobacco warehouse, who had remarked thus, "Boy, charcoal would leave a light mark on your skin." Anderson's son, Will Scales, was the first husband of Bertha, who had to nurse him through the terrible spells he would have from liquor debauchery. Will was the servant of the Nat Pickle family. Once Mrs. Pickett herself went down to their home and nursed Will through one of his terrible cramping spells. After Will Scales' death, Bertha married Cleve Booker, plumber, ex-World War veteran, and of surpassing good nature, from Washington, Georgia. Their oldest son they named Chillicothe, Ohio, because at that city Cleve was in war camp and met Bertha, who had gone there to go out in service. Some of Anderson Scales' other children still live in Madison in homes marked by good construction, clean, well-furnished interior, artistic surroundings. Martha married Arthur Cable, who also holds an honored place in the church. One daughter married Odell Dyson. Fannie Sue married Thompson. Walter married Morris Carter's daughter. He died in early 1937 of pneumonia in West Virginia. So his widow went to help take care of Pap Anderson. Nancy Scales married Eller William Wells. When told that the pioneer graveyard of the Scaleses, which is a mile or so west of his store, was a thick tangle of growth and no stones, to the once wealthy tobacco manufacturer, William Scales, Unca Anderson exclaimed May 19, 1937, "You don't mean to tell me my old Marse ain't got no tombstone to his grave?" A merchant's wife stated that about 1930, Anderson had more ready cash in the Bank of Medicine than any white man in town, but Uncle Anderson disclaimed this. But the Depression of 1930 to 1934 did not injure this energetic black man who started in a quarters cabin a mile or so west of his present home and store, lived all his life in Madison, and faces the one clear call, with comfortable snoozes on his own front porch. Respected by white and colored, Anderson Scales, 82, has guided his life by the gospel preached by his pastor, also an ex-slave, William Scales of Madison. End of section 48. Section 49 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Biography of ex-slave Catherine Scales. About 10 years old at the Srenda, now quite feeble but aristocratic in her black dress, white apron, and small sailor hat made of black taffeta silk with a milliner's fold around the edge. Aunt Catherine is small, intensely black, with finely cut features and thin lip. Her hand is finely molded, fingers long and slender. Her voice is soft, and poise marks her personality. Sally Martin, a ginger cake-colored woman, 65, has lived as a kind of caretaker with Aunt Catherine since 1934, and thereby gets her own roof and refreshment. For Aunt Catherine has gotten relief from the county welfare chief, Mrs. John Lee Wilson, and Jeff Scales, 70, brings Sally to the relief dispensary in his 2-horse wagon for the apples or onions or grapefruits or prunes, with dried benna, milk, canned beef or potatoes as the stores yield. A white horse and a brown mule comprise the team, and several dogs trot alongside. Sally, also small and frail-looking, sits in a chair planted in the flat wagon bed behind the driver's seat, a plank resting on the sides. Jeff drives close to the door, alights, and helps Sally step onto the back of the bed, thence to a chair he has placed, then to the ground, just as polite whites did to their women folks after the war, when they would ride to town or to church or to picnics in wagons in order to carry the family, the servants, the dinner, horse feed, water bucket, chairs, cushions. Sally gets in line, presents Aunt Catherine's card, which she has gotten by mail, hears the dispensing lady call to the helping men what Aunt Catherine is to have, and struggles to the door with it, where Jeff meets her, transfers the load to his wagon bed, then with his hands he steadies Sally as she mounts the chair, then the back of the wagon bed, over the side with voluminous long skirts, and old-fashioned ruffled sun bonnet. Off to the hilly north part of Madison, called Freetown, Jeffs expressly guides his team through automobile traffic. During the worst of the Depression, Aunt Sally said she kept her coal reserve in a tub upstairs so nobody could steal it. Aunt Catherine, strengthened by her relief food, can talk comfortably. "I sure did love my white folks, old Mars Timberlake, and old Miss Mary Timberlake, my mother Lucy, Ann Timberlake, bought their portraits at the sale of the old Timberlake things, and kept them and brought them with her to Madison when we moved up here, and kept them until Mummy was in her last sickness, and 2 of old Mrs. daughters came over from Greensboro and begged, and Mammy sold the pictures of them for a quarter apiece. I still have old Mrs. Mother's dish, though. I got in packed away in a safe place. I'll get it and show it to you. It is a large, flat platter of the ware called ironware, and was generally used to serve fried ham and eggs, while the gravy came in a small deep dish. In summer a heap of snaps greasy with middling meat, splashed and boiled down dry, with Irish potatoes around the edge, came to table in the platter. The keeper of the Timberlake oil portraits was Lucy, slave of Nat Scales, and Lucy's husband was Nathan Scales. Slave Nat Scales, named for Morris Nat, had married a black woman who came across the water, Salis Green, who become by purchase Sally Scales. Thus Aunt Catherine recalls her grandmother as one who come over the water with a white lady. The purchaser, Mrs. Scales, was from the Lassiter family. Her father was clerk of the Rockingham County Court as early as, and kept the session records of his Presbyterian church in a fine, neat script. The Lassiters had as big a house as the Scales house at Deep Springs. I've stayed many a night in it. It was next to old Marse Jimmy Scales's. John Durham Scales, Marse Jimmy's grandson, lived and died in it. His grandmother's house, the old Lassiter place, 10 miles down the Dan River towards Leakesville. Miss Mary Lassiter married Marse Gus Timberlake, and was the grandmother of William Timberlake Lipscomb, who used to come up to Madison and go to Dr. Shuck's Beulah Academy just after the surrender. When Marse Billy'd get lonesome, he'd go down to Spring Garden and dance with the Scales girls. Old Marse Lassiter's wife was Miss Lizzie Scales, Marse Jimmy's. No'm, us slaves didn't have no church. Marse Nat Scales had let his slaves go to the baptizings. I could hoe, but I didn't do much clean-up work. I spun on a great big wheel that went I wish I had a big wheel to spin on right now. My mammy, Lucy Ann, could weave. She sure loved her white folks. Colored folks didn't have much sense den. She would take cow hair and card and spin it with a little cotton into rolls, and then she'd weave cloth out of it. And how they made their shoes den. My father would cut shoes out of the raw cowhide and put them on bottoms he cut out of wood, and he couldn't run in them at all, just had to stomp along, and they didn't put on shoe till nearly Christmas. Schooling. Aunt Catherine said she learned her letters in a school for colored folks, only taught by Mr. Sam Allen just after the surrender, close to the old Timberlake place. Mr. Sam was the son of Mr. Val Allen and Miss Betsy Martin. She was the granddaughter of Governor Martin. Sometimes Miss Betsy'd get worried with little nigger rolling round on the floor. Thub had her under her feet, and she'd say, "Go away, go away, go away from here, go away to Pamlico," and the little niggers'd say Miss Betsy was Pamlico, 9 miles t'other side o' hell. Yes'm, Mr. Sam Allen learnt me my letters. He was crippled. He married a Grogan, and 2 Allen girls married Grogans, one Mary. Mr. Val's father was William Allen. I went to Mr. Val Allen's funeral, and he was buried on his father's old place, and Miss Betsy too. How de colored folks did hate to be sold down south in de cotton country. One time old Marse Jimmy Scales was go sell 100 down south, and he died, and all de colored folks was glad he died, 'cause he was go sell 'em, and after he died, they didn't have to be sold way from home. One slave woman was sold way from home, had 3 children, and they 6 and 8 and 10 years old. She sang a song just fo' day to above. She put her 3 children between her knees. She sang, "Lord be with us." Do, mi, so, re, do, so, ti, so, mi, do, so, fa, mi, so, do. remember me, O Lord, remember me. This was sung full of quavers and pathos and entreaty. Then she cried, and they took her off, and the children never saw her no more. After I learned my letters at Mars Sam Allen's school, I learned a Bible verse every day, and if I want Bixie, I'd learn a half a chapter. I read some newspapers and some storybooks to Miss Mary Timberlake give us children to read and look over. I learned to write in a copybook, and I'd write stories about Christ and several different stories. I filled a great big copybook with practice. I learned the most, though, from Webster's Weekly in Reedsville. We took that paper going on 5 years. I read everything in it. No, I didn't know Miss Irene McHarriet. Uncle John R. Webster made that paper. It sure was a good paper. My daddy was Marse Nat's slave, and Porter Scales was his slave, too. Old Marse Jimmy Scales's sons was Nat Pitcher and John Durham went to Wa. He took Richmond Scales long with him to wait on him, cook for him, make his pallet, clean his clothes, rub down his horse. Marse John Durham sleep with Richmond in the winter to keep him warm. Richmond carried him water in his canteen during a battle. Marse John Durham had on a ring that was carved, and he told Richmond, take a good look at this ring, so's he'd know him by it if he didn't come up after a battle. Richmond'd hold onto his horse's tail and go with him fur's he could for a battle. Yes'm, I made Richmond Scales when he was a widower and had a boy named Jeff. I never had no children. Jeff's 70 now and lives right over across the street there in the other house the Vadens built 60 years ago. I live in one, too. Aunt Catherine's house has a front room with stairway in the corner leading to one above. A back door leads to a side porch flanked by a two-roomed L and ended by a pantry. Chimneys with fireplaces once gave heat, but economy had put in Aunt Catherine's tiny stove, which she a lump at a time in the winters of depression and relief, 1932 to 1937. A big, fat, clean double bed, bureau, washstand, center table, chairs, and the stairway consumed the living room for space. No, I joined a church after a big meeting held by preacher Richard Walker about 1907. I joined the Methodist Church, and I have always loved to go to church. This street goes on and goes into the Mayadan Road at our new brick Methodist Church. Richmond Scales, my husband, died long ago. My mother about 4 years ago. She was very old. I wanted to move to Reedsville when we left the old plantation where we could get more work waiting on women. But the men folks said, kin folks up here, and we came here. I know where the old sharp graveyard, about 2 miles from Madison, close to Mist Tunnel. Peas, 'cause lots of colored folks buried there, and I went to the funerals. I could go straight to it. End of section 49. Section 50 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Story of Ex-Slave Porter Scales. Monday, December 19th, 1933. The faithful colored friends of Uncle Porter Scales transported his body from St. Stephen's African Methodist Episcopal Church, located on the Madison-Mayodan Highway, to a plantation graveyard several miles east of town, along roads slippery with sleet. He was buried by the side of his first wife on the 130-acre farm, which Uncle Porter said he bought from Mr. Alec Llewellyn, to raise his family on, and which he later swapped to Mr. Bob Cardwell for a town house in Pocomo, Camoca, a suburb from first syllables of promoters' names, Camp Moore, Cardwell, Camoca. In this town house Uncle Porter passed away, aged, he thought, 97. For a number of years he had drawn a pension of $100 per year for his services to the Confederate government in hauling foodstuff from Charlotte, North Carolina, to Danville, Virginia. As the slave of Nat Pitcher Scales, residing in the brick mansion on Academy Street across from the Methodist Church, Porter came to Madison when 10 years of age, and his memory held the development of Madison from the erection of the churches around 1845 to details like seeing little Betty Carter, Mrs. B. Watkins Mabane, cry from stage fright and pass up her piece at school exhibition commencement. He saw Madison grow from a tiny trading village with aristocratic slave-holding citizens with quarters on their town lots to a town of 1,500 with automobiles clipping by, to Mayadan, a mill town of 2,000, and a thickly populated, though unincorporated, countryside. In 1930, Uncle Porter was struck by an automobile, and since he has poked his way about town cautiously with his cane, no longer working as handyman to Thomas R. Pratt's family on the corner of Academy and Market Streets. His slavery home was in a two-roomed with loft cabin next door to the house Mr. Pratt built in 1890 when he moved to Madison from Leakesville. This cabin Colonel Galloway in the 1890s had enlarged to house the Episcopal rector Mr. Stickney. Uncle Porter's slave home stands in 1937, occupied by Mr. Pratt's daughter, Mrs. Pearl Van Noppen, and sons. Uncle Porter was ever very polite and humble. For all his contacts, he thought, had always been with the highest of Dan River aristocracy. His medium, lean body, with a head like Julius Caesar's, was covered with skin of ginger cake color. On the Deep Springs, Dan River plantation lived Mrs. Timberlake, whose daughter married Mr. LeSueur from an adjoining plantation just across the Dan River from Governor Alexander Martin's Danbury plantation. She, in time, married Mr. Scales, and as property of this lady, Porter was born of legally married parents. Porter's brother Nathan Scales was given by his mistress to her daughter when she married another LeSueur, and thus he became Nathan LeSueur. Both brothers have descendants in Madison of a high type of citizenship. Porter himself was given the choice by his old miss of belonging to either of her two sons, John Durham Scales or Nathaniel Pitcher Scales. Porter chose Nat Scales as his young Mars and come to Madison to live with him about 1845. By obeying orders from his Mars, Nat Pitcher Scales, Porter operated a train of 15 wagons loaded with corn for the Confederate cavalry from Charlotte, North Carolina, to Danville, Virginia. Thus a Confederate soldier, he in his old age received a pension. Porter said he got lots of practice in managing feed wagons by wagoning in Georgia for his master between the two cities, Augusta and Wadesboro. His master, he said, traded his services to Dan River Jim Scales, who bossed the teams between Augusta and Wadesboro, which were owned by John Durham Scales and Dan River Jim Scales. These wagons also carried corn. Nat Pitcher, Porter's master by choice, operated a store at Wadesboro, Georgia. Uncle Porter's wagoning in Georgia shows Madison's connection with the far South, not only through the Scales family, but through other families. But the great honor of a tobacco country slave was that of being sold down South to the cotton country. So after the war, Porter Scales came back to the Dan River in Rockingham County and bought his 130 acres farm from Mr. Alex Llewellyn. He liked to recount his matrimonial matters, except those of his second wife, who married him for a rich nigger widower, and spent his hard-won dollars freely for lace curtains and such to adorn the town house in Pocomo, and finally forced him out of the town house into the woodhouse in the yard where he lived some years, dying there. His church friends took charge of his body and kept it until put away by the side of his first wife. She, Martha Foy, he said in 1932 to me, was bought by Dr. Ben Foy of Madison from Wheeler Hancock of Wentroth. 6 of their children are living near Madison and in West Virginia. Stephen and Lindsay Scales at the old place down at Deep Springs. He told of going to see the attractive Betsy Ann, house girl slave of Mrs. Nancy Watkins Webster, but was cut out by Noah Black. Aunt Betsy Ann Black is remembered as being the superlative obstetrical nurse in homes of the rich about Madison, and was designated by them as being a lady, if ever there was a Negro lady. She was never dressed except in cotton checks, being cut out. Thus Porter cited as evidence of his aristocratic association, for one of Aunt Betsy's son became a Methodist preacher, and 2 of her granddaughters teachers in the public schools of North Carolina. Porter told of the white school teacher, Professor Seeker, who taught in the Doll Academy, Madison's old female academy, which still stands, remodeled since 1900 into a dwelling on Murphy Street at the 60-foot deep well in the street by the old Dr. Robert Galway house, standing still in 1937, just south of John H. Moore's 5-acre home place. Professor Seeker, he said, left Madison and went up on Bond's Mountain to teach among the Bonds, Lewises, and Higgies and Bibsons, pioneer families of that area. On that May 2nd, 1932, in his Kamoka yard, Uncle Porter recited the poem which little Betty Carter forgot in stage fright at Professor Seeker's exhibition. Before Professor Jacob Dahl ever started his female school, all these pupils were paid scholars. The free school for Madison, the old field schoolhouse, was way down the hill from the old Dr. Smith house near Beaver Island Creek. Only white folks intimate with itch, head lice, and long-standing poverty then sent their children to the free old field schoolhouse. Porter said as a laborer he helped build a big tobacco factory at Dr. Smith's old place. By 1880, this factory had been purchased by Madison Negroes as community and fraternal hall for assemblies. It served thus to 1925, when it was abandoned, and in 1936 it was torn down. The last of the several large plug tobacco factories operated in Madison 1845 to 1875 by the Scales, Daltons, and Hayes. Porter could name and designate occasionally Madison's early white residents and others too whom his Morris Nat Scales visited. His story of some Civil War refugees led to how their slave girl Rose acquired a small farm 2 miles east of town, held to this day, 1937, by her descendants, the Ned Collins family of Madison. Rose acquired the farm by kindness to its owners, who willed it to her. Forced to live in cellars in Petersburg, Virginia, Mrs. A. R. Holderby, William Holderby, Miss Fannie Holderby, Mrs. Aiken, because of bombarding Federal shells 1864, came to Madison, afflicted with tuberculosis. Their slave girl was Rose. The whites died except a son who became a Presbyterian minister. The whites were buried on a hill just north of the pioneer Joel Cardwell home, 1937. Siegfried Smith's. Rose was married to Uncle Henry Collins, and they lived on the place of Mrs. Louise Whitworth and Cilla Bailey. These white women willed their tiny farm to Rose Collins because of her kindness to them in their old age. End of section 50.
Section number 51 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. William Scott, Ex-Slave Story. 401 Church Street, 77 years old. My name is William Scott. I live at 401 Church Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born 1860, March 31st. I was freeborn. My father was William Scott. I was named after my father. My mother was Cynthia Scott. She was a Scott before she was married to my father. She was born free. As far back as I can learn on my mother's side, they were always free. My mother and father always told me my grandfather was born of a white woman. My grandfather was named Elijah Scott. I have forgot her name. If I heard her name called, I have forgot it. My grandfather on my mother's side was a Waverly. I can't tell you all about these white folks, but some of them, when they died, left their properties to mulattoes or half-breed children, and several of them are living in this community now. I can tell you exactly where they are and where they got their property. Some of them are over half white. They were by a Negro woman who was a mulatto and a white man. They are so near white you can't tell them from white folks. This condition has existed as long ago as I have any recollection, and it still exists, but there are not as many children according to the relations as used to be. Free Negroes were not allowed to go on the plantations much. Now you see, my father was a free man. We lived right here in town. My father was a ditcher and a slave getter. One night, the man he worked for got up a crowd and come to whoop him and take his money away from him. He had paid father off that day. That night, they come and got him and blindfolded him. He moved the blindfold from over his eyes and run and got away from him. He never did go back no more to the man he had been working for. I was a little boy, but I heard Pappy tell it. That was directly after the surrender. Pappy saw the man he had been working for when he slipped the blindfold off his face, and he knowed him. I was a boy when the Yankees came to Raleigh. They came in on the Fayetteville Road. They stopped and quartered at the edge of the town. I remember they had a guardhouse to put the Yankees in who disobeyed. Later on, they came in from the east and quartered at the old soldiers' home right in there, but not in the buildings. There were no houses there when the Yankees came. They had some houses there. They built them. They stayed there a good while until all the Yankees left. When the Yankees first came in, they camped over near Dix Hill. When they come into town, you hardly knew where they come from. They were just like bluebirds. They just covered the face of the earth. They came to our house and took our something to eat. Yes, sir, they took our something to eat from us Negroes. My daddy didn't like their taking our rations, so he went to the officer and told him what his men had done, and the officers had something to eat sent over there. My mammy cooked some for the officers, too. They had a lot of crackers. They called them hardtack. The officers brought a lot of them over there. We lived near the Confederate trenches just below the Fayetteville crossing on Fayetteville Street. The breastworks were right near our house. I know when the colored men farmed on shared crops, they were given just enough to live on, and when a white man worked a mule until he was worn out, he would sell him to the colored man. The colored man would sometimes buy him an old buggy. Then he was called rich. People went to church then on steer carts. That is colored folks, most of them. The only man I worked for along then who would give me biscuit through the week was a man named June Goodwin. The others would give us biscuit on Sundays, and I made up my mind then, when I got to be a man, to eat just as many biscuits as I wanted, and I have done just that. My mammy used to hire me out to the white folks. I worked and made just enough to eat and hardly enough clothes to wear to church until I was a man. I worked many a day and had only one herring and a piece of bread for dinner. You know what a herring fish is? 'Twas because I'd throwed my money away. 'Twas 'cause we didn't get it, neither to save up. When we farmed share crop, they took all we made. In the fall, we would have to split cordwood to live through the winter. I will tell you now how I got my start off now. I am going to use this man's name. I went to work for a man named George Whitaker. I drive a wagon for him. He allowed me all the waste wood for my own use. This wood that would not sell good on the market, I hauled it over home. I worked for him till he died, and his wife allowed me a little side crap. I made this crap, took the money I got for it, and built a little storehouse. I just remember how long I worked for Miss Hannah Whitaker. Then I quit work for her and went to work for myself. I owns that little storehouse, the one I worked with Miss Hannah Whitaker, and from that I bought me another home. When the Yankees come to Raleigh, there was a building they called the Governor's Palace. It stood where the auditorium now stands. Right back of where the courthouse now stands was a jail and a gallows and a whooping post, all there together. I know when they built the penitentiary, they hauled poles from Johnston County. They called them Johnston County poles. They hauled them in on trains. This post office was not built then. The post office then was built of plank set up and down. I remember seeing a man hung down at the jail. His name was Mills. He was a white man. When he got on the scaffold, he said, "What you going to do to me, do it quick and be done with it." I think Abraham Lincoln done the colored man a heap of good. If it hadn't been for Mr. Roosevelt, there are many living today who would have perished to death. There are plenty of people walking about now who would have been dead if Mr. Roosevelt had not helped them. The only chance I had to hold my home was a chance given me through him. At my age, I cannot make much at work, but through things he helped me, and I is holding my own. End of section number 51, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, October the 26th, 2021.
Section 52 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Tiney Shaw, ex-slave of Wake County, 76. My papa was a free nigger, 'cause he was the son of the master who was named Medlin. When a child was born to a slave woman, and its pappy was the boss, that nigger was free from birth. I know that the family was living on Miss Susie Page's place during the war, and we was just like slaves, although we was said to be free then. My pappy was named Madison Medlin, maybe for the president, and my mammy was a pretty slim brown-skinned gal when I could remember. They said that she was named for Betsy Ross. I had 4 brothers, Allison, William, James, and John, and 5 sisters named Cynthia, Ann, Nancy, Sally, Caroline, and Molly. We heard a heap about the war, but the white folkses didn't want us to know about it. Most of the white womens had to live by theirselves during the time that the men folkses was away at the war, but the niggers in our neighborhood stuck to the missus, and there ain't no niggers from other plantations come there to insult them nother. I members that it was in April when the Yankees come, and I heard Miss Susie crying, 'cause she was a widow woman, and her crops was just started to be planted. She knowed that she was ruined, I reckon. Me and my mammy was sitting by the fireplace when the Yankees come. I crawled under the wash bench, but the Yankee officer drug me out, and he says, "Go fetch me a dozen eggs," and I wants a dozen now, mind you. I looked till I found 12 eggs, and I started to the house with 'em, but being so excited, I dropped one of them and cracked it. I was scared stiff now, sure enough, and I runned into the back door and crawled under the bed. The officer seed me do, and he cracks his whoop and makes me come out. Then he says, "Nigger, what's that out there in that barrel in the hallway?" I says, "'Lasses, sir," and he says, "Draw me some in this cup." I draws about a half a cupful, and he says, "Nigger, that ain't no 'lasses," and he cracks his whoop again. I then draws the cup full as it could be, and he tells me to drunk it. I drinks that whole cupful of lasses, for he lemme alone. Then I runs back to my mammy. Arter a while, the Yankee comes back and sticks his head in the dough, and he 'lows, "Old woman, yo lasses am leakin'." Sure enough, it was leakin', and it run all down the hall and out in the yard. But he done pulled the stopper out for meanness, so he could laugh at mammy when she waded through dat lasses. They laughs and laughs while she goes stepping down through the lasses like a turkey walking on cockleburrs. Them Yankees done a lot of mischief. I knows 'cause I was there. They robbed the folkses, and a whole lot of darkies what ain't never been whooped by the master got a whooping from the Yankee soldiers. The Ku Klux Klan warn't half as bad as them Yankee robbers what stayed in Raleigh arter the war, robbing, plundering, and burning up everything. The South had to have the Ku Klux Klan, but they ain't had no need for the Yankees. The first winter after the war was the worst winter I ever knowed, and I's telling yo dat was bad. Maybe yo don't think so, but nigh 'bout ever nigger in the world cussed old Abraham Lincoln that winter. End of section 52.
Section number 53 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. John Smith. John Smith, a Negro in the Wake County home, Raleigh, North Carolina. John Smith is my name. I was born at Nightdale, right at my master's house. Yes, sir, right in his house. I was born right near where the depot now is. My master owned the land, all the land there. I was bred and born there on my master's plantation. I is counting day and night, 216 years old. Not counting day and night, I is 108 years old. My master's name was Haywood Smith, and he was one of the best men I ever seen. He was good to all us niggers. He would come around and talk to us. He loved us, and we loved him. My master, Haywood Smith, never married, but he had a nigger woman. She also had a nigger husband. She had 2 children by Master Haywood Smith, a gal and a boy. Peter Knight owned my master's land at Nightdale after my master died. He died the year the war commenced. Then the guardian that was appointed for all us slaves, and his name was Bat Moore. He carried us slaves to Master Haywood Smith's brother's children in Alabama. He was the guardian. I got there the month the war commenced. Bat Moore carried me to Alabama. Master Elam Smith's children was named Frank and John Elam. Them boys' mother was named Miss Mary. Their father was dead. Miss Mary married again. Her first husband was Elam. Miss Mary moved off, but I stayed with the boys. My mother's name was Rose Smith. My father's name was Powell. He died at Wilmington, North Carolina, when they was digging the trenches round the fort there during the war. My mother died in Greene County, Alabama, at a place called Smithfield. My father belonged to Mac Powell. I made no money before or after the war. I worked in Alabama until the war closed. I seen millions of Yankees just like bees. When the war closed, I went with 'em. I did not work any for a year. I was so glad when the war ended and they told me I was free. I did not know what to do. I went with the Yankees. They was kind to us. They said they was sure glad to see us. They give us just what they wanted us to have. During the war, I had cornbread with 1 piece of meat a day. The meal was not sifted. The white folks had sifters made of horsehair, but the slaves didn't have no sifters. When I carried a dress off to have it made on Sunday for Mrs. during the war, when she could not make it herself, she'd give me a biscuit. We called Sunday Blue Monday. She give me the biscuit for working on Sunday. Then I got a biscuit for going after the dress. I got about 2 biscuits a year when the war was going on. I was working to keep the soldiers fed. They got the biscuits. Tom Bridgers was master's overseer. He had 160 children by niggers. Master Bridgers rode a horse when he went over the plantation. The only game I ever played was marbles. I played for watermelons. We didn't have any money, so we played for watermelons. In Alabama, we got up at 4 o'clock and worked till 9 or 10 o'clock. Then we had breakfast and rested till 4 o'clock. That was when the weather was dry and hot. It would kill the truck to work it then. When it was wet, we worked longer. In North Carolina, we worked from sun to sun, but we rested 2 hours at noon. You hardly ever heard of a man getting sick. If he did, he had the typhoid. Then Dr. Sewell at Nightdale, after a while called Judge Sewell, would come and doctor him. Old man Judge Sewell was buried near St. Augustine's School, other side Tarboro Road. I didn't have to pay anything for going to Alabama. I was carried. Bat Moore carried me. He was the guardian, but I had to pay to come back. They went after me, and I had to work 2 years to pay it back. Yes, sirree, 2 whole years to pay for coming back. I was glad to get back. Sometimes they give us a fofy of the crap to farm. Some years we didn't make much when it was dry. No, we didn't make much. People didn't associate together. Poor whites, free niggers, slaves, and the slave owners. No, they didn't associate much before the war, but they did after the war. They got to mixing then. I ate rabbits and possums, coons, and fish. I muddied the water and caught fish. I caught rabbits, coons, and possums with dogs. They fared but middling poor chance with us. We caught rabbits in hollers and caves and possums in trees, but we had a hard time catching squirrels. We niggers had no guns, so we had a hard time catching squirrels. I ate rabbits in summer when they had kits in 'em. We caught all these animals with dogs. The white chillin' didn't work, but the white folks was good to me. Yes, sirree, they was good to me. If they done anything to me, it was my fault. I belonged to Elam Smith's chillins, Frank and John Elam. I seen many Yankees during the war in Alabama. When the war ended, they told me I was free. I was so glad I didn't know what to do. The Yankees told me I was free. I went with 'em. I stayed with 'em from May till August. Then I slipped away from 'em. I had no clothes and shoes till the Yankees come. Yes, sir, I went barefooted. They give me clothes and shoes, but I slipped away from 'em because they wanted me to do things I didn't want to do. White folks, if I must tell you, I must. I think Jesus sent you to me so I can tell my story. They just wanted me to forage around and get chickens, collars, taters, and anybody's hogs I could get. I didn't have no slips or shoes, no underclothes for 40 years before the Yankees come, but I slipped away. I didn't want to do what they wanted me to do. The poor white folks done tolerable well, but the rich slave owners didn't allow them to come on their plantations. They didn't allow free niggers to come on the plantations if they could help it, but they couldn't help it. They slipped in there at night when the master didn't know it. My master owned 3 plantations and 300 slaves. He started out with 2 women slaves and raised 300 slaves. One was called Short Peggy, and the other was called Long Peggy. Long Peggy had 25 children. Long Peggy, a black woman, was boss of the plantation. Master freed her after she had 25 children. Just think of that, raising 300 slaves with 2 women. It sure is the truth, though. There was no jails, but they had whipping posts on the plantations. When a nigger done anything, he was tied and whooped. There ain't no scars on my back, not nary a one. There was slave auction blocks at Rollsville and down to Rosenberg. Harp's Barrow below Zebulon, next place Smithfield. White folks didn't help me to read and write. If I was caught with a book, I had better run and get in a hole somewhere. They didn't allow me to have nothing to do with books. My master preached to us on Sunday. He was a preacher. My master preached to his slaves. No slaves didn't run away from my master. He was too good to them. The slaves from other places run away, though, and when they caught 'em, they whooped 'em too. Yes, sir, my master give us Christmas. Sometime he give us 2 weeks before we went to work again Christmas. Liquor was no more'n water. Brandy, the highest price of any of it, was 40 cents a gallon. We had a plenty of liquor, but nobody got drunk. Sometimes a white man got drunk, and now and then a nigger would get drunk. All worked for one another then. I tell you, this young bunch ain't right. They don't do right. They don't work for one another. I never married before the war. Nobody married on master's plantation, but they had womans. My woman was mighty good to me. I slept anywhere I could before the war ended, in the shuck pen, cottonseed house, and went barefooted in slavery days. I married Helen Jones after the war. I had 4 childrens by her, 2 gals and 2 boys. One of them boys is living now, but I don't know where he is. I had 1 child by my woman in slavery time. My woman died in Greene County, Alabama. I've been married twice. I married another woman named Amy Gumpton in Wake County. She had 4 children by me. 1, a boy, is in the Navy Yard, a girl in Brooklyn, New York, 1 in Wake County, a farmer, and 1 died. I love the Southern people, but the devil got the best of them. They was good to me. I don't think Mr. Abraham Lincoln was a good man, no siree. The devil got him after he whooped and won all the land. He wanted to give it back again. The devil got the best of him. He didn't live long after he whooped, did he? End of section number 53, read by Kevin Waters, Spring Hill, Florida, October the 29th, 2021.
Section 54 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. John Smith, 10 Pettigrew Street, Raleigh, North Carolina, age 77. My mother was named Charlotte Smith, and father was named Richmond Sanders. You know niggers were sold and traded and given away just like stock, horses, mules, and the like in slavery time. My mother belonged to John Smith, and father belonged to Richmond Sanders. I belonged first to John Smith, but was give away when I was a child to Solomon Gardner. John Smith's plantation was in Johnston County, near Smithfield. Solomon Gardner's place was in Wake County. All these people are dead and gone. My uncle, Ben Thomas, died about 1 month ago in Johnston County. He was the last of the old gang. Mother and father said we got reasonably good food and clothes. The houses were small and poorly furnished, but were warm and they got on very well. There was about 25 slaves on the place, and they worked long hours under overseers. The rules were strict about books, going visiting and having meetings of any kind. No slave was allowed to carry guns or hunt without some white man with him unless his master gave him a pass. They caught rabbits and gums, birds and traps, and hunted possum with dogs at night. There was not much time for fishing except at lay-by time and at the 4th of July. Then slaves and whites sometime went fishing in the Neuse River together. At Christmas, the holidays was give slaves, and then they had plenty to eat, shoes, etc. Slaves were sold at Smithfield on the auction block, but a lot were carried to Richmond, Virginia, and to Fayetteville, North Carolina. Children were not made to work till they got 12 or 14 years old, unless it was some light work around the house, minding the table, fanning flies, and picking up chips to start a fire, scratching master's head so he could sleep in the evenings, and washing Mrs. feet at night before she went to bed. Some of the misses had nigger servants to bathe them, wash their feet, and fix their hair. When one nigger would wash the missus' feet, there would be another slave standing there with a towel to dry 'em for her. Some of these misses after the war died poor. Before they died, they went from place to place, living on the charity of their friends. I was born second Sunday in May 1860. I remember seeing the Yankees, but I know very little about them. Guess most all them Yankees are dead now. The ones that whooped and the ones that got whooped are most all dead. I learned to read and write since slavery. I remember the Yankees. They give us chillins hardtack. They had cans on their backs and guns, blue clothes and brass buttons on their clothes. They had covered wagons in front and they was walking. I remember seeing them kill a hog and take part of the hog and carry it off on their backs. The only time I saw anything the slave situation that made a big impression on my mind was when Master Thomas tied my Aunt Ann Thomas to a peach tree and whooped her. I will never forget how she cried. Another thing I remembers, my uncle teach me to cuss folks. His name was Needham Thomas. I can remember before I could walk better than I can remember happenings now. Out of the war, my daddy took mother and moved to Dr. Leach's in Wake County. Next year, we went to Mrs. Betsy Jordan's plantation in Johnston County. The fourth year out of the war, they put me to work. We stayed with the Jordans several years. Then we moved to Mr. Thomas's, where my aunt was whooped in slavery time, and the master that owned some of our people in slavery time. We stayed there a few years. Then we moved to John Avery's near Smithfield. Father bought a place there and paid for it. Father believed in whooping like the white folks did. He cut the blood out of me with a switch and scarred me up, and I left him. When I was 21, a free man, I went back and paid Father for every day I was away from him, from the time I ran away at 16 years old till I was 21. I owed him that because I was his until I was free. I believe that is why God has allowed me to live such a long time, because I paid a just debt. Daddy said before he died, I had done more for him than the other childrens. He whooped me too much, but out of all, he was my father, and I loved him and paid him all I owed him for the time I was away. I married 3 times in Raleigh. I married Julius Smith. She lived 1.5 years. We had 1 child that lived 6 days. I have no more childrens. I married Mahalda Rand. She lived 1 year and 3 months. And the third and last time, I married Maggie Taylor. I lived with her 11 years, and she died. I am single now. Haywood Smith was my first father-in-law. He is about 108 years old. He lives at the county home. I am living right in this world, trying to be ready for when God calls me. Slavery was bad. Working the colored people over 200 years without giving them anything but their food and clothes. Yes, slavery was bad. End of section 54.
Section 55 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Patterson of Monmouth County, New Jersey. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Section 55. Josephine Smith, Ex-Slave Story. An interview with Josephine Smith, 94 years old, of 1010 Mark Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born in Norfolk, Virginia, and I don't know who we belong to, but I remembers the day we was put on the block at Richmond. I was just toddling round then, but me and my mammy bought $1,000. My daddy, I reckon, belonged to somebody else. And we was just sold away from him just like the cow is sold away from the bull. A preacher by the name of Maynard bought me and Mammy and carried us to Franklinton, where we lived till his daughter married Dr. John Leach of Johnston County. Then I was give to her. All my white folkses was good to me, and I reckon that I ain't got no cause for complaint. I ain't had much clothes, and I ain't had so much to eat, and a many a whoopin', but nobody ain't never been real bad to me. I 'members seeing a heap o' slave sales, with the niggers in chains and the speculators selling and buying them off. I also 'members seeing a droves of slaves with nothing on but a rag twixt their legs being galloped round for the buyers. 'Bout the worst thing that ever I see do was a slave a woman at Lewisburg who had been sold off from her 3 weeks old baby and was being marched to New Orleans. She had walked till she was give out, and she was weak enough to fall in the middle of the road. She was chained with 20 or 30 other slaves, and they stopped to rest in the shade of a big oak while the speculators ate their dinner. The slaves ain't having no dinner. As I pass by, this old woman begs me in God's name for a drink of water, and I gives it to her. I ain't never be so sorry for nobody. It was in the month of August, and the sun was bearing down hot when the slaves and the drivers leave the shade. They walk for a little piece, and this old woman fall out. She dies there side of the road, and right there they buries her, cussing, they tells me, 'bout losing money on her. After the war, I comes to Raleigh and works for Major Rustin. I cooks a year on Hillsborough Street for somebody who I can't remember right now. Then I goes to Lewisburg to cook in Mr. Dedman's hotel, and hearing 'bout Melissa, I finds that she and my sister, so I goes to Miss Mitchell and I gets her. A few years after the war, I marries Alex. Dunson was a body slave for Major Fernie Green and went through all the war. Me and him lived together 60 years, I reckon, and he died the night for Thanksgiving in 1923. Slavery wasn't so good, 'cause it divided families and done a heap of other things that was bad. but the work was good for everybody. It's a pity that these young'uns nowadays don't know the value of work like we did. Why, when I was 10 years old, I could do any kind of housework and spin and weave to boot. I hope that these children will learn something in school and church. That's the only way they can learn it. End of section 55. Section 56 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Patterson of Monmouth County, New Jersey. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2, Section 56. Nellie Smith, Main Street, Dunn, North Carolina, Route 6. My name is Nellie Smith. I was born on a plantation in Harnett County in 1856. Near where Linden now stands. I belong to old man Jack Williams. His wife was dead when I was born. There were many acres in the plantation. It was a large one. I don't know exactly how many acres. There were about 50 slaves on the place. The slave houses were on a hill. Master lived in the big house, and it was a big one, too. I do not remember ever going hungry when I was a slave. Father was the butler, and Mother was a housewoman, and we got plenty to eat. My mother was named Rosetta Williams, and Father was named Atlas Williams. I do not remember my grandmother and grandfather, but I remember my great-grandmother. We had good homemade clothes and good beds. Jack Williams was good to his slaves. He was good to me and my mother and father. I have heard them say that he was always good to them. Our living with him was good, and we loved him. He thought a lot of his niggers. He had 6 children of his own, 4 boys and 2 girls. The boys, Dr. Jack Williams, Dr. Jim Williams, William Williams, Jim Williams. The girls, Mary and Martha. I did little work in slavery time. Sometimes I fanned flies off the table at meal times and did other light work. They made children do very little work in slavery time. We children played bass and hide the switch. I saw a jail for slaves in Fayetteville, North Carolina, but I never saw a slave sold. I saw an overseer whoop a man once, but he certainly didn't hurt him much. He done more talking than whooping. We went to the white folks' church, but they would not allow any of us any books. No one taught us to read and write. My father ran away once because he would not take a whooping. When he came back, they did not do or say anything to him. Jack Williams would not allow a patroller to whoop a nigger on his land. If they could get on his land, they were safe. He had overseers at the plantation. I remember one whose name was Buck Buchanan. When we got sick, Dr. Jack Williams looked after us. When Master Jim Williams got to be a doctor, he looked after us. Yes, I remember the Yankees. They went to our house one Sunday morning. They did not fight on our side of the river. They fought on the other side of the river, near the Smith house. It was the Battle of Averysboro. The Smith house was a hospital. They came into the house. My sister Irene was house girl. The Yankees put their pistols to her head and said, "You better tell me where them things are hid. Tell us where the money and silver is hid at." Sister did not tell. Boss had started off with the silver that morning. The Yankees caught him, took it, and his boots, horse, and all he had. He come back home barefooted. They got most everything at Mouse's house. They took my mother's shawl and a lot of things belonging to the slaves. I have heard of the Ku Klux Klan. Ha! Yes, I have. I heard tell of they beating up people, but I never got into any tangle with 'em. I just don't know about all them old folks. Lincoln, Davis, Booker Washington. I think slavery was a bad thing 'cause they sold families apart. Fathers from their wives and children, and mothers away from their children. 2 of my sisters was fixed up to be sold when the war ended. End of section 56. Section 57 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mary Patterson of Monmouth County, New Jersey. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Section 57. Sarah Ann Smith. An interview with Sarah Ann Smith of 623 West Lenoir Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I was born January the 22nd, 1858. To Martha and Green Womble in Chatham County, near Lockville. My father belonged to Mr. John Womble, and Mammy belonged to Captain Elias Bryant. They had 6 children, I being next to the oldest. Father was a carpenter, and by his having a trade, he got along better before and after the war than the other niggers. Mammy was housekeeper and cook, and she always was neat as a pin and as quick as lightning. Both families was good to their slaves, giving them plenty to eat and enough to wear. I stayed with Mammy on Captain Bryant's plantation, and I don't remember doing any work at all, except looking after the babies once in a long while. When the Yankees come, Martha was off to war, so they took the place without any trouble at all. They wasn't as good to us as our white folkses was, and somehow we don't feel right about 'em taking Martha's stuff. But we knows it ain't no use to say nothing about it. At last the war was over, The captain was too busted to hire us to stay on, so we moved over to Mr. Womble's place then. Life was a heap different from what it was for the surrender. We ain't had no fun now, 'cause when we has time, we is too tired, and when we do have time, it's seldom. No more dances and parties for us. We ain't even got the lasses to have a candy pullin'. We ain't got no religion we had for the war, so prayer meeting am not held often. The Yankees give us a school, but they ain't give us nothing to eat, so we's got to work. We ain't got no time for education. I growed up in this hand-mouth way, and when I was 13, I seen Henry Smith, who was renting a little farm there near us. He was young and slim and yellow. My folks wanted me to marry Bill Bunn, but he was 30-odd, black and heavy, and I ain't liked him. Me and Henry, we courted just as we pleased, 'cause they weren't strict on us. And when I told him that I reckoned that I's got to marry Bill Bunn, he gets mad and he says that I ain't neither, 'cause I is going to marry him. Well, I did, and I ain't never been sorry yet. Henry has been dead now 14 years, and the 5 children's what we had am dead too. And I is hoping to get my pension soon. I does need it, being all alone in the world. End of section 57.
Section 58 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. William Smith, 920 Oberlin Road. My full name is William Smith. I was born August 17, 80 years ago, near Noise River at a place called Wilder's Grove. I belonged to Gaston E. Wiley, and my missus was Sarah. Don't remember how many children they had, but 1 or 2 of them are living over in Raleigh, someplace on North Street. I had good food and clothing, and a good place to sleep. I was not big enough to work much, but they were good to me. I just done little things around the house. I remember seeing the Yankees. I seen 'em take things. Yes, I was big enough to see 'em shoot hogs and cows and kill the chickens. They went through the house and took what they wanted. After the war, we moved over about the asylum on the Haywood place. We went to Bryant Green's from the Haywood place. We lived in Raleigh a long time, then went to Arkansas. My mother and father died in Raleigh. I stayed in Arkansas 40 years and then came back to Raleigh. I am partly parasized. I have had a stroke. I married Anna Reagan of Wake County. She went from Wake County to Arkansas, and I married her there. Her mother's father and all the family all went to Arkansas. She is 71 years old, the 8th of last April. She has had 2 strokes and can't talk anymore. We have no boys but 2 girls, Matilda and Emmy Mae Smith. Matilda Parker, my daughter, lives in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Emma Mae works to support us. She works as nurse for Mrs. J.H. Hunter, but right now is out of work. Charity helps us a little. 1/2 peck of meal, 1 pound powdered milk, 2 cans grapefruit juice, 1/2 pound coffee per week. This amounts to about 80 cents worth of rations per week. The charity don't have much to give. I have been back from Arkansas 9 years, the 7th of last April. I was never teach no books. I never saw a pater roller, but my daddy told me about 'em. I do not remember much about churches before the surrender. I cannot read and write. I don't remember the overseers, and I don't know nothing about them men Lincoln and the rest of 'em you have asked me about. Reckon they were all right. End of section 58. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Section number 59 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jacqueline Burrell Walton. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Ria Sorrell. The Bound Girl. An interview with Ria Sorrell, 72 years old, of 207 Battle Street, Raleigh. The story is her mother's. My mammy, Virginia Burns, was born in Fayetteville, Cumberland County. She never knowed her parents, and from the first she can remember she is a bound girl. From the first she could remember she was bound out to her Miss Frizzell, what beat her, give her scraps like a dog, and make her work like a man. They even makes her get on the well, sweep and go down in the well and clean hit out. She said that she was scared, nigh to death. She was a grown woman when she decided that she can't stand the treatment no more. She has cut wood since she was big enough to pick up the axe, and she makes up her men to quit. They was a fixin' to chain her up and beat her, like they usually done when she decides to go away. She has to go den or take the whooping, and she ain't got time to make no plans. First, she runs to the master's bedroom and slips on a pair of his old shoes. Then she goes out to the big chicken house back of the barn. She hires the master a calling for her before she gets to the woods. So she runs back and hides in the chicken house. They calls and they chickens come to their roost, but she lays low and don't make no fuss. So they goes on to sleep. She hides they folkses a calling her, but she lays still. Then she sees they torches, what they am using to find her, and she thanks God that she ain't in the woods. After a while, she thinks that she can sneak out, but she hires the baying of the bloodhounds in the swamp, so she lays still. It am 4 o'clock, for all gets quiet. She knows that hit am safe to go now, case she has done hired Mr. Frizzell and one of the patter rollers a talking as they goes back to the house. They decides to go home and start out again the next morning bright and early. Mammy am scared pink, but she knows that unless she am careful, they am going to catch her. She lays still till daybreak, then she flies for the woods. I's hired Mammy say that them nights she slept in the woods was awful. She'd find a cave sometimes, and then again she'd sleep in a hollow log. But she said that every time the hoot owls holler or they shivering owls shiver, that she'd cower down and bite her tongue to keep from screaming. She said that the woods was full of snakes and hit was near about 2 weeks before she got to Guilford County. She had stole what she ate on the way there, and that hadn't been so much so she was weak. One day she crept out in the woods and looked round her, and hit being in July, she spies a watermelon patch. She looks round and then flies out there and picks up a big million. Then she shakes a leg back to the woods. While she was sitting there eating the watermelon, a young white man comes up and asks her business, and she, seeing that he am kind looking, tells him her story. She fully expects him to turn her over to the sheriff, but instead of that, he tells her that his name am Daniel Green and that he am a Union sympathizer, and then he takes her to some colored folks' house. These colored folks am named Berry, and my mammy am stand there when she falls in love with my pa, Jake Sorrell, and marries him. She ain't never been to dances and sich before now. She goes some. And it was at one of these dances where she met my pa. When she gets engaged to him, she won't let him kiss her till she asks Master Daniel if and she can marry him. You see, she was working for Marsh Dan. Well, he give his consent and they was married. They had me soon, case I was 8 months old when the Yankees come, and we was freed by the law. My mammy and pa had a hard time, though they ain't had but us two chillens, but they manages to feed us all right. They was superstitious and paid the witch doctor a right smart to keep off the witches, but just the same we got along well as most folks even do. We did have to eat hard tack and black molasses for several years out of the war. End of section 59. Section number 60 of Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Jacqueline Burrell Walton. Slave Narratives, Volume 11, North Carolina, Part 2. Ria Sorrell. Ria Sorrell, 97 years old, 536 East Edenton Street, Raleigh, North Carolina. I just lacked 3 years of being 100 years old. I belonged to Jacob Sorrell. His wife was named Elizabeth. My age was given to me by Mr. Bob Sorrell, the only one of old Marster's children that is living now. They had 4 boys, Marcellus, Bob, Adolphus, and Dr. Patrick Sorrell. They had 3 girls, Alvarada, and 2 other ones that died before they was named. I was born on Marster's plantation near Leesville in Wake County. That's been a long time ago. I can't get around now like I could when I was on the plantation. There was about 25 slaves on the place, and Marster just wouldn't sell a slave. When he whooped one, he didn't whoop much. He was a good man. He seemed to be sorry every time he had to whoop any of the slaves. His wife was the pure devil. She just joyed whooping Negroes. She was tall and spare-made, with black hair and eyes. Over both her eyes was a bulge place in her forehead. Her eyes set way back in her head. Her jaws were large like a man's, and her chin stuck up. Her mouth was large and her lips thin and seemed to be closed, like she had something in her mouth most of the time. When Marster come to town, she raised old Scratch with the slaves. She whooped all she could while Marster was gone. She tried to boss Marster, but he wouldn't allow that. He kept her from whooping many a slave. She just wouldn't feed a slave, and when she had her way, our food was bad. She said underleaves of collars was good enough for slaves. Marster took feeding in his hands and fed us plenty at times. He said people couldn't work without eating. Our houses was good houses. Case Marster seed to it, they was fixed right. We had good beds and plenty of kiver. The houses was called the nigger houses. They was about 200 yards from the big house. Our houses had 2 rooms and Marster's had 7 rooms. We didn't have any overseers. Marster said he didn't believe in them and he didn't want any. The oldest slaves on the place woke us up in the morning and acted as foremen. Marster hardly ever went to the field. He told Squire Holman and Sam Sorrell, 2 old slaves, what he wanted done, and they told us, and we done it. I worked at the house as nurse and house girl most of the time. Mother and father worked in the field. Mother was named Judy and father was named Sam. You see, father was a slave foreman. Marster bought Squire Holman from the Holmans and let him keep his name. That's why he was called that. We worked from sunup till sunset, with a rest spell at 12 o'clock of 2 hours. He give us holidays to rest in. That was Christmas, a week off then a day every month, and all Sundays. He said he was a Christian and he believed in giving us a chance. Marster died of consumption. He give us patches and all they made on it. He gives slaves days off to work their patches. I sure believes Marster went to heaven, but Mrs., well, I don't know. Don't know about her. She was so bad. She would hide her baby's cap and tell me to find it. If I couldn't find it, she whooped me. She would call Marster, and I'd do him the best I could to please her, and say, "Come here, Jacob, and whoop this nigger." But Marster paid no attention to her. He took our part. Many was the meals he give us unbeknownst to his wife. There was no mixing white and black on Marster's place. No, sir, nothing like that. He was like a father to us. Sometimes he brought hog haslets and good things to the nigger house and told us to cook it. When it was done, he come and ate all he wanted, got up and said, "I'm going now," and you didn't see him no more till next day. We had prayer meeting any time, and we went to the white folks' church. There was no whiskey on the place. No, 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 honey, no whiskey. Now at corn shuckings, they had a big supper, and all ate all they wanted. I'll tell you, Jake Sorrell was all right. We didn't have any dances, no time. Some nights, Marster would come to our cabins, call us all into one of them, and pray with us. He stood up in the floor and told us all to be good and pray. I saw him die. I saw him when the breath went out of him. The last word he said was, "Lord, do your will, not mine." Then he breathed twice and was no more. Mrs. died since the surrender. When she got sick, she sent for me to go and wait on her. I went and cleaned her like a baby, waited on her till the evening. She died that night. I went off that evening, late to spend the night, and next morning, when I got there, she was dead. I just couldn't refuse Mrs. when she sent for me, even if she had treated me bad. My grandmother was as white as you is. She was Lottie Sorrell. Marster bought my grandmother. I do not know my grandfather's name. Grandmother was a cook, and she told me the reason she was so white was 'cause she stood over the fire so much. Ha ha, that's what she told me. She had long straight hair. I members her well. Yes, I members the Yankees. The Southern, our folks, was in front. They come along a road right by our house. Our folks was going on and the Yankees right behind. You could hear 'em shooting. They called it skirmishing. It was raining and our folks was going through the mud and slush. They had wagons and some would say, drive up, God damn it, drive up. The damn Yankees right behind us. They had turkeys and chickens on the wagons and on their hosses. They got things out of the houses and took the stock. They searched their houses and took the quilts and sheets and things. The Yankees was soon there and they done the same thing. That was a time. They took all they could find and there wa'n't much left when all got through. The Yankees poured out lasses and stomped down things they could not carry off. I was afraid of the Yankees. They come up and said, Hank, you got some money round here? I told them I know nothing about money. They called me Auntie and said, Auntie, tell us where the money is, you knows. I says, they don't let me see everything around here. No, that they don't. When they told us we was free, we stayed right on with Marster. We got crackers and meat from the Yankees. And when the crop was housed in the fall, Marster give us part of all we made. We come to Raleigh on an old steer cart to get our crackers and meat. That was our allowance. We stayed at Marster's till father died. I married there. We finally moved to the Page place, about 11 miles north of Raleigh. We've been farming with the white folks ever since, till we got so we couldn't work. I married Buck Sorrell since the surrender. We had 4 boys and 2 girls, 6 children in all. They are all dead, except one. Her name is Betty. She works at Dr. Rogers. Dr. Young looked after us when we were sick. There was one thing they wouldn't allow. That was books and papers. I can't read and write. I heard talk of Abraham Lincoln coming through when talk of the war come about. They met, him and Jeff Davis in South Carolina. Lincoln said, Jeff Davis, let them niggers go free. Jeff Davis told him, you can't make us give up our property. Then the war started. A lot of the niggers in slavery time worked so hard, they say they hated to see the sun rise in the morning. Slavery was a bad thing, 'cause some white folks didn't treat their niggers right. End of section 60.